vital for the Indian. We at National Redevelopment Board are deeply aware of the responsibilities that we share in addressing the evolving challenges of sustainability, food security, or the climate resilience. And over the years, we have redefined dairying to align with broader goals of environment sustainability and the resilience. Just few quick points. I think what is important and what we are now focusing is, as we all know, the land is becoming more and more, a increasingly scarce, and focus of Indian dairying, therefore, I think must shift from increasing animal numbers to the enhancing productivity. So what we believe is that although you need a growth for milk production, but essentially the growth has to come from increasing the productivity of animal and not by adding more animals. And towards that, in collaboration with Government of India, we are promoting various scientific breeding methods, such as genomic selection of animals, this gender sex sorted semen. So with both of these initiatives launched by Honorable Prime Minister last year. We are also working on the advanced embryo technology and the IVF for production of the high genetic married cows and also bulls. Improving the genetic potential of the animals, I think it is also very important. Their nutrition is taken care of, and we are working on the ration balancing program for the animals. So we have actually covered more than 3 million animals under this ration balancing program, where all the available feed resources, what we have in the country in all different parts, we have analyzed for the nutritional profile, put them into software, and now it's also available on the 1962 app, which is launched by Government of India. So farmers will be able to just say that these are the few ingredients which I am feeding to the animal, and the software or the app will calculate the exact quantity of the food ingredient, keeping the least cost formulation. So it's not only actually helping us to reduce the methane emission because of the balanced diet, but it also helping the farmer to increase the milk yield and also more money because it increases the fat and protein in the milk. And apart from that, we are working on the crop residue management. We all know the problem of parari being actually burned in various parts of the country. Also, we are working on the fodder FPOs. Now, out of the 10,000 FPOs promoted by Ministry of Agriculture, we have promoted 100 of them for making available the fodder seeds and various other inputs what you need for the fodder, improving the fodder availability. On the animal health aspect also, as I think the Secretary Madam told, the indiscriminate use of antibiotics is creating problem for the antimicrobial resistance. AMR is a very, very serious public health threat for all of us. And we are mitigating this challenge by promoting the ethno-veterinary medicine. They are very cost-effective and traditional approach for using the locally available ingredient to treat, most common 30 diseases. We have the formulations ready. We have made the videos and we are making them popular in the farmers. We are also actually, Government of India doing the largest vaccination program now. Both FMD and brucellosis are covered under the disease control program. Further to this, as I think some reference was made, we are working on sustainability in a very large aspect. We have now started, considering the dung as a source of fuel and fertilizer. And we have developed several models, including the decentralized model, where a small biogas plant is set up at the farmer's backyard. The biogas is, after digestion, is used for the cooking needs of the farmer's family. And the slurry is converted into the organic manures. Again, at the centralized level, we are taking about 100 metric ton of dung at one central location we buy from the farmers and using the biogas produced either for the thermal energy of the dairy plant, for actually taking care of milk processing operations or purifying it further, compressing and using the same for the vehicle mobility. We have set up more than 30,000 smaller plants at the farmers level. We are setting up more and more compressed biogas plants, as we all know that the government's focus is promoting the compressed biogas along with the CNG, as we are now blending ethanol in the petrol. I think in time to come, it will be compulsory for us to blend compressed biogas in the CNG, and that will pose, give a good future for the dung what we have in the country. We are also helping the farmers to generate carbon credit out of this, and about 1,000 biogas plant, for the first 1,000 which we have set up. Now, actually, the farmers have started receiving the carbon credit payments, and that is also adding additional income. Through all these extension and education activities, I think dairy farmers are being continuously oriented on the field applications for the various science and breeding practices. Training and capacity building, has been a very, very critical input, and NDDB is promoting and taking more and more farmers into this for the sustainable growth in the dairy sector. So concludingly, I think I would say that redefining agriculture and dairying requires collective action, and NDDB remains committed to building a climate smart, nutrition sensitive, and also the resilient dairying system. And this transformation needs participation from various stakeholders like scientists, policymakers, entrepreneurs, and the farmers. I am sure that these deliberations, what we have in this conclave for 2 days, will also provide critical inputs. And together, let us build a future where agriculture and dairying is not just productive, but also sustainable, and one that nourishes both people and the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And once again, requesting Mr. Harris Khan to kindly present a token of gratitude to Mr. Manish Shah. He is the chairman of the National Dairy Development Board. Thank you, sir, for that very special address we had from you. And ladies and gentlemen, next, we are honored to hear from His Excellency Mr. Mariano Augustin Cocino, Ambassador of Argentina to India. A seasoned diplomat, His Excellency has valuable insights into India-Argentina collaboration in agriculture, innovation, and trade. And we are honored to have you amongst us, Your Excellency, to you for your special address.
Thank you very much for inviting us to participate in this inauguration of this important conclave. I will be very brief because I think we are a little late, and everyone is a little tired. But once again, it's a great honor and pleasure to be able to deliver these brief remarks in the inaugural session of the 16th Agricultural Leadership Conclave 2025. As you may know, agriculture is a part of the backbone of the economy and the identity of my country, Argentina, and represents one of the pillars of our bilateral links with India. Only 1 week ago, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, visited Argentina and met with our President Javier Millet. That happened July 5, a few days ago. And as you know, both leaders share some ideas that are the main tenets of their political actions. We believe in democracy, in the rule of law, free markets, and promotion of entrepreneurship and investments, as it was said here during the speech of the Secretary. In fact, Argentina is now undergoing a process of economic liberalization, which takes the Indian experience of the last 3 decades as a shining example of the benefits of these reforms. During this brief visit, the Prime Minister Modi and the President Millet discussed projects for the benefit of both nations, particularly in realms as oil and gas, lithium, commerce, and of course, and naturally, agriculture. One of the key highlights of the leaders' agenda was a confirmation of the visit of the high-level delegation from the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare and ICR to Argentina in the second joint working group, which will be held in Buenos Aires next week. Agriculture remains a cornerstone of the economy and livelihoods in both India and Argentina. The potential for cooperation between the two countries is, I would say, enormous. Argentina is among the global leaders in the adoption of cutting-edge agricultural technologies, while India brings more than 4,000 years of agricultural tradition and deep-rooted knowledge of its soils and ecosystems. Argentina stands out for the leadership in conservation practices such as no-till farming, variable rate fertilization, precision agriculture, and animal health management. India, on the other hand, leads in organic farming, the use of bio-inputs, the cultivation of superfoods, and the development of climate-resilient crops. Both countries possess valuable knowledge and technology, and through collaboration can leverage their rich agrodiversity to drive sustainable growth and food security. Moreover, as developing nations, Argentina and India share a strong foundation for enhanced cooperation and the opportunity to present a unified voice from the global south and key international forums. For both countries, engaging in these spaces is essential to shaping a more inclusive and sustainable global agriculture agenda. And saying thanks once again, I would like to tell you, of course, that you're going to have our agricultural attaché, Maria Beran, here taking part of tomorrow's seminar, which also shows the commitment of and disposition of the embassy and our government to collaborate with your institution. And thank you once again. And I hope you have a very successful conclave in the upcoming days. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, for your inspiring address. I would now request Mr. Haris Khan to kindly present a token of gratitude to His Excellency. Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, for sparing your valuable time and being here with us. We would also like to honor Honorable Justice P. Sathasivam with a token of our gratitude. Thank you. And to formally conclude the inaugural session, I invite Ms. Rajni Shalin Chopra, Group Editor, Agriculture Today Group, to propose the vote of thanks.
Namaskar to all of you. Mahatma Gandhi said that be the change you want to see in the world. 27 years ago, a man decided to be the change he wanted to be, he wanted to see in the agriculture sector. And he launched the Agriculture Today magazine, which is now the proud Agriculture Today group. He institutionalized the awards, and it was the first initiative of its kind in the country called the Agriculture Leadership Awards, because the gentleman, the chairman of the Agriculture Today group, Dr. N.J. Khan, realized that the agriculture sector needed to celebrate its achievers, make them into role models, make them inspirational figures, and hence the first agriculture awards of the country were instituted. We all are so proud that today we are celebrating the finest in the agriculture sector. We have done it, and this is the 16th edition. We are so happy to welcome you all here. Thank you for being part of our glorious journey. We've had most distinguished leaders of the country from the political and all other sectors in all these years. About 3 decades, the Agriculture Today group goes back, and we look forward to 2 days of inspiring and very path-breaking discussions on where we need to take the Indian agriculture sector and how we connect more and more globally. I'm so thankful to all of you. Please do stay with us on these 2 full days of scintillating discussions on agriculture. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close the proceedings of the inaugural session. Thank you to each one of you for participating here. I would request everyone to kindly remain seated because in the interest of time, as our schedule is already delayed, and the Honorable Minister, sir, has requested to come early for the awards, we would like to straight away move into the next session. And just give us a moment. We would like to arrange the top table for the proceedings of the next session. Kindly remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward to session 1 of this conclave titled Policy Push for Agriculture, a critical conversation aimed at unpacking the policy interventions, regulatory environment, and institutional framework that will shape the future of Indian agriculture. This session, ladies and gentlemen, brings together a distinguished group of experts and leaders who have played a transformative role across the agriculture value chain, from policy formulation and governance to research and industry and innovation. And to guide this dynamic session, we are privileged to have with us a highly respected and seasoned civil servant as our distinguished moderator. So please join me in welcoming the moderator of this session, Dr. Tarun Sridhar, Director General ICFA and former Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Dr. Tarun Sridhar. With decades of experience in agriculture and allied sectors, Dr. Sridhar brings a deep understanding of policy ecosystem and stakeholder coordination. As DG of ICFA, he continues to bridge the gap between the government institutions and agri-entrepreneurs. And we are also joined today by an exceptional panel of leaders, each bringing a unique perspective to the conversation. I would like to invite Dr. Sandeepa Kanitkar, Chairman and Managing Director, Khan Biosys Private Limited. A pioneering figure in sustainable agriculture, Dr. Kanitkar has led the development of microbiology and biological agri-inputs for Indian soils. Her company has been at the forefront of eco-friendly solutions for soil health and crop productivity. We invite Dr. Kalyan Goswami, Director General Agrochem Federation of India, a dynamic leader representing the agrochemical industry. Dr. Goswami advocates for science-led growth, balanced regulation, and farmer-centric innovations in plant protection and crop health management. Let's welcome Dr. Kalyan Goswami. We welcome Dr. R.K. Tiwari, former Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh. He's a senior administrator with vast experience in governance and agriculture, policy implementation at the state level. Dr. Tiwari brings rich insights into grassroots challenges and public service delivery in India's largest agrarian state. We've also welcomed Mr. Ajay Rana, Chairman, Federation of Seed Industry of India. He's a respected voice in India's seed sector, has led key industry efforts in advancing genetic innovation, seed quality regulation, and private sector collaboration to support India's seed security and crop productivity. We invite Mr. Ravinder Grover, Chief Operating Officer, Harvest Plus. With a mission to improve nutrition globally, Mr. Grover leads initiatives that deliver biofortified crops to rural communities. His work focuses on integrating nutrition with agricultural policy and building partnerships for food security. Ladies and gentlemen, with such an accomplished and diverse panel, we are certain this session will offer valuable perspectives and actionable insights on how policy can be the real catalyst in redefining the direction of Indian agriculture. And Dr. Sridhar, we hand over the session to you now with a time duration of 1 hour, that is 60 minutes only. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sapna. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think the context for today's conclave has already been set in the inaugural session. It doesn't leave much for me to add. I'm really truly honored to be moderating this panel, which has some very illustrious professionals of the agriculture field. You see, as explained in the morning, let us first understand what we mean by agriculture. The chief guest of the session, Mrs. Alka Upadhyay, elaborated it quite clearly that agriculture is not merely crops. Agriculture is also dairy. Agriculture is also poultry. Agriculture is also small ruminants. So when we are addressing the larger theme of the conclave as redefining agriculture, we must define agriculture as incorporating various facets. Secondly, redefining agriculture would necessarily require, at the outset, redefining the policies which have shaped the agriculture so far. That's why I'm glad that the inaugural session has been followed by the first technical session, which is titled Policy Push for Agriculture. Now, where do we stand in terms of the agriculture scenario today? I'm very fond of quoting the opening lines of Charles Dickens' novel, A Tale of Two Cities. And I always say that that defines Indian agriculture. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. Briefly stated, we are at the top in terms of production of almost all the agriculture commodities. We are either number one or number two, or at the most between the first five, be it milk, wheat, rice, pulses, horticulture, name any product, and we are at the top. But when you come to productivity, be it productivity per hectare, productivity per unit effort, productivity per animal, we perhaps are at the bottom. So first issue which we need to tackle in terms of the policy push to agriculture is, how do we make our agriculture productive? Once we make our agriculture productive, we will also move towards making agriculture a profession of choice rather than a profession or a vocation which has been handed to us by our parents and by various generations. For this, we also need to relook at agriculture and start defining our agriculture in terms of the value it generates. The secretary in the morning was mentioning in terms of 12 lakh crores as the value of our dairy, 4 to 5 lakh crores as the value of our meat industry, more than 2 lakh crores as the value of our poultry. Why is it that the livestock sector, which includes dairy and poultry, has been growing at a much faster rate than our crop sector? It is because we have started talking in terms of value rather than only absolute quantities. You see, we have graduated from being a country perennially plagued with shortages, who used to be called the basket case economy of the world, to being the breadbasket of the world today. However, we have already only looked at agriculture as a food production system and not a viable business which people should opt for. Having said that, I would take a pause here and go to the illustrious panel members we have. And maybe we have Mr. Goswami here. Yeah, Mr. Goswami. Mr. Goswami is a very rare breed of gentleman who is vastly experienced in public policy. He's very closely aware of how government functions and how public policy is shaped. And he's himself also a professional now. So I would like you to begin with your thoughts on this issue as to what kind of policy push you think the agriculture sector requires today.
Thanks, sir. You remain my secretary.
Yes.
With all the respect to you. It's a very peculiar situation in the country, like India. You all know that, like when India got freedom, that time the biggest challenge was how to provide food to 34 crore people. And finally, government, the policymakers those days, they thought of doing the green revolution, and really it paid off. From food security, now we are talking about nutritional security. And from nutritional security, we are talking about safe nutrition. Although there might be debate, we are talking about food security, we have achieved food security. But why India is positioned at 105 in hunger index? Though in hunger index, it's not the food is not the only criteria. There are other criteria are there. Same way, government said that 25 crore people, rural people, have come above the poverty line. That's a very good news. But at the same time, we are giving anaj to 90 crore people, free anaj. So I'm not able to connect these two. And due to this free anaj, you all know that there's a scarcity of farming labor. So anyway, I won't enter in the debate. But now, from my segment, Seed Ajay Sahab is going to address. Let me talk from agrochemical point of view. The agrochemical industry has really grown. And if I'm not wrong, that the turnover now is something around 86,000 crore. And 60% of the turnover is export. So it's becoming an export-oriented segment. And it's a trade plus segment. We are earning more dollar. We import only 12,000 crore agrochemical. So we need to, it is going in the pharmaceutical way. So the government of India need to push it. Sir told me that I should talk from policy point of view. So what are the challenges and what support do we need from the government? There's an organization called CIBRC. They only give the registration and other thing for the agrochemical. That organization is not well equipped. There's a crisis of manpower. And they should work for the CIBRC reforms. Let us look at the lab. They have a lab, but the instruments are very old, doesn't function. There's no manpower. Even the regional 2 labs are there. Those are also not that effective. And state lab, I'm not going to talk about them. So lab needs NABL accreditation, lab needs machineries, lab needs technician, lab needs training and education. Otherwise, what is happening? The registration is taking too much of time, and there are a lot of concern, lot of issues that I'm not going to talk here. Thirdly, in the agrochemical segment, sir, I should take 5 minutes. The agrochemical segment, there are only 336 molecules registered as on 29th of April 2000, like 2025. If you look at Pakistan, They have registered 550 molecules. You look at Vietnam, 700, and China, I am not going to talk about. You know it very well. So there is no new molecule. Even there are 3 molecules having age more than me. My age is 57. The molecules are 60 to 63 years old. So those molecules have become resistant. And we are talking about RDP, the regulatory data protection. There are a number of molecules here and there abroad got expired, the patent got expired. That can be brought in India, but the company who's bringing, they will also have to invest. I invest for that. I get a registration. Next day, the data goes to the market and someone else get a Me Too registration. So I don't get the return on investment. So my members are hesitant to bring new molecules. So we have advocated for the RDP, regulatory data protection, nothing happened, not able to convince government, as because in every industry, there will be more than one lobby. I am a lobby, there are other lobbies. They are surviving on old molecules. They want to survive on the generic old molecules only. They are not bothered about the new molecule. I'm very sorry to say. Another issue is R&D boosting in pharmaceutical, as because basically I come from pharmaceutical background. So pharmaceutical, they gave R&D boosting. I'm talking about 1990 to 2012. And they all came, they all established R&D. But there is no R&D holiday, expenditure holiday in agrochemical, which should be there. The third thing is that counterfeit. I don't use the word spurious. It's a bad word, confusing word. I use counterfeit and misbranded. Spurious is more suitable for milk, dairy, and all these things only, and wine and liquor. In my segment, spurious is maybe 2-3%, but there's a huge counterfeit. There's a huge misbranded product, and the misbranded is coming as because government has given 3.5 lakhs 94 Me Too registration based on consent letter only. They don't have the manpower. Government doesn't have the manpower. They could not see their manufacturing. Kisi ke paas manufacturing hai bhi nahi. They are just doing everything on paper, getting the registration and selling the substandard product, which is misbranding. And counterfeit, you all know, the big giants like PI, like Syngenta, like Bayer, FMC, now Inaugural, their products are getting copied. So that is the counterfeit. So government should come out with a stringent law to stop it. I am not saying counterfeit misbranded is there in my segment only. Few days back, I wrote an article in London Observer, and I have mentioned in cigarette, it is 63% counterfeit. In motor vehicles, it is 38% counterfeit. Everywhere counterfeit is there, but here I am talking about my segment only. Government should come out with a stringent law to combat with this counterfeit menace. Thirdly, I told in the beginning that we are becoming export oriented. So government as R&D did not pick up in India. Let us be honest, I'm not going to back my, industry members. R&D has become more like a relaxant dream only. It is not research and development in my segment. So we need to have TI from other countries, maybe from Japan, maybe from Korea, or maybe from China. So government should reduce the duty on the TI so that we can bring TI, we can make formulation, and the farmers can get new molecules. Anyway, we are trying our best. There's a change in the mindset. Even now, government is saying no. We'll accelerate the process of registration. But everything is remaining on paper only. That is the problem. In the beginning, 2014, someone told it will be less governance, but I am seeing more governance. So it is already a regulated segment. Too much regulated. One way, some people talks about organic, some people talks about, natural farming. People are also getting confused. We are not confused. We know the ultimate truth. But government has to come with a concrete policy. Otherwise, even the state, this is being a state subject, the state, they're coming out with their own act. Most of the days, either I'm in Chandigarh or I'm in Mumbai or I'm in some other place. So there has to be clarity in that also, whether the state government can outrightly come out with an act or not. I'll stop here. I have taken more time, sir.
Yeah,
Very sorry.
thank you, Mr. Goswami. But you see what the thought which comes to my mind after listening to you is, you have touched on a very specific and a niche issue of agrochemicals, the regulatory framework, and what needs to be done to change the perception about them. What I would come back to you later. What I would expect from you is, with your vast experience both in the specific field of agrochemicals as also public policy, how to integrate all these into what would be the agriculture policy. You see, we have a fertilizer policy, we have petrochemicals, we have animal husbandry, we have dairy, etc. All are working in silos. Whereas if you have to integrate agriculture, you have to integrate all these policy issues into one chain of thought. So that I'll come back to you. We have Mr. Ravinder Grover, whose vast experience in management of supply chains. He's also the chief operating officer of Harvest Plus. And from what Mr. Goswami mentioned, I have take it from there, that our entire agriculture policy and approach towards agriculture was food security, because we were grappling with shortages. Now we are food surplus. Now we have to start moving towards nutrition. Once we produce food which is high on integrity in terms of its nutritional values, we shall also become a dominant force in the export markets, and also maybe show greater responsibility towards the health of our citizens. So, Mr. Grover, while you can give your thoughts on the larger subject of how do we redefine the agriculture policy, but I would like you to give a specific reference on what is nutrition smart agriculture and how could we ensure that the food which is produced through our agriculture system is healthy and nutritious. Mr. Grover, over to you.
Thank you, Tarunji. I hope I'm audible. First of all, let me start by congratulating Dr. Khan and Agriculture Today team on the 16th Agriculture Leadership Conclave. I guess this is the easily the world's longest running event series on agriculture. So kudos to you and AT team for making it possible. I think we are talking about agriculture. I guess firstly, India has done a decent job on feeding its people, right? I mean, so we were in a situation where we were struggling to feed our people. So I think we should give a pat on our back that we have done a decent enough job to feed our people. And I guess a lot of credit for this goes to the breeding and the seeds side of the story, which has developed these varieties, which are high-yielding varieties, etc. But clearly, there is more that a seed could do. Right now, seed is only a vehicle to provide the productivity. A seed could as well be a vehicle to provide nutrition. Seed could nourish, seed could heal, seed could provide sustainability. And what we generally not talk about is the nutrition side of the agriculture story. And let me start with an example. When we will go and break for a lunch today, ideally, you should be eating half a plate extra of rice compared to what your father used to eat some 5 decades back. And the reason for it is, in the last 5 decades, we have bred out nutrition from our crops. Just to give you an example, rice and wheat, 30% reduction in zinc and iron levels over what it used to be 5 decades back. And these are the key staples that we are eating every day. Now, imagine if you add half a plate of rice, what it does to your diabetes, what it does to your obesity. So the problem is real. So we talk about biofortification, which is a process of adding nutrition back to these crops, which is a misnomer in a way, because the moment you say biofortification, it looks like you're adding something, while basically it's a biorestoration. You are just undoing the damage that we did to our crops, putting nutrition back into the crops. So from a policy perspective, Rakshida, you asked, I think nutrition smart agriculture is a no-brainer. It has to be taken by the country. But I think there are a few things which are stopping us. And Dr. Goswami talked about India's status on hunger, particularly hidden hunger, where we are ranking very low. Our people probably have their bellies full and still they suffer from micronutrient malnutrition. And the only way to handle is this problem of hidden hunger is to unhide some of the policy gaps. And I guess three key areas which come to my mind. One is the nutrition blind spots. Right now, we do not have any mechanism to measure nutrition in our crops. Our crops come to mandis. There is no testing infrastructure to tell farmers instantly what is the zinc level, what is the iron level in these crops. What doesn't get measured doesn't get implemented. So that's the problem number one with us, that there's no visibility of nutritional traits that's there. The second problem in our policy thing is there's no incentive available for farmers or the value chain players to adopt nutritious crop. Even if you can measure, if the wheat variety has 30% more zinc, is someone ready to pay a little bit incentive for this? So another problem that there is on the policy side is lack of incentives for the farmers, for the buyers to go for nutritious crops. Because the third policy gap that I see right now is the fragmented system. For example, people in this room, for them, chasing production still remains the key target. For the farmers, income still remains the key target. Nutrition is generally considered a health subject. So agriculture is busy chasing the tons of production. Nutrition is left to the health department, which has a very little role to play other than the curative side of it. So I think these are the key nutrition gaps. Like I say, nutrition is like the Wi-Fi in the room. Everyone wants the Wi-Fi, but no one is paying attention to the router. And one day the router will stop working, everyone will come out and we'll be scrambling for solutions. I'll stop here, but happy to answer further.
Thank you, Mr. Grover. That was quite brief. You didn't give me an opportunity to intervene in between. Thank you so much. I'll come to you, Mr. Rana. You see, he also made a mention of seed. Seed is the most important input in terms of addressing the issue of agriculture productivity. And I think if the seed industry and farmers join hands, and if they build a mutual trust, we could go a long way in addressing the issue of low productivity, which plagues our agricultural sector, and which also severely impairs the farmer's profitability. So how do you define the seed sector scenario in the country today? You have a vast experience in this area. And what particular interventions you would suggest, specifically with respect to the policy and schemes, so that the seed industry actually is at the forefront of addressing the various challenges of the agriculture sector?
Thank you. Am I audible? So, I'm the chairman of Federation of Seed Industry of India. That's my industry capacity, but I'm also a grandson of a small farmer and a practicing farmer, actually. So at least once in a month, I spend some time on my own family farm. So you rightly said, Mr. Sridhar, that seed plays very important role in agriculture and food production. Our seed industry in India is about 40,000 crore in size. My colleague from agrochemical industry, Mr. Goswami, mentioned that agrochemical is about 86,000 crore. In fact, fertilizer, which is another agriculture input, the size of fertilizer industry is about 3 lakh crore. So three important inputs in agriculture: seed, agrochemicals, and fertilizer. You can imagine, like, the seed industry size is the smallest, but seed played the most important role in productivity. Globally, the size of seed industry is about $65 billion. And India is about 4.5 of that. So India's share in the global seed industry is also small. But let me start by saying that, hey, glass is half full. So it's not like that, things are not changing. Things are changing. Seed replacement rate in country, which we call SRR, is also increasing. In fact, in our field crops like rice and wheat, where mostly farmers use varietal seed, even in these crops, the seed replacement rate is now above 50%. But if we look at the developed countries and in even developing countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines, in these countries, the seed replacement rate is very high. So developed countries, it's almost 100%, but the developing countries, also the seed replacement rate is about 80%. We often hear that, hey, the hybrid or the new varieties are not good because farmer has to buy seed every year. So, Justice Sab in the morning mentioned like a farmer takes his decisions based on his experience and also what is good for their land. So if more and more farmers are buying a seed or a brand, they will only buy it if it is good, if it is giving higher return. So this notion that, hey, farmer has to buy seed every year, so that is bad for farmer or for economy, I think that's the wrong notion. If farmer buys seed every year, that means like he's buying a high yielding seed, which is giving higher return to farmers. So regarding this session about policy reforms, what policy reforms are required so that, the Indian farmers not only can feed, our population, but like we can become a bigger player in the global agriculture. Our aspirations have to be bigger. We can feed now 1.4 billion here, but like if you look at our global share in the seed market is less than 2%. Our global share in agriculture trade is also very small. To be a developed country, the aspiration to be like, hey, by 2047, Amrit Kal, India will be a developed country. For that, I think we need the reforms, policy reforms also in place in all major sectors. We have done very well in infrastructure, like in fact, the progress we are making on railways and now in highway, airport network is commendable. The progress we are making on IT sector is also very commendable. But in agriculture, unfortunately, the pace of progress is slower. Our agriculture growth rate is only 3%. We need to grow Indian agriculture also. The contribution of agriculture in GDP also need to be bigger. Agriculture today contribute about $450 billion in our $4 trillion economy. So if we want to double GDP, we want to be a $10 trillion economy in next 10 years, agriculture has to contribute at least $1 trillion. How we can do it? We can do that by improving productivity of all our major crops. Our productivity of major field crops like rice, wheat, cotton, corn is below world averages. Forget about, the world best. But the irony is like, hey, we have in the same India, some farmers in some states, they are also, the productivity level, for example, Mr. Sridhar in Rabi corn in Bihar is average around 8 tons per hectare. The world best is about 10, 11 tons in Iowa. So why the Bihar farmer are harvesting such a high yield is because Bihar farmers were the first one to adopt single cross corn hybrids. And there was a policy support for that. But unfortunately, in the same Bihar today now, if a company or even a ICR institute has to introduce their crop variety in Bihar, you have to get your variety tested in 3 universities for 3 years. So in terms of policy reforms, I think one policy reform we need for seed industry is one nation, one license. For the companies, those who have R&D based, and they have research stations and they generate data in every state, I think those companies should be given one nation, one license. Because obtaining licenses in every state is not called ease of doing business. The state where there is, maximum growth rate in agriculture, for example, is, you will be surprised, like Bengal, for many years, agriculture has been growing about 10%, double-digit growth in a state like Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat. And in these 3 states have least, requirement for obtaining a seed license. So this is an example. If we have more governance, the more governance create barriers for growth. So second policy reform we need is, if we have to compete, we are worried today, like what is coming in the trade treaty with the United States. And there's a lot of fear, like that United States is trying to push their corn, GM corn and GM soybean. We shouldn't be worried about that. Let Indian farmer be given the choice what they want to plant. We have seen the example of BT cotton. BT cotton led to doubling the productivity of cotton in the country. In fact, like from an importer, we become an exporter. But like since 2012, we have not introduced a new technology in cotton. So again, we are becoming an importer. In fact, like we need to produce 45 million bales of cotton, and today we are at about 30 million bales. Cotton has a direct correlation with, our textile industry, and textile industry is largest employer in the country. So science and data-based approval of new technologies, the GM or BT cotton has helped millions of farmers. We have a problem now in corn. Our poultry industry is crying now that, hey, we are not getting enough corn or maize to feed poultry because now corn is diverted towards ethanol production. We produce around 30 million tons of corn. We need to, in fact, like produce 60 million tons if we want to grow ethanol industry. And that growth can happen if we allow new technologies. Now, even Indian companies are capable of developing these new technologies. I'm proud to say, like, our companies like Rasi Seeds, Bioseed, Ankur Seeds, they are working on GM technologies, which is indigenous. Our own institute in Delhi University developed GM mustard. But like, we are opposing all these technologies without knowing, what is the benefit. Americas have been growing GM crops since last 30 years. I lived in US for 5 years. Both of my kids live in US. I travel almost 4 times in a year. I have not seen a single person in US getting sick because of the consumption of GM corn or GM soybean. We have been importing, the oil seeds we have been consuming, which is a product of GM. So why not our soybean farmers, they get access to this technology? So a science and policy-based approval process, a data-based process for approval of new technology. And the third, need to, in fact, like incentivize sustainable practices like direct seeded rice. Rice is our largest crop, which consumes a lot of water, labor, and other resources. Direct seeded rice saves water, saves labor cost, and this agronomic practice should be incentivized across the country.
Thank you, Mr. Rana. I think you made a very valid point with respect to GM crops. Now, it's a very emotive issue in this country. I don't know why. And you highlighted the need for data-driven and science-driven decision-making. But somehow we are a highly emotional community and we get driven by passions rather than by data and science. I think industry also needs to do some introspection because the voices opposing GM are very loud and clear, but voices in support of GM are rather subdued. So that the industry needs to sit together and take a view on that. You gave the example of this Bihar and how the corn productivity has increased. I think the secretary also in the morning mentioned when she gave the example of poultry, it was purely private sector driven. What we need to understand in the agriculture sector is that we need to distinguish between what is a subsidy and what is an investment. We are somehow mistaking subsidy for investment. And you very highlighted this point that what the industry requires or the sector requires to flourish is an appropriate policy framework and ecosystem which supports them. I'll give you the example of shrimp. Till about a decade back, the shrimp industry in the country was in doldrums. Our total production was only 70,000 tons. Now we have reached 1 million tons within a decade. And we have emerged as the biggest shrimp exporter in the world. Not a single penny subsidy. Only what the government did was, what the public sector did was, fill in the infrastructural gaps and create a policy environment wherein private entrepreneurship flourished. So today we need to make our farmer also as an entrepreneur. Your last point was with respect to sustainability of our agricultural practices. That is where Sandeepa ji comes into picture. She's a microbiologist turned entrepreneur, created biofertilizers, biostimulants. And I think that could be a big answer in terms of sustainability of our agriculture, especially our smallholder farmers, which constitute 86% of our agricultural workforce, and how this agriculture could be profitable, leading to prosperity. And that would be possible only if we ensure the sustainability of our agriculture practices. So over to you, Sandeepaji.
Thank you, Tarunji. And the one thing I like is listening to all the stalwarts and the industry experts in fertilizer, agrochemicals, and also seed, because these industries are definitely larger than the current biological industry as such. But having said that, one important thing is that all of us, we really cannot neglect sustainability. And the important aspect which is right now coming into picture is that biologicals have some innovative solutions and products which they have to be able to offer to the farmers. Now, one basic aspect which I learned from many of the industry stalwarts is that, yes, bio-industry right now is looked at with a lot of suspicion. And they say that, in fact, it is necessary, but we don't know which are the good products. So basically, we at Basai, I'm also the president of Basai, which is having around 42 companies which are trying to establish the goodness of the biologicals in the market. Having said that, what really is important to us is all of us are right now talking about soil health and what really needs to be done to improve the soil health in different mechanisms. But we don't know really what are the solutions or technologies which are available, and they are not reaching the farmer. So if we really look at how the industry has grown, the fertilizer industry, the agrochemical industry, there is a lot of malaise right now, which I see with respect to the growth which can happen in the next decade. And what are the new aspects which can be launched by these industries? So these industries definitely have to look at biologicals as a source of solution to some of the problems which they are right now facing. If we talk about the seed industry, in fact, which is, we are smaller than the seed industry, but then Dr. Rana said that he is the smallest of the two. So the seed industry, in fact, it needs to have a biological solution with respect to functional seed dressing. So government has to be able to have certain mechanisms to suggest whether each seed can be coated with a biofertilizer. Because all of us really are knowing that the urea which is used, that has a lot of nitrification issues which are there. And these nitrification issues can be solved with many of the biopolymers and the microorganisms, which can reduce some of the nitrification in urea and can improve the fertilizer use efficiency. Because everybody talks about the subsidy which is given to the urea. And I talk to many farmers, they say that, yes, they know that 70% of urea or the other fertilizers are wasted, but they don't know what has to be done. So there are some technologies, and technologies are not reaching the farmer. So the basic aspect is of extension, but extension also should be supported by policy. So the seed dressing aspect is going to be very important. In fact, many of the bio companies are talking to many of the seed companies wherein they can be treated at the factory seed level because farmer is not dressing the seed. So this is a very important aspect which is going to be, there in the future. With respect to agrochemicals, definitely the current biological industry is working with CIB-RC with registration of different biopesticides. Now, if you look at China, if you look at Brazil, the number of biopesticides which are registered there and in India, there is a huge difference between that. The reason being that the technology is available. There's a lot of interest in the venture capital market with respect to people putting in money for the new bio-age companies. But definitely a lot can be done with respect to acceleration in the registration procedures, which in fact agrochemical companies also want with respect to CIB-RC. So a lot of waivers are given by CIB-RC, but I feel that a lot more can be done if we have to be able to help produce the residue-free food so that it can help the exporters in exporting it to the various countries also, which are wanting less residues in food. So that is an important aspect wherein acceleration of the registration procedures is going to be important. Dr. Rana also talked about the selling license, one nation, one selling license, one permit. That is going to be very important because this, in fact, provides a lot of entry barrier to the currently different MSME or the small companies in bio, which they cannot showcase their technologies to the greater audience as such. So this is going to be very important because it is futile to take licenses in each and every state. We know that agriculture is a state subject, but it is going to be very important in order for us to facilitate the technology reaching the farmers. And the next thing is of the fertilizers. The fertilizers nutrient density, people talk about it a lot. People are, when they talk about nutrient density, they talk about, you can say, specialized nutrition, but people often do not look at biofertilizers because the technology of stabilization, the formulation, that technology right now is, you can say, maturing to the extent it has to mature, and we can provide different kinds of solutions to that. I'm very, in fact, proud to say when I travel to different foreign countries that we provided vaccines to the world. So the fermentation capacities are there in pharma. Definitely, they can come in agriculture. So if you look at the farmer's toolbox, what we have been trying to do is understanding what the farmer's toolbox can have. And we have been able to modulate his toolbox in order to increase the productivity and efficiency with respect to high value crops like grapes, pomegranate. But when it comes to the field crops, definitely a lot has to be done. So as it is, the biologicals are there to improve the efficiencies of agriculture. Otherwise, there is no other technology which can improve the efficiencies. So we have to be able to, in fact, give lot of substance to it. So subsidizing, rationalizing subsidy, these all things are important. Last but not the least, PM Pranam. Now, there is a facility wherein the center is incentivizing the states if they reduce the chemical fertilizers to some extent. So Karnataka, Maharashtra, they are taking those subsidies, but they are to a very less extent. The government is targeting 20,000 crores, but right now they have just dispersed about 3,000 crores. So this all needs to be done with a right kind of intention and in an accelerated manner, because all of us in the bio industry, we are trying to have a policy document which has to be given to the government, because all of us, because we are very small companies, we were not able to come together and have a kind of a serious policy matter to the government because we were very small. But currently, the biological industry, if at all of the industries are clubbed together, it is a 3,000, 4,000 crore industry. So we are trying to grow, and definitely if policy push is given, the right kind of R&D efforts are incentivized, and the investment is attracted by means of policy, by rationalizing some of the subsidies. Currently, I'm happy that the biological industry is not getting the subsidy to the extent the chemicals are getting. Agrochemicals definitely are not getting, but fertilizer industry is getting. So can something be done with respect to rationalizing the urea, which last, in fact, in Hyderabad, I was talking to the IFCO chairman who was there with me on the dais, wherein the farmers are asked to reduce urea. But can't every bag of urea be given with an organic fertilizer to some extent and a biofertilizer? This is a very important aspect. And if at all we see that all the 200 million hectares have to be supported by biologicals, it will definitely be a very big industry.
Yeah. Thank you so much. In fact, as a moderator, I had planned that I'll keep some time for questions from the audience and one last word from the panelists. But I have got very strict instructions that on account of certain rescheduling of the program, because the Honorable Minister has advanced his program. So I hope you'll all understand. We had a very brief discussion, but it was a very meaningful and useful discussion. And we did manage to touch upon various important aspects which require some kind of a policy rethink. Thank you so much. Thank you for being such a
Thank you very much
informed panel. Thank you so much.
Before we close the session, I would once again invite on stage Mr. Harris Khan to do the honors of presenting a small token of gratitude. It's a green plant. We present to our moderator, Dr. Tarun Sridhar. Thank you, sir. To Dr. Sandeepa Kanetkar. To Dr. Kalyan Goswami, Director General, Agrochemical Federation of India. We present to Dr. Kalyan Goswami. To Mr. Ajay Rana. And to Mr. Ravinder Grover. And I would request Mr. Harris to kindly join our dignitaries for a group photograph. Can you please join for a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to thank all our panelists and our distinguished moderator for the wonderful session we had. We're extremely sorry for not being able to take question and answers. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, as you all must be aware, we were supposed to have our award presentation ceremony from 8:30 p.m. onwards. And our Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyalji, was supposed to be presenting the awards. Shri Piyush Goyalji is still going to present the awards, but he has requested the awards ceremony to be kept at 7 p.m. onwards due to some other commitment that he has later. So because of that, we will have to cut short in all the timings of all the sessions by 15 to 20 minutes in each session. We would request all our panelists, our speakers, and all our participants to kindly cooperate with us in this regard. So we now go ahead with the proceedings of our next session. The title, Smart Solution for Smart Agriculture. So, ladies and gentlemen, in a world where farming must be climate resilient, resource efficient, and tech enabled, smart agriculture is not a choice, it's a necessity. This session brings together leading minds who are developing and deploying innovations that are reshaping how we grow, manage, and deliver food. We are delighted to have as our distinguished moderator, Ms. Rukhsar Menon, Assistant Vice President, Service Export Promotion Council. Let's put our hands together to welcome ma'am on the stage. Ms. Menon is a dynamic professional with a strong background in international trade promotion, innovation ecosystems, and service-led export strategies. Her work has bridged the gap between emerging technologies and global agri-service markets. We welcome you, Ms. Menon, to chair this session. And I would like to invite our distinguished panelists who are innovators, scientists, and industry leaders. First, I invite Mr. Debrata Sarkar, Vice President, Elga Energy. He represents a pioneering company leveraging microalgae-based solutions to promote crop nutrition, soil health, and sustainable productivity. His work lies at the intersection of biotechnology and regenerative agriculture. Warm welcome to you, sir. We invite Mr. Vipin Saini, Chief Executive Officer, BASAI, the Bioagriculture Solution for Agri-Innovations. Mr. Saini leads an agri-tech enterprise focused on smart irrigation, precision farming, and AI-based decision tools that help farmers make data-informed choices for better yields and resource efficiency. We invite Dr. Srinivas Rao, Director, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, actually, he's going to be joining us online. And we would like to invite now Mr. Sondra Rajdane, CEO Hive Farm, at the forefront hydroponics and vertical farming. Mr. Sondra Rajdane is transforming how urban and peri-urban India thinks about food productions. His ventures focus on sustainable water-efficient farming solutions for the future. We invite Mr. Ravi Mathur, President Shaktiman Agro. He's leading one of India's largest agri-machinery companies and focuses on mechanization and innovation in farm equipment and empowers farmers with modern tools for improved productivity and profitability. And finally, Dr. Markandeya Gorantia, Executive Chairman and Managing Director, AGTC Biotech Private Limited, a trailblazer in plant biotechnology. Dr. Gorantia specializes in molecular breeding, agri-genomics, and trade development. His innovations are helping build crop resilience in the face of climate variability. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to hand over to our distinguished moderator to kindly carry forward the proceedings of this session. I would request you, ma'am, to kindly close latest by 1:15 so that we can save some minutes here. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome to today's session on Smart Solution for smart agriculture. Thank you, ma'am, for setting the context. Today, we will explore how technology is bringing about change in agriculture and why collaboration with smart agriculture solution providers are becoming essential for the future of farming. With this, I will start with Mr. Debrata Sarkar. Sir, how do you envision the role of smart farming in ensuring food security? Food security is something that is being discussed for a quite long time. And what key trends or innovations we should look for in future?
Thank you. Thank you, Agriculture Today. I think every year you are creating a platform for meaningful discussion. Maybe knowledge level we are growing, but I think execution level we still need to grow. Coming back to your question, yes, I think I will start with the very basic. So I can come, I represent a company who does with the basics. So I will start with the basic. For me, smart is simple, measurable, realistic, and tangible. So I will go with the most basic substance, soil, because I think whatever AI tools, whatever technology we provide, whatever technology we work on, I think end of the day, everything will start from the very basic thing, soil. And there are some scary facts about soil, which I probably, mention in every given platform, that we are living with 60 years of farming, and every single moment we are losing more than 30 soil field of soil, topsoil. So I think that is a very growing concern, which needs to be handled in the smart agriculture as well, because whatever technology we provide, whatever technology we use for agriculture to do, I think end of the day you need soil to grow the crop and finally to the food. And as you mentioned, sir, that about the growing demand and the food, it is a surprising story that the last 2 decades, our food production has grew 2 times. While it is also true that the hunger index has also significantly grew. So does it mean that we are producing food, but it is not reaching to the right place? So that's a growing concern to that. That means we are producing, but it is not reaching to the right place. So probably the smartest technology for agriculture is to how to retain what we are producing. And I think in the last session, it was discussed that certain product, certain crops like corn, there is a growing demand and the production is not enough. So probably it is time in the smartest way to look at, do we need crop diversification? Because certain things probably we are producing more, it is not reaching to the right place. Certain crops probably we need to focus on and shift, and of course end of the day the smartest way to do is the sustainable technology. So that sustainable technology is again related to soil, because if the soil is healthy, it is growing well. So it will also help to sequester carbon, and it is finally our privilege, or our pledge should be for the future generations to come. Thank you.
So with this, I come with another question. So when you talk about all this, how can we create a unified ecosystem where agri-tech and sustainability deliver measurable outcomes for farmers and the environment?
It's for me? Okay. It's the second one. So can you come again? Sorry.
How can we create a unified ecosystem where agri-tech and sustainability delivers measurable outcomes for farmers and environment?
Yeah, I think my first answer was pretty much related to that in its time that we need to. I think the biggest success factor for all of us is knowing the known, not knowing the unknown. So we have enough knowledge. I think the biggest challenge for us is that we are all knowledgeable, but when it comes to execution, we fall apart. So I think it's very much available in the public domain that our productivity is increasing. And there are many things we need to cheer on, but then this is also true. Our hunger index is increasing. Like what just in the last discussion when Ajay was mentioning that there is a growing demand for corn. So I think the collaboration is need to be aligned in a way that the technology should be aligned in a way so that what are the crops we need to grow, we need to change, we need to be agile to change. We also need to really look at that what are those things we need to really put our focus on. It's not only about the holistic approach, it is also about very specific about our survival and our strategy for the future generations to come. So there has to be a lot of collaboration. Like the last conversation or the last panel, Sandeepa talked about lot of microbial technologies, sustainable technologies, which smaller companies we are trying to gather together and work for this. That collaboration is also important for sustainability. So in the going forward, I think it is very important that all these small dots needs to be connected, and whether in the form of a collaboration, whether in the form of a platform. But end of the day, this collaboration will be very critical for the sustainable future.
Thank you, sir. With this, I go on with Dr. Vibha Dhawan, Director General TERI. So as the context was set, technological advancement is a necessity. Now, these includes intelligent solutions. Now, with this regard, what policy or infrastructure support is needed to make smart agriculture the norm rather than the exception in India?
Not there, bro. He's not in.
Mr. Vipin Saini, how is precision agriculture tools transforming traditional farming practices in India, especially for smallholder farmers?
About precision farming in terms of
Maybe
smart.
not working.
Yes.
So much.
Yeah, now it's fine. Okay, so if you talk about precision farming in terms of smart agriculture, do the words drones, softwares, applications, drip irrigation, or furthermore sophisticated fertigation things come across? Yeah, they do come across. But when you talk about small farmers, and on a perspective of an association on agri inputs, basically biologicals, I like to twist the whole conversation towards advocacy and policy. We've got Pashaji over here. We've got the former Chief Justice sir over here, who's now a passionate farmer, and he said that the farmer knows actually what's going to happen. So I mean, if you talk about policy and stewardship, I would say anything coming across, be it precision farming through software technology or through drones or any other sophisticated micro fertigation technologies coming across, these need to be integrated region-wise. There cannot be, I repeat, if anybody in this room believes that there can be a central universal policy on agriculture in this country, it cannot. It cannot. Every state, every district, every block has got a different agriculture practice culture. Agriculture is a culture in India. Just like we celebrate festivities in India, that's our culture, that's our tradition. That's exactly what it happens for the farmers. But you need to understand their mindset and try to adapt them to that technology, whether it suits them or not. See, if you see the farmer, they're very good at WhatsApp nowadays. So they can adapt anything. And if you talk about overseas, so overseas, I don't need a specialized trainer's license to fly a drone. There are common people who know how to drive, who know how to fly a chopper or the aeroplane just for the fun of it. So, but that's for overseas concerns. But in the country concern, in the country context, I'll say that stewardship is the key for adaptation of all these technologies, be it precision technology via drones or any other means in this regard. And then that needs to be translated into policy. And policy needs to be, cannot go through the block level. Obviously, it can be divided between the central and the state level. And then there can be, certain adjustments region-wise, which need to be understood on the crop pattern and the traditional way they have been doing. Now, like Devrata, he was talking about soil. See, we've achieved food security. Everybody's talking about food security. How many of you know that from the past 2 parliament sessions, there are questions coming up across the country raised with respect to food insecurity? How many of you are aware of? Now, if some politician, some member of parliament is raising such a question, there is a matter of concern. The adaptation of these technologies need to be timely. For the past 50 years, if the chemical industry or the agrochemical industry feels that they've achieved much, still on every platform, people say that there is need of stewardship, there are need of policies. And if I have to go back to the first 12-year plan till the latest 12th that has been later on discontinued, everything we're talking about, soil health, water conservation, all these basic things, even today we're trying to address through all these fancy words of precision agriculture, were first discussed and have been recorded in the first 5-year plan of our country. So look where we stand. It's pathetic. We are going into technology. We are very proud of it, I'll say, but the adaptation needs to be even more, and the policy understanding needs to be even further more. So that's my 2-bit on the whole issue.
So I agree with you that we cannot have central policy as agriculture is very wise. Can you please elaborate key challenges in precision agriculture to be very precise?
Yeah. So
and how can we address them one by one?
Just let me give you an example on drones. Now, the Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee under Section 4 and 5 of the Insecticides Act, and which is an authority for registration of pesticides, once the drones thing came across in the country a couple of years back, they gave a blanket approval for all existing formulations to be tried and tested for drone, application. Now, that was a blanket thing that came across and it's being extended further ahead. Now, what is the difference between a drone and an aerial spray? I'd like to ask. Till the early 1990s, which was the last approval given, there used to be a central approval required from the Directorate of Plant Protection, Quarantine and Storage. So what is different between drones and aerial sprays? And there used to be specific formulations for that, known as ultra-low volume formulations. There's no such thing for drones. Now, drone, again, coming in the context of drone application, everybody's talking about spraying of drones through the whole field. Now, if I take the context of precision agriculture, drones were actually, and the softwares accommodating drones, were supposed to highlight and be well working upon targeting a particular area of the field where there was an issue, and not a blanket spray going across. So this is just one example I like to quote on which I felt apt upon these things. So precision agriculture in its very own terminology is still not understood by many of us, and not even the policymakers or whatever is being tried to push across, like drones in this country. So if you see about drones working as an application to replace manpower, that's fair enough. But then why do you need to spray excessive things across when you can achieve a specific spot solution for a particular section of the field rather than spraying the whole part across? Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I think your inputs are well noted. Now I move on to Mr. Saundara Dajani, CEO, Hi-Farm. Sir, how is your company ensuring sustainable practices across different crops while ensuring farmers to continue to receive accurate real-time climate-specific advice and support for sustainable farming practices?
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. Let me give a brief. I represent the potato industry and lots been happening in potato industry. Before I just get into the area, specifically what she was mentioning, I would say in the digital era today, I think the first and foremost thing we need to do is to document the traditional wisdom of the farmers. I had the opportunity of working with Professor M.S. Swaminathan, and he always recommends to blend the traditional wisdom of farmers with any new technologies. While we step into any new technologies in digital era, I think it's very important for us to document all the traditional wisdom of the farmers and create a knowledge sharing series or a knowledge sharing Facebook. It should be a Facebook which should be for crop specific, so that each and every farmer, like the way he opens a WhatsApp or he opens up a Facebook, he can always look at crop specific Facebook. That will be very interesting for a farmer to really practice and take it forward. That's number one. Number two, if you look at today, there's a lot of investments which is happening in the agtech space. Close to around $500 to $800 million is pumped every year. And this year specifically, it is bouncing back. Close to $800 million is what is pumped. And as well as with the government of India, if you look at through IDEA or the Digital Agriculture Mission, they're all operating as separate silos. I think it's time for us to integrate both the agtech startups, the kind of efforts which has gone in, to blend it with the government of India's initiative, so that the approach to farmers will be very, very specific and target focused as we are talking about smart agriculture and precision farming. Coming back to specifics with reference to potato industry and the way our company Hi-Farm, which is very popularly known as Hyphen, which is one of the processing snacks industry, frozen processing snack industry. What we do exactly is that we try to bring in all the digital technologies to the farmers by laying out two of the strategic initiatives. One is showcasing to the farmer through a Pathshala initiative, and then trying to say that through digital initiatives, we can still reduce the use of water by 30%. We can still reduce the use of fertilizer by 15%. And much more critical is that how do we reduce the cost of cultivation? That's very critical for us. For a farmer today, he's into two troubles. One is he cannot access to market. And that's one of the biggest challenges today farmers are facing. They are not able to realize value. But at the same time, the farmer keeps spending year on year. The cost of cultivation for a farmer goes year on year. Now we need to really, really think, how do we really look at these technologies to cut down the cost? Our experiences say very clearly last year when we did a 30 farm model demos across Gujarat state in potato industry, we could see 15 to 20% of the cost can be minimized. I think these are initiatives digital technology should be able to give. The second thing is talking about precision agriculture and vis-a-vis the digital ecosystem. Today, if you look at the farmers through many apps today we have developed, which helps the farmer for the entire value chain, what decisions to be taken at different point in time. Do we need to irrigate the crop at the right time, right dose? And similarly, the usage of water, the usage of fertilizer, and usage of pesticides. These are data-driven decisions to be taken rather than gut-driven decisions. I think these initiatives which we have tried through another app called Farmoji, I think this has really helped farmers to really streamline and get better productivity, better yields. And we see at the same time, the cost of cultivation has come down substantially. So that's the example I would like to share here.
So when you talk about documentation, you talk about big data collection. How big data collection can also help production and increase profit figure. With this, is strategic partnership playing a big role?
Absolutely. So I'll tell you the example in Gujarat state today. We are working with close to 7,000 farmers, especially in terms of a contract farming system, wherein we have a pre-agreed price with the farmers. And today, when you look at connecting 7,000 farmers physically on a day-to-day is very, very tough. But at the same time, when you have a phygital tool where you have a mobile app which connects to the farmer and then communicates on a day-to-day, what kind of advisories we can give to the farmer really makes the difference. Today, when you look at reaching out to 7,000 small holding farmers, and that's a classical example of Indian farmers today, it's more important that digital tools can really help in transforming agriculture by giving the right communication to the farmers at the right time. At the same time, we will be able to minimize the cost. I think this is one of the most important thing. Let's all look at how do we minimize the cost of operation for the farmer. At the same time, how do you scale it up? Any new technologies which you want to really showcase to the farmer, I think by videos or by WhatsApp messages or any of these digital tools, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us to scale it up. So that way, I truly believe there are enough AgTech, I would say, tools, but at the same time, it is very critical for us to stack these technologies. Today, we have technologies for each and every format of agriculture business, right from sowing till harvest or even during cold stores. But we need to integrate all these technologies and then stack it to the farmer so that it becomes one single window for a farmer to address all his pain points.
Thank you, sir. Now I move on to Mr. Ravi Mathur. Sir, how do smart machines like pneumatic planters and sprayers contribute to precision and sustainability in farming strategies?
Yeah, thank you, Ruksar. And thank you, Agriculture Today Group, Mr. Khan, for organizing such a wonderful, enriching session. And I would start with my concept on just what our Chief Justice had said in the inaugural session, कि farmer's son don't want to come into the farm. That is the biggest challenge. So why he is not coming to the farm is the biggest thing, which is to be actually addressed so that we are not going to be strived. The hunger index is going keep on increasing. How do we make that kind of a thing on a sustainable ground? That is thing. And for that, the smart technologies are available right from the seedbed preparation to sowing and planting to crop maintenance to harvesting and the rest of the thing that is from he can still earn from the crop residual management. Our organization Shaktiman believes in that making agriculture more economical because we believe that the end price of selling the crop is not in control with the farmer. He can't control the price, what he wanted to sell it out. That is why we are working towards that mission that is making agriculture more economical. You rightly pointed out how the precision planting or a precision equipment will make more wiser option of farming is that now the seeds are becoming costlier day by day. The penny which we count in our purse is going to be the same situation for the seeds also in the future times. And once he realized the value of the seed which he is going to sow in the field, that is going to be a distinguishing factor in getting the yield out of that entire cropping cycle. So we are there with the machines called precision planting machines are there. We are having a sprayer, which you rightly pointed out, sir, in your Mr. Seni. What spraying we are doing, what pesticide we are putting in the crop will directly coming to us only. What economicity and what generosity we are putting in that day, it is coming to us only. That can be controlled by making it very, very precise and precision while putting any drop of toxic material on that. So that is from my side.
Okay, thank you, sir. With this, I would also like you to elaborate how smart technologies are impacting the farm level and how are they transforming agricultural practices?
I will say now the farmer has been distinguished to the another name that is a Urja Data now. He can now earn from his crop residuals also by making a bale out of it and selling it to the other industries, which can give a penny out of his crop residual. Right from the smart technology, I can say right from the seed bed preparation, he is having planters are there. From maintenance, he is having a sprayer where the optimum utilization of pesticide, weedicides can be there. And right from the harvesting, he is having machines to harvest it out. And the control over the himself has been increased like anything. And lastly, which I had already told, that is crop residual management. There are baler, rakers are there, which can be utilized to make himself earn out of the last end of the crop. So this smart technology, if the farmer is going to adopt, I can say they're definitely going to give a greater yield to him and greater money to his wallet also. That which sir has already said in the inauguration session, that this is the only way we can sustain the farmer's son to be in the farm. Because as he vanishes from the field, our food insecurity starts coming, which Mr. Saini has started in the discussion of his. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Makandya, I wanted to ask you this question because this is a very interesting question. While carbon neutrality is often spoken of as a buzzword, what does it truly mean in the context of ATGC's biomanufactured solutions, particularly those developed through wholesale biotransformation and mesoporous release systems?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Agriculture Today and Dr. M.J. Khan for the invitation. Today, we see a big crisis. We are working with 30, 40-year-old molecules, and there are no new molecules. There are no specific crop protection tools. And sustainability, we are talking about using from non-renewable sources. We are very, very far ahead. So how do we produce crop protection tools? A very smart tool. So today, what we are working on, insect biosimilars, basically 6 pheromones of insects. We do it very smartly. We just use about 5 grams of pheromone to disrupt mating in insects in 1 acre. So what it means is tomorrow, the crop protection will be very, very smart. Farmer will be able to do a crop protection within 5 grams. So this technology is also being adopted in terms of the youth coming back to agriculture. Today, the critical problem is we have 100 different pests, but solutions are hardly 10 or 15. Many of them are unmet because these are internal feeders and borers. They do not have solution. Take a simple example of brinjal shoot and shoot borer, pink bollworm. Till now, do not have a direct mechanism of action. So pheromones, insect hair pheromones, for a layman language, it's called insect family planning. What it does is it doesn't allow the population to breed at all. So that's very smart technology. That's what we are trying to do. And how do we produce that? How do we manufacture? People talk about carbon neutrality, net zero. Where are we with that? We are very, very far off. Today, we are using all the formulations, what we are doing today. Currently, they are depending on fossil fuels. So how to change from fossil fuels to smart technologies? So pheromone delivery system with material science is what is going to be the future. So we are using material science to deliver 5 grams of active ingredient within 100 grams. We don't need water. We don't need spray equipment. The application is just 10 minutes per acre, and the farmer is able to protect the crop for entire season. So that's the technology because there is no need of any water. There is no pump, no spray technology. And especially on the biotransmission. So how are we producing using carbon neutral net zero? What we are doing is insects produce pheromone naturally. There are 2-3 genes which actually produce the pheromones. So what we are doing is we are, for the first time in the world, we have developed a reusable biotransmission system to convert oil to a crop protection pheromone tool. Oil to crop protection with just using water and yeast in the conversion process. No energy at all, zero energy. And delivery system, we are using material science, which is basically nanomaterials in silica and carbon, which is basically will deliver the pheromone in the field. And this is the future of agriculture, to my knowledge. And today, we are the first company in India who are out-licensing to several countries. We are the first company to out-license to Israel. 18 molecules, they have licensed from us for marketing and distribution. The US has licensed 14. In fact, the major the government programs of USDA, you might have heard about pink bollworm eradication program, fruit fly control program. They're all done by us. ATGC. This is the 9th year of our implementation. So these pests create menace, locust, you might have seen. So there is nothing you can do when the population explodes. Similarly, in the US, we have gypsy moth explosion. So this season, they prepared, they hibernate in Canada, and the next year, they enter the United States whenever the spring starts. So what do we do? Just spray 400 rain droplets containing sex pheromone of the insect. So when the moths enter the United States, all the males will go in one direction, females will go in one direction. There ends the story. So that's the kind of area-wide management program we do globally. So we are supporting several governments in Argentina. The ambassador was there, I was just mentioning to him. We did 40,000 hectares in grapes. So today, Argentina is able to export their wine. Otherwise, no. The insecticides, what they use, the residues which they produce, really they can't do anything. So with our technology, during using smart pheromone technology, they are now able to export wine to US. They're getting US dollars. So that's where the technology plays. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, even ATGC's insects family planning functions at the ecosystem level. What makes it scalable, smart alternative to chemical pesticides for large-scale climate-resilient agriculture? Can you please throw a light on that as well?
The previous session clearly highlighted how our molecules are as old as us. Yeah. So today, there are $540 billion loss because of insect pest. So what are we talking about crop protection today? We are talking about $40 billion support from the GMO industry, where the genetically modified crops protect the crops, and whereas $20 billion from the insecticide industry. So what happens to the $490 billion crop loss because of insect pests? There are no solution. Today we have seen fires in California. Why? It's one beetle, mountain pine beetle, which is killing all the pines, and pines are catching fire. So we are trying to protect 2 national forests using anti-aggregation pheromone. And so that's the crisis. 90 and the rice yellow stem borers, internal feeders and borers, stem borers, they do not have any solution. They live inside the plant. We can't do anything. Pink bollworm, for example, there is nothing. The worm lives inside the ball. Nothing we can do. Thousands of farmers are dying because they try to do certain combinations which are going forward. So insect family planning provides a critical role. They disrupt mating, they suppress the population, there is no population at all. So if you suppress the population by confusing the male not to mate with their female partners, there ends the story. That is what is the future of agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Simi Kamal, Chairperson, IMWI. I think she was supposed to join online. Okay. Are we open to take 2 questions from the audience? Anybody for a question? We have 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, I think we are done with this session. Thank you to all the panelists. It was wonderful. You had wonderful inputs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's put our hands together as I invite Ms. Rajni to kindly come up on the stage from ICFA to Agriculture Today Group to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to all our distinguished and eminent panelists and our moderator. We request you, ma'am, to present to our distinguished moderator, Ms. Rukshar Menon, AVP Services Export Promotion Council. Thank you, ma'am, for wonderfully moderating this session. We present to our distinguished panelists, Mr. Devrata Sarkar, Vice President, Elga Energy. To Mr. Vipin Saini, Chief Executive Officer, Basai. To Mr. Sondra Rajane, CEO, High Farm. To Mr. Ravi Mathur, President, Shaktiman Agro. And to Dr. Markandeya Gorantia, Executive Chairman and Managing Director of ATGC Biotech Private Limited. Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. I would request all our dignitaries to kindly come together for a group photograph. Ms. Rajni, if kindly join our dignitaries for a group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, we invite everyone to join us for lunch. The lunch will be for 45 minutes only. We request everyone to be seated back 5 minutes before 2 so that we can go ahead with the proceedings of the next session sharp at 2 o'clock. Thank you. So join us for lunch served outside. Enjoy the lunch and kindly be back in time for the next session.
And why we are transforming this region by harnessing the power of science. Because better is advancing solutions for a healthier future. To live a fuller life, we need to transform our everyday health. Better is when people are equipped with the right knowledge and resources to lead the best possible life. Better is not what we do, but why we do it. Together, let's create a world that is better for all. Bayer, science for better.
वेलकम ह्यूमन स्वागत है आपका स्काईफ्लाइट
सर मैंने बिजनेस क्लास के लिए तो वहाँ पे भूख लगी हो रही सब
Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Get me one red sandwich, orange juice, and some cashews.
Sorry, sir. आज फ्लाइट पे खाना नहीं है, सर।
आशा करते हैं आपकी उड़ान सुखद हो।
क्यों?
किसान छुट्टू का है, सर।
ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? नहीं पता। हम किसान जानते हैं सब हमारे भरोसे इसलिए हमारा भरोसा ग्रो मोर
जिनके भरोसे दुनिया उनका भरोसा ग्रो मोर
In the heart of India, where fertile fields stretch wide, where the farmers nurture their crops with unyielding pride, amidst the lush green crops that sway and dance, stands a company that helps enhance the yield and quality of food produced on our land. Introducing Dhanuka Agritech Limited, established in the year 1980. Dhanuka Agritech Limited is part of the 56-year-old Dhanuka Group and is one of the fastest growing agrochemical companies in India. With our 3 fully equipped agrochemical formulation facilities, a new specialty chemicals plant, a state-of-the-art research center, 90 plus products, 30 plus warehouses, and a pan-India distribution network of 6,500 plus primary and 80,000 plus secondary distribution channels. Dhanuka has been a leader in the growth of the Indian agrochemical market, touching the lives of more than 10 million farmers. The agriculture industry in India has emerged as a ray of hope, showing remarkable growth and resilience. It has also opened up new avenues for India as a global manufacturing hub. Our strong connection with the farmer is at the heart of everything we do. Building on this thought, we recently introduced the India Ka Pranam Har Kisan Ke Naam campaign, which pays tribute to farmers and acknowledges their invaluable contributions to our society. We embark on the synthesis journey with our pharmaceutical division, which was established in the year 1997 for the manufacturing of cephalosporin antibiotics to manufacture advanced pharmaceutical intermediates. Our acquisition of Orchid Pharmaceuticals in 2020 has propelled our pharmaceutical business to more than double and now stands at more than $130 million. Now, Orchid is setting up a 7 ACA manufacturing facility, which would make Orchid the only company in the world to be fully backward integrated and will allow the world to have a new source of antibiotics to cater for the global market need. We have recently commenced a state-of-the-art chemical synthesis plant in Dahej, Gujarat, where we plan to manufacture specialty chemicals, intermediates, and agrochemical technicals. Dhanuka team possesses the necessary expertise to carry out a multitude of more complex reactions, such as halogenation, hydrogenation, ammonolysis, esterification, nitration, and many more. With a rich legacy of long-term partnerships, we want to create new collaborations and drive innovation and work towards a brighter tomorrow. We are transforming India through agriculture. We are Dhanuka.
Since 1993, Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences Limited has been a beacon of innovation and quality in agriculture and public health. Our mission is simple yet profound: to empower the farming community with high-quality crop protection and plant supplement products. At Indo-Gulf, we blend advanced technology with rigorous research, ensuring the highest standards of quality. Our logo, featuring two hands, symbolizes double protection and universal security, a promise of growth and safety.
As the group chairman, I have seen Indo-Gulf grow from its inception to becoming a leader in agriculture innovation. Our commitment to quality and sustainability is unwavering.
Sanjay Agarwal, our managing director, has been the driving force behind our growth.
As the managing director of Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences Limited, my vision has always been clear: to drive innovation and quality in the agricultural sector. At Indo-Gulf, we have integrated advanced technology and rigorous research into our operations. This dedication is evident in every step of our manufacturing process, from sourcing the finest raw material to maintaining the stringent quality checks at every stage.
With over 3 decades of experience in the agrochemical industry, at Indo-Gulf, we have significantly expanded our product base, ensuring we meet the diverse needs of our clients. Our commitment to quality control and smooth operations in production, procurement, and logistics has been pivotal in our journey.
Strategy for any good and growing organization is a dynamic process. We at Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences are working on all the aspects that finally would be leading to excellence. The most important point is, which is going on as of today, is on people or the talent resources. We have modules where we are identifying the talents. We are grooming the talents to shoulder them higher responsibilities. And at the same time, we are working on all the factors to retain the talents. The second important part would be the product portfolio. When it comes to product portfolio, the most important point in Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences is that, yes, the technological advancement of Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences should reflect in its offering in terms of products. And at the same time, it also takes care of the top line and the bottom line numbers. The bottom line numbers here means the appraisal profit.
Our commitment to excellence is reflected in numerous awards and recognitions, both nationally and internationally. Sustainability is at the core of our practices, from manufacturing to field applications.
With over 20 years in agrochemical and business trading, I oversee our overseas business, including imports and exports, as well as domestic procurements and institutional partnerships. Our strong industry relationships have earned us the prestigious 2-star export house and AOE certification.
Our robust marketing network ensures our products reach every corner of the globe, empowering farmers everywhere. We continuously strive to improve and expand our reach, embracing new technologies and methodologies.
Over 25 years in business finance, our goal is to ensure we stay financially strong and keep growing. I focus on strategic financial management and improve efficiency to maintain profitability and drive sustainable growth.
I bring strategic insights and corporate compliance expertise to the table. My mission is to ensure our practices align with the company's vision, fostering collaboration and impactful growth.
For the last 2 decades, I have had the privilege of leading our sales and marketing effort. My aim is to integrate people and technology seamlessly to propel us to new heights and achieve remarkable success.
With more than 30 years in the agri-entrepreneur industry, I am passionate about driving innovation and adding value to our organization. My efforts have earned us numerous awards, reflecting our commitments to excellence.
Join us in our journey towards a greener, more prosperous future for agriculture. Together, we grow, we protect, we innovate. Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences Limited, committed to improving the quality of life, one crop at a time.
It all started 5 decades ago when a success story was born. Rishi Rasayan Exports Private Limited, established in the year 1972, has never looked back ever since its inception. KREPL has confidently marched ahead on its path of becoming a global brand of choice for millions of farmers, customers, and business partners all over the world. Ensured food security, helped farmers practice sustainable agriculture while delivering effective crop care solutions to them. Over the years, KREPL has transformed into a versatile and diversified agrochemical giant across the globe. What started as just one entity is now a vibrant group comprising of KREPL and its sister concerns, Agro-Life Science Corporation and Agma Energy. The latter is a joint venture with Agro-Life Science Corporation and Alga Energy of Spain. Another successful venture of KREPL are the Sankalp retail stores across India. KREPL has a pan-India presence with a strong network across the country. Backing up this expanse is its vast and robust manufacturing capability in the form of 8 state-of-the-art ISO certified manufacturing plants. These plants, all of them ISO 9001 and 14001 certified, produce the entire gamut of pesticide products, technical and formulations, biostimulants, and crop nutrients. The company has a strong technical support and a vast base of manufacturing and active ingredients such as tebuconazole, metribuzin,
Hello. Check 1. 1. Hey. Check. 1.
S, WS, FS, and many more. All manufacturing units are automated, including automatic packing lines, resulting in finished products reaching the market swiftly. In order to provide customers with world-class innovations and to help India achieve food security, KREPL has invested heavily in research and development. Its R&D labs, operated by highly qualified chemical engineers and PhDs, provide unique combinations and mixtures as well as specialized formulations. A key strength of KREPL labs is that it can provide tailor-made formulations at a short notice. All these research activities are done strictly in compliance with FAO guidelines. Spearheading KREPL's research program is Krish Biotech Research Private Limited. It is an OECD GLP certified laboratory of the group, offering CRO services to the industry. It is primarily due to this facility that KREPL is able to handle a vast range of GLP dossiers. A highly qualified international regulatory team is involved in handling comprehensive GLP dossiers compliant with many international registration requirements. These include the European Union, Australia, USA, Brazil, Argentina, Russia, China, South Africa, and many more. This focus on quality and innovation has paid off rich dividends. Today, the group turnover is over 260 million US dollars. KREPL now has a global presence in more than 50 countries, including Europe, USA, Latin America, Australia, Russia, CIS countries, Asia, and Africa. It also has international subsidiaries in Mexico, UAE, Hong Kong, Bangladesh, Nepal, and many more are being planned in the near future. Pushing the frontiers of innovation, achieving new heights of success. Krishi Rasayan Exports Private Limited.
कस के वो सर आ गया मैं आ गया आप बस मुझे 2 मिनट दो सर डन डन डन सुन बोल फटाफट बोल यार
Yeah.
फिसल गई दोनों में ममता पिघल गई दोनों में जिन दो आंखों ने रोका है लाड भरा एक झोंका है माँ सा कोई पास रहता है ममता का एहसास रहता है गोरी है एक मासूम हंसी दिख जाए पर ममता दिख जाए अल्फाज बिना कहती है ममता खुशबू की तरह बहती है ममता ऐसा भरोसा है, हमारा भरोसा है, ममता कहता है, हमारी जैसी आवाज है। परवाज़ है, सुन लो।
ममता जैसी शुद्ध, माँ जैसी, माँ जैसी।
हर बार फसल काटने के बाद पराली को जलाने से मिट्टी में नाइट्रोजन, पोटाश और ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन जैसे तत्वों की कमी हो जाती है। इसलिए हैप्पी सीडर और रिवर्सिबल प्लॉ जैसी मशीनों पर सरकार किसान को 50% सब्सिडी दे रही है। यही नहीं, सीएचसी बनाने के लिए किसान भाई 80% सब्सिडी का अनुदान पा सकते हैं। इन मशीनों की मदद से पराली मिट्टी में मिलाकर मिट्टी की उपजाऊ क्षमता बढ़ाई जा सकती है और इससे फसल में प्रति हेक्टेयर 2 क्विंटल की बढ़ोतरी भी होती है। बचत चाहते हो तो पराली को जलाएं नहीं, मिट्टी में मिलाएं।
समझे हैं, समझाएंगे, पराली नहीं जलाएंगे।
अधिक जानकारी के लिए जिला कृषि अधिकारी से संपर्क करें। कृषि तथा किसान कल्याण विभाग हरियाणा द्वारा किसान भाइयों के हित में जारी।
मेरा पानी मेरी विरासत।
अगर हरियाणा का किसान चाहता है कि उसकी आने वाली पीढ़ियां पानी के लिए मोहताज न हो, पानी को लेकर उनके जीवन में कुछ संकट खड़ा न हो, पानी को लेकर युद्ध या लड़ाई न हो, पानी न होने की वजह से जमीनें बंजर न हो, पानी के गिरते जल स्तर से पानी के लिए हाहाकार न हो, तो आपको समझना होगा, जानना होगा, सीखना होगा और मानना होगा कि धान की फसल सिर्फ और सिर्फ आपके जल स्तर को गिराती है। इसका बचाव यही है कि आप वैकल्पिक खेती आजमाएं, जैसे मक्का, सब्जी या कपास की खेती करें। आपकी ये समझदारी और सूझबूझ आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक सुखमय और गौरवमय जिंदगी देगी, क्योंकि आपका पानी ही आपकी विरासत है। मैं बचाऊंगा मेरा पानी, मेरी विरासत।
मेरा पानी मेरी विरासत।
कृषि तथा किसान कल्याण विभाग के सौजन्य से हरियाणा सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Soil, the source of food and nutrition, is also the root of human health. The same soil has taken the weight of our exploitation for centuries. What is the truth behind our degrading soil health? Acres and acres of land in India have been reduced to a graveyard of degraded earth. And as our sacred soil crumbles beneath the weight of progress, it delivers a warning bell for humanity. This eroding scenario, who stands to lose the most? The soil deficiency is directly draining the health of our country, with a whole generation of growth at risk. But we can still nourish the earth with the care it needs. How? We at SML are helping transform the nutritional balance in the global food system. Pioneering advanced plant health solutions, SML nourishes soil and helps optimize crop yield. Each product at SML is designed to provide a high nutrient use efficiency. This new, combined with the unique optimum release technology, delivers a guaranteed high yield for our farmers. But more importantly, these high yields are enabled by minimal dosages, nurturing the soil ecosystem, the very foundation of our lives. Every SML crop nutrition product ensures the preservation of microbial activity beneath the surface by balancing soil pH and enhancing nutrient uptake. And as we make soil health better, it will also boost nutritional content in the food produced.
A proposta que chegou da gente foi melhorar o pH do solo, disponibilizar o nutriente.
Aqui nessa área onde a gente usou o Tecno-S desde pós-poda, viemos percebendo grande ganho em enchimento de ramo e melhor brotação.
ये हरा भरा दिखता है और इनके पत्ते चौड़ी पत्ती दिख रही है और हरा भरा है, हाइट भी बढ़िया है और सिक्का भी बढ़िया है इनका.
ત્રણ બેગ નોખતા હતા એકરની અંદર, પણ જ્યારે ફર્ટિલાઇઝર ને ટેકનોજેડ એ પાયામાં વાપરવાથી અને પાછળ વાપરવાથી એમને વધુ અનુકૂળતાથી વધુ પ્રોડક્શન મળ્યું અને સારું એવું શાઇનિંગ મળ્યું. એનાથી એરિયાની અંદર બહુ ઘટાડો કર્યો.
İyi günler arkadaşlar. İsmim Uğur Karakaya. Altındaki tarım marketle ziraat mühendisiyim. Ayrıca Yeniömür Mahallesi'nde arazilerim var.
Her işe gübre almaya gittiğimde tanışmış olduğum Inflectis firmasının ziraat mühendisi Halil Bey, Inflectis'i önerdi.
On top of this, our recommended practices help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So, what does the world need for a future rooted in good health? Transformation of soil by achieving balanced nutrition, transformation of climate by lowering greenhouse emissions, and transformation of food quality with the right nutrients balance of nutrition we need. And SML Limited makes it possible every day.
अरे नमस्ते कौशल जी।
हाँ नमस्ते नमस्ते।
अरे मुबारक हो कौशल जी, इस बार तो बहुत अच्छी फसल हुई है।
हाँ शक्ति भाई, इस बार मुझे उपजाऊ मिट्टी, अच्छे बीज, अच्छे खेत, इन सब का साथ मिला। हाँ बस लेकिन अब आजकल जल्दी थक जाता हूँ।
पापा, आप मुझे क्यों नहीं खेतों में ले जाते? मैं भी आपकी ही तरह दिन रात खेती के लिए मेहनत करूंगी।
हाँ उन्नति, अब तो नई तकनीकों से स्मार्ट खेती की जा सकती है।
नई तकनीक मतलब
शक्तिमान।
शक्तिमान?
हाँ, शक्तिमान हर फसल चक्र के लिए बढ़िया और दमदार कृषि उपकरण बनाता है।
भाई इतना बढ़िया है तुम्हारा शक्तिमान, तो जरा बताओ इसके बारे में।
अरे बताना क्या है, साथ चलो।
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
पापा मैं भी आपके साथ चलूंगी।
ये है शक्तिमान। कृषि का सबसे बेहतर समाधान है शक्तिमान।
यहाँ तो सबकी पूरी स्कैनिंग और जांच की जा रही है।
जी, शक्तिमान सबकी सुरक्षा का पूरा ध्यान रखता है। आइए
चलिए।
यहाँ के कर्मचारी पूरे सेफ्टी गियर के साथ ही प्लांट के अंदर आते हैं और यहाँ इन 8 टीपीएम पिलर्स को आधार मानकर ही काम किया जाता है।
ये तो काफी बड़ा प्लांट है।
शक्तिमान के 10 लाख से अधिक संतुष्ट ग्राहक हैं। ये प्लांट 1997 में शुरू हुआ था, जो आज 82 एकड़ में फैला हुआ है, जिसमें 4000 से भी ज्यादा प्रशिक्षित कर्मचारी काम करते हैं। और आज 105 से ज्यादा देशों में शक्तिमान का नाम गूंज रहा है। कोई भी खेती हो, शक्तिमान के पास संपूर्ण खेती चक्र का समाधान है। फिर चाहे जमीन तैयार करना हो, बुआई करना हो, फसल प्रबंधन हो, फसल की कटाई हो या फसल अवशेष का प्रबंधन करना हो, सब है शक्तिमान के पास। और शक्तिमान के रोटावेटर्स, सुपर सीडर, टिलर, हार्वेस्टर जैसी आधुनिक मशीनों का तो लोहा पूरी दुनिया मानती है। यहां मशीनों का दिल यानी गियरबॉक्स बनते हैं। शक्तिमान गियरबॉक्स बनाने में ज्यादातर EN 353 मटेरियल का इस्तेमाल करता है, जो गियरबॉक्स को मजबूत बनाता है। इस गियर और ट्रांसमिशन शॉप में 97 से ज्यादा मशीनों की मदद से अलग अलग तरह के गियर और पार्ट्स बनाए जाते हैं।
वाह, एक ही छत के नीचे सारे गियर बना लेता है शक्तिमान। लो, उस कमरे में क्या है?
यहाँ की लैब, आइए दिखाता हूं। शक्तिमान के प्लांट में विश्व स्तरीय और आधुनिक लेबोरेटरीज हैं। जहां पर जांच के बाद ही उपकरणों का उत्पादन किया जाता है। आओ, तुम्हें यहाँ का हीट ट्रीटमेंट सेक्शन दिखाता हूँ। यहाँ हीट ट्रीटमेंट से धातु को मजबूत किया जाता है और फिर शॉर्ट ब्लास्टिंग से धातु की सतह को समतल किया जाता है।
ये कौन सा विभाग है?
यहाँ धातु की कटिंग, शेयरिंग और बेंडिंग की जाती है, जिसके लिए शक्तिमान उच्च स्तरीय मटेरियल्स का इस्तेमाल करता है। ये देखो, ये है फार्म इक्विपमेंट फैब्रिकेशन लाइन। यहाँ पर आधुनिक वेल्डिंग मशीनों से पार्ट्स का फैब्रिकेशन किया जाता है। इसके बाद हमारी पेंट शॉप में इन पर पाउडर कोटिंग से पेंट होता है। और ये है यहाँ की फार्म इक्विपमेंट असेंबली लाइन, जहाँ उपकरण पूरा जुड़कर तैयार होता है। इस एक ही छत के नीचे 41 तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स 426 वेरिएंट में तैयार होते हैं।
बाप रे बाप,
अभी तो कहानी बाकी है, आइए दिखाता हूँ।
इतनी बड़ी मशीन, ये क्या है?
ये है गन्ने की फसल की कटाई के लिए शुगर केन हार्वेस्टर। यही नहीं, इसके साथ साथ यहाँ HTFE असेंबली में धान के लिए पैडी हार्वेस्टर और बेलर जैसी बड़ी मशीनें भी बनती हैं। इस विशाल स्टोर में फाइनल मशीनों को रखने के लिए भरपूर जगह है। यहाँ हर मशीन की फाइनल टेस्टिंग भी की जाती है। पता है, शक्तिमान का एक प्लांट सिर्फ रोटरी टिलर्स बनाता है, जो दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा रोटरी टिलर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट है। यहाँ की रोटरी टिलर असेंबली लाइन पूरी गुणवत्ता, स्पीड और सटीकता के साथ
It all started 5 decades ago when a success story was born. Rishi Rasayan Exports Private Limited, established in the year 1972, has never looked back ever since its inception. KREPL has confidently marched ahead on its path of becoming a global brand of choice for millions of farmers, customers, and business partners all over the world. Ensured food security, helped farmers practice sustainable agriculture while delivering effective crop care solutions to them. Over the years, KREPL has transformed into a versatile and diversified agrochemical giant across the globe. What started as just one entity is now a vibrant group comprising of KREPL and its sister concerns Agro-Life Science Corporation and Agma Energy. The latter is a joint venture with Agro-Life Science Corporation and Alga Energy of Spain. Another successful venture of KREPL are the Conclave retail stores across India.
Imagine a world with health for all and hunger for none. At Bayer, we are transforming this dream into reality by harnessing the power of science for better. We believe in nourishing the planet while ensuring food security. Because better is empowering farmers to sustainably increase incomes while promoting gender-smart ecosystems. We are pioneering specialized medicines and life-saving therapies for critical diseases. Because better is advancing solutions for a healthier future. To live a fuller life, we need to transform our everyday health. Better is when people are equipped with the right knowledge and resources to lead the best possible life. Better is not what we do, but why we do it. Together, let's create a world that is better for all. Bayer, science for better.
वेलकम यू ऑल स्वागत है आपका स्काईलाइन
सर मैंने बिजनेस क्लास के लिए
तो वहाँ पे भूख लगी हो ये सब Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Get me one veg sandwich, orange juice, and some cashews.
Sorry, sir. आज फ्लाइट पे खाना नहीं है, सर।
आशा करते हैं आपकी उड़ान सुखद हो। क्यों?
किसान छुट्टी पे है, सर।
ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? नहीं पता। हम किसान जानते हैं सब हमारे भरोसे तो हमारा भरोसा ग्रो मोर
जिनके भरोसे दुनिया उनका भरोसा ग्रो मोर. In the heart of India, where fertile fields stretch wide, where the farmers nurture their crops with unyielding pride, amidst the lush green crops that sway and dance, stands a company that helps enhance the yield and quality of food produced on our land. Introducing Dhanuka Agritech Limited, established in the year 1980. Dhanuka Agritech Limited is part of the 56-year-old Dhanuka Group and is one of the fastest growing agrochemical companies in India. With our 3 fully equipped agrochemical formulation facilities, a new specialty chemicals plant, a state-of-the-art research center, 90 plus products, 30 plus warehouses, and a pan-India distribution network of 6,500 plus primary and 80,000 plus secondary distribution channels. Dhanuka has been a leader in the growth of the Indian agrochemical market, touching the lives of more than 10 million farmers. The agriculture industry in India has emerged as a ray of hope, showing remarkable growth and resilience. It has also opened up new avenues for India as a global manufacturing hub. Our strong connection with the farmer is at the heart of everything we do. Building on this thought, we recently introduced the India Ka Pranam Har Kisan Ke Naam campaign, which pays tribute to farmers and acknowledges their invaluable contributions to our society. We embark on the synthesis journey with our pharmaceutical division, which was established in the year 1997 for the manufacturing of cephalosporin antibiotics to manufacture advanced pharmaceutical intermediates. Our acquisition of Orchid Pharmaceuticals in 2020 has propelled our pharmaceutical business to more than double and now stands at more than $130 million. Now, Orchid is setting up a 7 ACA manufacturing facility, which would make Orchid the only company in the world to be fully backward integrated and will allow the world to have a new source of antibiotics to cater for the global market need. We have recently commenced a state-of-the-art chemical synthesis plant in Dahej, Gujarat, where we plan to manufacture specialty chemicals, intermediates, and agrochemical technicals. Dhanuka team possesses the necessary expertise to carry out a multitude of more complex reactions, such as halogenation, hydrogenation, ammonolysis, esterification, nitration, and many more. With a rich legacy of long-term partnerships, we want to create new collaborations and drive innovation and work
towards a brighter tomorrow. We are transforming India through agriculture. We are Dhanuka.
Since 1993, Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences Limited has been a beacon of innovation and quality in agriculture and public health. Our mission is simple yet profound: to empower the farming community with high-quality crop protection and plant supplement products. At Indo-Gulf, we blend advanced technology with rigorous research, ensuring the highest standards of quality. Our logo, featuring two hands, symbolizes double protection and universal security, a promise of growth and safety.
As the group chairman, I have seen Inaugural grow from its inception to becoming a leader in agriculture innovation. Our commitment to quality and sustainability is unwavering.
Sanjay Agarwal, our managing director, has been the driving force behind our growth.
As the managing director of Inaugural Crop Sciences Limited, my vision has always been clear: to drive innovation and quality in the agricultural sector. At Inaugural, we have integrated advanced technology and rigorous research into our operations. This dedication is evident in every step of our manufacturing process, from sourcing the finest raw material to maintaining the stringent quality checks at every stage.
With over 3 decades of experience in the agrochemical industry, at Indo-Gulf, we have significantly expanded our product base, ensuring we meet the diverse needs of our clients. Our commitment to quality control and smooth operations in production, procurement, and logistics has been pivotal in our journey.
Strategy for any good and growing organization is a dynamic process. We at Inaugural Crop Sciences are working on all the aspects that finally would be leading to excellence. The most important point is, which is going on as of today, is on people or the talent resources. We have modules where we are identifying the talents. We are grooming the talents to shoulder them higher responsibilities. And at the same time, we are working on all the factors to retain the talents. The second important part would be the product portfolio. When it comes to product portfolio, the most important point in Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences is that, yes, the technological advancement of Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences should reflect in its offering in terms of products. And at the same time, it also takes care of the top line and the bottom line numbers. The bottom line numbers here means the appraisal profit.
Our commitment to excellence is reflected in numerous awards and recognitions, both nationally and internationally. Sustainability is at the core of our practices, from manufacturing to field applications.
With over 20 years in agrochemical and business trading, I oversee our overseas business, including imports and exports, as well as domestic procurements and institutional partnerships. Our strong industry relationships have earned us the prestigious 2-star export house and AOE certification.
Our robust marketing network ensures our products reach every corner of the globe, empowering farmers everywhere. We continuously strive to improve and expand our reach, embracing new technologies and methodologies.
With over 25 years in business finance, our goal is to ensure we stay financially strong and keep growing. I focus on strategic financial management and improve efficiency to maintain our profitability and drive sustainable growth. I bring strategic insight and corporate compliance expertise to the table. My mission is to ensure our practices align with the company's vision, fostering collaboration and impactful growth.
Over the last 2 decades, I have had the privilege of leading our sales and marketing effort. My aim is to integrate people and technology seamlessly to propel us to new heights and achieve remarkable success. With more than 30 years in the agri-entrepreneur industry, I am passionate about driving innovation and adding value to our organization. My efforts have earned us numerous awards, reflecting our commitments to excellence.
Join us in our journey towards a greener, more prosperous future for agriculture. Together, we grow, we protect, we innovate. Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences Limited, committed to improving the quality of life, one crop at a time.
It all started 5 decades ago when a success story was born. Krishi Rasayan Exports Private Limited, established in the year 1972, has never looked back ever since its inception. KREPL has confidently marched ahead on its path of becoming a global brand of choice for millions of farmers, customers, and business partners all over the world. Ensured food security, helped farmers practice sustainable agriculture while delivering effective crop care solutions to them. Over the years, KREPL has transformed into a versatile and diversified agrochemical giant across the globe. What started as just one entity is now a vibrant group comprising of KREPL and its sister concerns, Agro-Life Science Corporation and Agri-Energy. The latter is a joint venture with Agro-Life Science Corporation and Agri-Energy of Spain.
It's now time to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. As already informed to each one of you, ladies and gentlemen, earlier, Shri Piyush Goyalji, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, was joining us at 8:30 p.m. for the award presentation ceremony. But the Honorable Minister has requested the time to be preponed to 7 p.m. And as a result, we have to cut down few minutes from each session and would like to conclude all our sessions before 7 p.m. before the Honorable Minister joins us for the Agriculture Leadership Awards of this year. We would request everyone to kindly be seated back as soon as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our journey through the 16th Agriculture Leadership Conclave, we now bring to you Session 3, the Farmer-Industry Partnership for Profitable Farming. This session focuses on one of the most critical pillars of agriculture transformation, the collaborative synergy between farmers and the industry. Together, they hold the key to unlocking profitability, sustainability, and innovation across India's rural economy. And I have the privilege in inviting our distinguished moderator for the session, Mr. Rajaram Tripathi. He's convener All India Farmers Alliance, a strong advocate of farmer rights and agri-entrepreneurship. Mr. Tripathi has been leading national-level efforts to bring farmers' voices to the forefront of agriculture policy making and innovation. So let's put our hands together to welcome on stage Mr. Rajaram Tripathi. Inviting our eminent panelists, I invite Mr. Pasha Patel, Chairman, Maharashtra Farmers Commission, a veteran farmer leader and policymaker. Mr. Patel has long been the voice of rural Maharashtra. His contributions to farmer welfare policies and grassroots engagement are both impactful and inspiring. A round of applause to welcome Mr. Pasha Patel. Ladies and gentlemen, all our panelists are farmer leaders, agripreneurs, institutional heads, and industry experts, all working to make agriculture more rewarding for those at its heart, our farmers. Moving on, would like to invite our next eminent panelist, Mr. Yudhvir Singh, General Secretary, Bharatiya Kisan Union, a dynamic farmer leader Known for his grassroots activism, Mr. Singh has consistently raised critical issues relating to farmer income, input cost, and policy equity, advocating for a just and dignified life for the farmers. So let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Yudhvir Singh ji. Inviting Shri Kamal Singh Chauhan, Padma Shri awardee and a very progressive farmer. An inspiration to many, Shri Chauhan ji is celebrated for his pioneering work in crop diversification and value-added agriculture. From growing baby corn to building farmer collectives, his work defines modern Indian farming excellence. So let's welcome Shri Kamal Singh Chauhan. We welcome Mr. B.K. Lab, Vice President, Jain Irrigation Systems Limited. With a focus on micro-irrigation and agri-technology, Mr. Lab has played a vital role in connecting farmers with innovative solutions for water efficiency, crop productivity, and post-harvest management. A warm welcome to you, sir. And finally, we invite Mr. Dharmendra Malik, who's also a farmer leader, is a committed voice for farmers. Mr. Malik brings on-ground realities into national discussions, advocating for better pricing, transparency in trade, and the dignity of rural livelihoods. We invite Dr. Y.S. Sherawat, Director, International Fertilizer Development Center, with deep expertise in soil nutrition and sustainable input strategies. Dr. Sherawat has contributed to global best practices in fertilizer use efficiency and farmer training programs. We invite Dr. Praful Gadke, Chief Executive Officer, BioMe. Dr. Gadke leads some of the most innovative agri-startup focused on biotechnology, climate-resilient inputs, and farmer profitability. His mission is to bridge science with sustainability in the service of rural communities. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this incredible lineup, we are in for a session filled with insights, lived experiences, and innovative approaches that redefine how farmers and industry can grow together. I would now hand over to our moderator of this session, Mr. Tripathi. Over to you, sir. And I would request you, sir, to kindly close the session by 2:45. Over to you, sir. You have 45 minutes, sir.
नमस्कार, धन्यवाद। भोजन के उपरांत के इस सत्र में आप सबका स्वागत करते हैं। सत्र बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। फार्मर और इंडस्ट्री दोनों की पार्टनरशिप और खेती कैसे लाभदायक हो, कैसे प्रॉफिटेबल एग्रीकल्चर हो, विषय बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है। भारत की खेती आज एक चौराहे पे खड़ी है। एक ओर वैश्विक दबाव है, क्लाइमेट चेंज की चुनौती है, बढ़ती जनसंख्या है। दूसरी ओर खेती को लाभदायक बनाना और साथ ही साथ हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज को भी सुचारू रूप से चलाना एक जटिल प्रश्न है। आज के इस सेशन में मैं बड़ा भाग्यवान हूं कि देश के चुनिंदा लोग जो न केवल नीति निर्धारण से जुड़े हैं, किसानों की आवाज हैं, बल्कि खेती की जमीनी हकीकत से परिचित हैं। जैसा कि बताया गया कि समय निर्धारित है, मैं सभी प्रबुद्ध वक्ताओं को जानता हूं, अपने विषय के विशेषज्ञ हैं, लेकिन मेरा विनम्र अनुरोध रहेगा कि हम लगभग 6 से 8 मिनट में अपनी बात को समाप्त करें। पाशा जी जरूर हंस रहे होंगे कि 6 से 8 मिनट में क्या कहा जाएगा, लेकिन मेरा विनम्र अनुरोध है कि कोशिश करें जो विषय वस्तु है उस पे ही हम रहें। और मैं सबसे पहले पाशा पटेल जी, जो कि चेयरमैन है महाराष्ट्र फार्मर कमीशन के, मैं चाहूंगा कि वो फार्मर इंडस्ट्री पार्टनरशिप और प्रॉफिटेबल फार्मिंग इस विषय पे अपने विचार रखें। धन्यवाद पाशा जी, ओवर टू यू। हेलो।
खाने के बाद का सेशन है, इसलिए किसान का विषय रखा गया है। जो भी आए हैं खाना खत्म करके, उनका सबका मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। और अब खेती की अब चर्चा मुझसे शुरू की है, और मेरे नाम के सामने उन्हें जोड़ा है। ये एग्रीकल्चर प्राइस कमीशन महाराष्ट्र का मैं चेयरमैन हूँ। सच में अब गांव में जाके अगर मैं एग्रीकल्चर प्राइस कमीशन का चेयरमैन हूं अगर बोला तो लोग हमको पीटेंगे, ऐसे सारे प्रॉब्लम है। तो अब ये यहाँ पे जो चर्चा का विषय है कि अब ये खेती लाभदायक करने के लिए हमको बिजनेस के साथ में कैसे जोड़ा जाए ना, ऐसा ही है ना त्रिपाठी जी आपका कहना। तो देखिए, मुझे ऐसे हॉल में बात करने का तजुर्बा है नहीं। मैं लाखों लोगों के सामने बात करने वाला किसान हूँ। और आप देखते कहाँ हैं और काम क्या कर रहे हैं और ऐसा सब है, तो फिर भी मेरी बात जरा सुनने की कोशिश करो। अगर तुम मेरी तरफ देखोगे तो मैं बात करूंगा। तो बात ऐसी है कि क्या खेती रहने वाली है क्या, यहां से अपने को शुरू करना पड़ेगा। क्यों, तो 4-5 मिनट का ही समय है। मुझे आप सब लोगों को इस विषय पे ध्यान दिलाना है कि मैंने जो आईपीसीसी की रिपोर्ट में जो देखा है कि 2030 के बाद 40% गेहूं, चावल, ज्वार बोल, तो ये सारे जो चीजें 40% से इसका उत्पादन कम होने वाला है, नंबर 1। और नंबर 2, दूध भी 40% कम होने वाला है और समंदर की मछलियां भी 40% कम होने वाली है। क्यों, तो बढ़ते हुए तापमान के कारण। अभी आपने जो पहले अपन खेती समझेंगे, फिर उसके बाद वो रहेगी कि नहीं रहेंगी, फिर उसके बाद फायदेमंद कैसे करना ये सोचेंगे। तो अब मैंने जो हिमाचल में जो देखा 15 दिन में, तो आप सब लोगों ने भी देखा है 15 दिन में 19 बार 15 दिन में 19 बार बादल फटे हैं और 27 बार फ्लड आया है। अगर इस तरीके का ये चलते रहेगा तो क्या क्या होने वाला है। तो हमने जो सुना है वो ये सुना है कि 2030 के बाद 100 दिन में आने वाली बारिश 52 आवर्स में आके जाने वाली है, ये भी हमने सुना है। तो ऐसे में अब खेती होगी कैसी। मैं सुबह से बात कर रहा हूं सस्टेनेबल सस्टेनेबल सस्टेनेबल। आपके लैब में कैसी सस्टेनेबल होगी खेती मुझे नहीं मालूम, हमारे खेत में क्या होने वाला है। तो अब मेरे सामने सिर्फ एक विषय है कि अगर समझो हमको अब आईपीसीसी का फिर एक बार मैं एग्जांपल आपको देना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि ये एग्रीकल्चर से बहुत नजदीक जुड़ा हुआ है। 2050 में 450 पीपीएम होने वाला है, अब हुआ है 430 पीपीएम कार्बन कॉन्सेंट्रेशन। वो होना चाहिए 350 पीपीएम, 350 होना चाहिए, हुआ है 430, और 450 को हमारा क्या होगा पता नहीं है। तो फिर ऐसे सिचुएशन में हमको भी जीना है और खेती को भी जीवित रखना है। तो इसके लिए करना क्या है। तो मुझे जो लगता है कि जब तक हम कार्बन और टेम्परेचर कम करेंगे नहीं तब तक खेती बचने वाली है नहीं। तो फिर इसके लिए करना क्या चाहिए। तो मैंने जो पढ़ा है, मुझे जो समझता है, या मुझे जिस विषय पे मेरा इंटरेस्ट तैयार हो गया है वो ये है कि अगर खेती और मानव जात दोनों को भी अगर अब बचाना है तो हमको 2 चीज करना है। पहली चीज है कि ग्रीनरी बढ़ाना पड़ेगा, यानी वृक्ष लगाना पड़ेगा, फॉरेस्ट कवर बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। तो फॉरेस्ट कवर की अगर बात आती है तो मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 0.5% फॉरेस्ट है, अब उसको 33% लेके जाने का है। तो फिर आप फॉरेस्ट कैसे बढ़ेंगे, कैसे बढ़ाएंगे? पहला विषय। दूसरा विषय ऐसा है कि फॉरेस्ट कवर बढ़ाना एक काम, दूसरा काम फॉसल फ्यूल जलाना कम करना पड़ेगा। अब फॉसल फ्यूल जलाना अगर कम करना है तो फिर एग्रीकल्चर का और फॉसल फ्यूल का क्या संबंध है? तो हमारे देश के प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बहुत साफ शब्दों में कहा है कि मेरा किसान अब तक अन्नदाता था, अब मेरा किसान ऊर्जादाता बन रहा है। यानी ऊर्जा एग्रीकल्चर से आना आएगी तो ही हम बचेंगे। अब इसमें दो चीज, अब खेती फायदे की करना है, खेती फायदे की करना है और इंडस्ट्री से इसको अगर जोड़ना है, तो अब मेरे सामने दो चीजें आई है। वो ये है कि अब कार्बन अगर कम करना है और टेम्परेचर कम करना है तो डीजल पेट्रोल कोयला कम करना पड़ेगा। आईपीसीसी की रिपोर्ट में 2015 में कहा गया था कि कोल बेस्ड थर्मल जब तक धीरे धीरे बंद नहीं होंगे तब तक हम बचने वाले हैं ही नहीं। तो अब कोल बेस्ड थर्मल अगर बंद करना है तो करना क्या पड़ेगा? तो बायोमास बर्न करना पड़ेगा। अब बायोमास अगर बर्न करना है तो एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट, इसको बायोमास कहते हैं। एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट यानी बायोमास है, तो बायोमास का कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू 2200 है, कोयले का कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू 4000 है। तो 4000 कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू मटेरियल अगर एग्रीकल्चर में कहीं है क्या, तो है, वो है बांस। बांस का भी कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू 4000 है और कोयले का भी कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू 4000 है। अगर हमको कार्बन उत्सर्जन अगर कम करना है तो दुनिया में पहली बार कोल जलाना बंद करना पड़ेगा और कोयले को सब्स्टिट्यूट बांस, ये बायोमास है। हमने 2 साल तक एनटीपीसी के बायोमास मिशन के जो हेड है उनको बांस ये बायोमास है ये कहलाने के लिए 2 साल लगे। और मैं सत्ता में हूं, मैं महाराष्ट्र में कैबिनेट रैंक है मुझे, ये सब रहने के बाद भी मुझे 2 साल लगे। अब उन्होंने ये तो माना कि बांस ये बायोमास है। अब अगर बायोमास अगर है तो फिर अब हमको एक काम करना पड़ेगा, खेती बचाना, खेती प्रॉफिट करना और इंडस्ट्री के साथ इसको अगर जोड़ना है तो अब कोयले के बजाय बांस के पैलेट्स बना के हमको सारे थर्मल को, सारे इंडस्ट्री को जहां जहां कोल जलता है वहां सब देना पड़ेगा। इसलिए आप में से जो भी कुछ एक दो भी अगर लोगों के अगर ये समझ में आएगा कि अगली फ्यूचर इंडस्ट्री क्या है, तो अगली फ्यूचर इंडस्ट्री है एनर्जी खेती में बनाना। और एनर्जी खेती में अगर बनानी है तो सारे थर्मल यानी जहां जहां कोयला, जहां जहां फॉसिल फ्यूल जलता है वहां सब बायोमास जलाना पड़ेगा और वो बायोमास खेती पे उगाना पड़ेगा। जमीन के पेट से निकलने वाली ऊर्जा ये जमीन के पेट से निकालना पड़ेगा। ये सारे इंडस्ट्री को बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलने वाली है, इस पे हमको काम करना पड़ेगा, नंबर एक। और दूसरा भी 2 मिनट और, टाइम तो खत्म हो गया है लेकिन 2 मिनट सुना और एक बार मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है आपको। अब दूसरी बात ऐसी है कि अब डीजल पेट्रोल इसका क्या है, कोयला तो हो गया, अब डीजल पेट्रोल का क्या है? तो मैंने अब सुना है 2027 के बाद जितने भी इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट है उसमें बायोफ्यूल 1% ब्लेंडिंग करने का डिसीजन इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे लिया गया है। अगर 1% बायोफ्यूल अगर इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट में अगर हम बर्न करेंगे तो 240 करोड़ लीटर ये लगने वाला है। लाएंगे कहां से तुम? और अब देखिए, अब ये बायोफ्यूल की बात अगर जब हम करते हैं तो मैं तो एसएससी पास हूं, आप में से कोई तो बोलेगा मैं एमएससी हूं, पीएचडी हूं, 10 देश घुमा हूं, 50 यूनिवर्सिटी पे गया हूं, ये पागल क्या बात कर रहा है। मेरा एक आधी ये बात इधर उधर हो सकती है, क्यों? तुम्हें मुन्ना भाई एमबीबीएस हूं इसलिए तुम्हारे उतना तुम्हें पढ़ा लिखा नहीं हूं, लेकिन मेरी बात को अगर कहीं अगर तुमको अगर कोई झूठ लगती है तो मुझे करेक्ट करो, अगर मेरी सही लगती है तो क्या करना सोचो। अब मैंने एक पेपर पढ़ा है, वो पेपर में ऐसा है कि अब पूरा इथेनॉल का युग आने वाला है। अब इथेनॉल का युग अगर आने वाला है तो 16 लाख करोड़ रुपए का डीजल पेट्रोल हम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। हम ये सारे का सारा जिस जिस देशों से हम आप तक डीजल पेट्रोल इंपोर्ट किए वो सारों को हम बायोफ्यूल हम एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे। 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी नहीं, उसके दुगनी चौगनी 5 गुना भी हम ये काम कर सकते हैं। क्यों? तो कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक इस देश में बांस आ सकता है और ये बांस ये आशा है, बांस बढ़ेगा तो ओंस बढ़ेगा कहते हैं, मोदी जी ने इसके बारे में कहा है। कि बांस ये घास है। 1927 में जो अंग्रेजों ने हमारे बारे में जो षड्यंत्र करके रखा था कि बांस ये वृक्ष है, इसको काटना और एक जगह से दूसरे जगह लेके जाने के लिए फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर की इसको परमिशन लगती है, इसलिए कोई लगाना, बोल तो किसानों ने लगाना बंद किया। त्रिपाठी जी क्यों? खेती मेरी, वृक्ष में, बांस मेरा, खेत मेरा, पौधा मेरा, लगाया मैं। और जब काटने का समय आया, अगर आप फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर है, सर मुझे काटना है, परमिशन दो, वो बोले आधा तेरा आधा मेरा। वो बोले काम मैं और मलिदा तुम खा रहे हो, इसलिए मैं लगाना ही बंद करूंगा। लोगों ने लगाना बंद किया। और 2017 में जब मोदी जी के समझ में बात आई, तब ये विषय ऐसा हो गया। मोदी जी ने कहा कि बांस वृक्ष नहीं है, बांस तो घास है। और एक लाइन में उन्होंने कहा बांस ये घास है। उस दिन से 90 साल के बाद 90 दिन में लोकसभा में और राज्यसभा में एक कानून बन गया। उस दिन से हम काम कर रहे। लास्ट एक लाइन बताता हूँ त्रिपाठी जी, आपका चेहरा मुझे दिख रहा है कि जल्दी खत्म करो बोल के, तो मैं लास्ट बात आपको ये की बात करना चाहता हूँ। अब बायोफ्यूल की जो बात आती है, तो मैंने एक बात पढ़ी, मैं भी पढ़ता हूँ, क्यों तो इंग्लिश का मैं ट्रांसलेट कर लेता हूँ मराठी में, और उसके बाद में लोगों को बोलने को, अब मेरी गलती नहीं, वो ट्रांसलेटर की गलती है अगर कुछ होगी तो। मैं जब ये इथेनॉल के बारे में जब मैं पढ़ा, तो क्या क्या पढ़ा मैंने ये पढ़ा कि मक्के से जो इथेनॉल बनता है उसमें 55% कार्बन का प्रमाण है, और शुगर कैन से निकलता है उसमें 45 है, और जो बांस से निकलता है वो सिर्फ 5% है। तो इन फ्यूचर बांस से इथेनॉल और बांस से मिथेनॉल और इथेनॉल दोनों भी अब बांस से बनने वाले हैं। मुझे आप सब लोगों को एक विनंती करना है कि आप सारे शिप मिथेनॉल पे चलने वाले हैं, और मिथेनॉल बांस से बनने वाला है। तो बांस की खेती हम सब मिलके करेंगे। अगर आप में से किसी को 1,00,000-2,00,000 एकड़ में अगर खेती, बांस की खेती अगर करना है, तो मैं आपको 1,00,000-2,00,000 एकड़ की किसी को अगर जमीन चाहिए ना, तो मैं महाराष्ट्र में दे सकता हूँ। मैं क्यों दे सकता हूँ, मैं एक लाइन फिर एक बार बताता हूँ। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में एनवायरमेंट पे काम करने के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर एनवायरमेंट सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट टास्क फोर्स बना है, और उसका मैं एग्जीक्यूटिव चेयरमैन हूँ, इसलिए मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ। और आपको बांस मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा त्रिपाठी जी? आपको बांस मिलेगा। क्यों? तो देश में महाराष्ट्र एक ऐसा स्टेट है कि 1 हेक्टर कोई अगर किसान बांस लगाता है तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट उसको 7 लाख रुपए सब्सिडी दे रही है। हमने 21 लाख हेक्टर इसका प्लांटेशन करने का तय किया है। ये ग्रीन महाराष्ट्र की हमने कंसेप्ट की है। और अब इस साल जो भी किसान बांस पे प्रोसेसिंग करने के लिए, अगर कोई इंडस्ट्री करने के लिए अगर सामने आता है, और सारे तुम्हारे बड़े कंपनियों को अगर मटेरियल देने का अगर कोई काम करता है, तो 4,300 करोड़ इस साल बजट में हमने इंडस्ट्री, बांस की इंडस्ट्री के लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र ने रखा है। एक लाइन में मैं खत्म करता हूं। अब युग क्या कैसा हुआ है, अब हमको अगर बचना है तो फास्ट ग्रोथ वाला ग्रीनरी लाना पड़ेगा, और वो मल्टी यूज वाला लाना पड़ेगा। 1750 में ग्लासगो में जो इंजन बना, वो इंजन हमारे विकास के लिए बना था, हमारा लिविंग अप स्टैंडर्ड बढ़ाने के लिए बना था। लेकिन वो कमबख्त ने क्या किया, हवा में का ऑक्सीजन खाया, कार्बन बढ़ाया, टेम्परेचर बढ़ाया, वस्तु बनाया। अब वस्तु पहनने के लिए पृथ्वी पे आदमी नहीं रहेगा। अब आदमी भी रहना है और वस्तु भी रहना है, तो हमको क्या करना पड़ेगा? हमको करना पड़ेगा हवा में ऑक्सीजन बढ़ाना पड़ेगा, कार्बन कम करना पड़ेगा, टेम्परेचर भी कम करना पड़ेगा, वस्तु भी बनाना पड़ेगा, और वस्तु पहनने के लिए इंसान भी जीवित रखना पड़ेगा। इसका सिंबल यानी मेरा चश्मा है, मेरा चश्मा बांस का है, मेरा वॉच भी बांस का है। आपको आपका लिविंग अप स्टैंडर्ड बढ़ाने के लिए जितनी भी चीज लगते हैं, ये सारे के सारे एग्रीकल्चर से आ सकते हैं। और ये सारे वस्तु अगर कोयला, डीजल, पेट्रोल, स्टील, एल्यूमिनियम, ये सबके बजाय ये सब हम बांस से बना सकते हैं। तो तुमको हमको अगर जीना है तो इस रास्ते पे जाना पड़ेगा। इतना ही कहते हुए त्रिपाठी जी रोकने से पहले मैं रुकता हूं। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद। पासा जी जब बोलते हैं तो एक विस्तृत अनुभव बोलता है। आप शासन में भी हैं, नीति निर्माता भी हैं, नीतियों को संचालित करना भी जानते हैं। गंभीर चिंता की ओर उन्होंने पूरे सदन का ध्यान आकर्षित किया है कि धान, गेहूं जैसे अनाज, दूध, मछली, इन सब के उत्पादन में काफी कमी आई है। आने वाले दिन संकट के होंगे। उन्होंने समाधान भी सुझाए हैं। धन्यवाद पाशा जी, आपने जरूर 4 मिनट लिए, लेकिन उसके बदले बहुत कुछ हम सबको दिया। धन्यवाद। मैं अब दूसरे वक्ता भाई युद्धवीर सिंह जी, जो कि भारतीय किसान संघ के राष्ट्रीय सचिव हैं, महासचिव हैं, इसके अलावा आप न केवल किसान संगठनों की अगुवा रहे हैं देश के, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कृषि नीति पर इनकी बड़ी अच्छी पकड़ है। कई देशों में इन्होंने भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व भी किया है। मैं चाहूंगा कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वैश्विक बाजार संघ का दबाव, WTO का दबाव और इस बीच में किसानों के लिए क्या दशा दिशा हो सकती है, संक्षेप में इस पे आप प्रकाश डालेंगे। पुनः निवेदन करूंगा, आप लोगों का ज्ञान बहुत विशद है और हम सब लाभान्वित होना चाहते हैं, लेकिन समय सीमा का ध्यान रखेंगे। धन्यवाद। आदरणीय युद्धवीर सिंह जी।
धन्यवाद राजाराम जी। सबसे पहले तो मैं एग्रीकल्चर टुडे को धन्यवाद देता हूं, उन्होंने एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय पे इस सेमिनार का आयोजन किया। विषय है इंडस्ट्री और एग्रीकल्चर का क्या संबंध। बिना इंडस्ट्री के सहयोग के एग्रीकल्चर की कल्पना नहीं की जा सकती। हर मौके पे इंडस्ट्री से जो उत्पाद हैं उनकी आवश्यकता पड़ती है। खेती का जिस तरह का मॉडल आज हमारे सामने है वो इंडस्ट्री के सहयोग के बिना संभव नहीं है। लेकिन सवाल ये उठता, राजाराम जी ने जैसे कहा, मेरा अनुभव, हिंदुस्तान जहां 62% आदमियों की रोजी रोटी कृषि के माध्यम से चलती है, 62% लोगों को रोजगार ये क्षेत्र देता, ये हम अमेरिका और यूरोप का अनुकरण और अनुसरण करके हिंदुस्तान की खेती को बचा नहीं सकते हैं। आजादी के इतने बरस के बाद भी 70 साल हो गए आजादी को, हमारे पास कोई कृषि नीति नहीं। नीतीश कुमार के टाइम पे एक आया था, एक 10-20 पेज का एक ड्राफ्ट सा बना के दे दिया था, आईवास था। एक इतना विस्तृत क्षेत्र जिसकी एक प्रॉपर कृषि नीति बननी चाहिए देश में, वो आज तक इस देश में बन नहीं पाई है। हम उठाते हैं और मॉडल पकड़ लेते हैं अमेरिका और यूरोप का। हम अपने किसान जहाँ 2.5 हेक्टेयर 90% किसान 1 हेक्टेयर से नीचे का, हमारी कृषि नीति इस बात को मद्देनजर रख के बननी चाहिए। हमारा लैंड होल्डिंग क्या, साइज ऑफ लैंड क्या। और एक बड़ी त्रासदी को झेला हमने अभी निकट में, 2020 में जो कोविड आया था, इंडस्ट्री बंद हो गई, फैक्ट्री बंद हो गई। इवन जो मंदिर थे, पुजारी मंदिरों को ताला लगा के भाग गए। जहाँ जीवन दान और जहाँ से आशीर्वाद लेने जाते हैं वो बंद हो गए, भाग गए। कृषि क्षेत्र एक ऐसा क्षेत्र था, किसान निरंतर उस कोविड में भी अपने अथक प्रयास और प्रयत्न से इस देश के उत्पादन में रत्ती भर भी कमी उसने आने नहीं दी। बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है। और खाली प्रोड्यूसर जो है, किसान जो है, वो अपने लिए पैदा नहीं करता, देश की 140 करोड़ जनता के खाद्यान्न को सुनिश्चित करता। बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। उसमें जो कृषि नीति और आज जो वातावरण बना हुआ, सुबह के सत्र में कुछ बातें हो रही थी, जिस तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी के नाम पे एक्सप्लॉयटेशन हो रहा, वो बहुत ही चिंता का विषय है। हम अगर अपनी जमीन को नष्ट कर देंगे, इसको जहरीला बना देंगे, इसमें इतना कंटेमिनेशन कर देंगे, जो कुछ हम डाल रहे हैं वो जमीन में जा रहा और स्टोर हो रहा, 10-20-50 साल के बाद ये जमीन जहर उगले। इस तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी से हमको इस देश की कृषि को बचाना। आज सबसे बड़ी समस्या, आज जिस तरह के हालात हैं, आज किसी भी परिवार का सबसे बड़ा बजट डॉक्टरों की तरफ जा रहा। और उसके पीछे मुख्य कारण ये है कि खान पान, जिस तरह का खान पान हमको उपलब्ध होगा, जो हम खाएंगे उसका असर हमारे शरीर पे पड़ता। उसमें किसान भी उसका सफरर है और उपभोक्ता भी उसका सफरर है। हम सब विक्टिम है उसके। हमारा सबका सामूहिक प्रयास ये होना चाहिए कि खेती इतनी साफ सुथरी हो, खाद्यान्न इतना मतलब क्वालिटी उसकी हो कि आदमी स्वस्थ रहे। हम अपनी वाटर का कंटेमिनेशन, अपनी जमीन का कंटेमिनेशन उससे बचें और उससे बचाएं। आज तक जो रिसर्च का हमारा फोकस रहा, हम अनुसरण करने के आदी हैं। हमने ये मान लिया कि अमेरिकन रिसर्च जो है वो उससे ज़्यादा परफेक्शन कहीं हो नहीं सकती, यूरोपियन रिसर्च से ज़्यादा परफेक्शन कहीं हो नहीं सकती, और हम आंख मीच के उनका अनुसरण कर रहे हैं। उनके यहाँ जिस तरह की रिसर्च हुई है, उन्होंने अपनी खेती को पूरी तरह से बर्बाद किया। अपने यहाँ, उनके यहाँ मैन पावर है नहीं, वो मशीन पे निर्भर करते हैं, वो केमिकल पे निर्भर करते हैं। उनकी परिस्थिति अलग है, हमारी परिस्थिति अलग है। हमको अपनी परिस्थिति को मद्देनजर रख के सोचना पड़ेगा। हमको सेफ फूड पे बात करनी पड़ेगी। हमको, कृषि क्षेत्र एक बड़ा सेंसिटिव क्षेत्र है, इसको इग्नोर करने से नहीं चलेगा जिस तरह से इग्नोर किया जा रहा। मैं देख रहा हूं हमारा आईसीआर है, उस रिसर्च में मोनसेंटो और कारगिल को घुसा दिया। वो हमारे रिश्तेदार हैं, वो हमारे लिए मतलब अच्छी चीज कोई रिसर्च करके देने वाले हैं। हमारा एक्सप्लॉयटेशन तो करेंगे वो अपने बिजनेस के लिए हमारे रिसोर्सेज को यूज तो कर सकते हैं। अमेरिका क्या, अमेरिका दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा व्यापारी है। कितने आदमी मरो, कितने आदमियों का कत्ल करना पड़े, पूरी दुनिया को डिस्टर्ब करके रखा हुआ है। उस आदमी की जो कंपनियां, मल्टीनेशनल कंपनियां, उन पर रिलाई करके हम अपनी रिसर्च को उसको सौंप रहे हैं। कहाँ जा रहे हैं, किस दिशा में जा रहे हैं? अगर बहस हो तो सार्थक हो। मैं अपने इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट से कहूंगा कि हमको अपनी रिसर्च को डिपेंड नहीं करना, भारतीय परिवेश पे रिसर्च हो। हम किस तरह से, हमारे पास बहुत कुछ है, बहुत नॉलेज है हमारे पास, बहुत कुछ हम कर सकते हैं। सहयोग चाहिए हमें, कॉपरेशन चाहिए। वो कॉपरेशन नहीं मिल रहा क्योंकि पॉलिसी इस तरह की बन रही है, पुश किया जा रहा कि खेती संभव ही नहीं है केमिकल के बगैर। जिस अमेरिका ने मेक्सिको को इतना एक्सप्लॉइट किया था कि वहां की जमीन को बांझ बना दिया था, जमीन की फर्टिलिटी खत्म हो गई थी। इतना केमिकल, इतना पेस्टिसाइड और फर्टिलाइजर का इस्तेमाल किया था, बांझ बना के छोड़ दिया था जमीन को, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा पहला गुलाम उनका नजदीक का वही था, वही इनके एक्सपेरिमेंट थे। क्या आप चाहते हैं हमारी जमीन भी बांझ हो जाए? हम जिस फूड सिक्योरिटी की बात करते हैं, फूड सिक्योरिटी तो जब होगी जब हम अपनी सॉयल को इंटैक्ट रखेंगे, उसको इम्प्रूव करेंगे, उसका डिग्रेडेशन नहीं होने देंगे। हमारी जो पॉलिसी बने, जिससे हमारे जो केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर, जो सीड्स हैं, उस पे काम करें। नेचर ने सीड दिया, हर एरिया की ज्योग्राफी के हिसाब से हमको प्रकृति ने कुछ दिया, वो उसी क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस में ग्रो करता। हम एक रिसर्च है, एक उस मुल्क की रिसर्च जिसके माइनस में टेम्परेचर जाते हैं, उसको 48-50 डिग्री की लाके उसमें खड़ा करते हैं। मैं ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन में यंग था, बच्चा था। मेरा उत्पादन में, हमारे यहाँ वीट का था, 20 क्विंटल का उत्पादन मैंने लिया था। स्ट्रेट लाइन वैरायटी थी, हाइब्रिड नहीं आया था तब तक। स्ट्रेट लाइन वैरायटी से इस देश में ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन आया था। उसके बाद दुनिया भर की टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई है, मैंने नहीं सुना है कोई 20 क्विंटल से ऊपर निकाल रहा हो। कहाँ है फिर वो रिसर्च कहाँ जा रही है? और वो कहाँ, जब आपकी वही है, आपका प्रोडक्शन वही है। उस टाइम खाद का टाइम शुरू हुआ था, डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन प्लांट लगाती थी कंपनियां, और वो फ्लैग लगाते थे फ्री में। एक बैग हमारे गांव में दे जाते थे और फ्लैग लगाते थे, ये फ्री है और ये फ्लैग आपका। उस फ्लैग लगा के वो डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन लगता था, एक कट्टे से हम 1 एकड़ में काम चलाते थे। आज 6 से 7 बैग उसी खेत में डाल रहे हैं। ये अपने आप में साबित करता है कि जमीन की फर्टिलिटी नीचे जा रही है। कहाँ तक नीचे ले जाएंगे, कितना नीचे ले जाएंगे। राउंड ऑफ का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। मैंने बचपन में खेती की, जब हम करते थे तो घर से वो हम कसौले उठाते थे और पूरे खेत में निकल जाते थे, वीड्स को निकालते थे मैनुअली। आज राउंड ऑफ को फेंकते हैं। किसान भी आलसी हो गया, एक राउंड ऑफ लिया और वो फेंक दिया। मेरी नॉलेज के अनुसार ये राउंड ऑफ वो है जो वियतनाम में अमेरिका ने उसके जंगलों को नष्ट करने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया था। उस लड़ाई को 45 साल हो गए। 45 साल के बाद भी वहां 30% बच्चे अपंग पैदा होते हैं। हम उस राउंड अप को अपने खेतों में डलवा रहे हैं अपने किसानों से। एक फसल में तो वो नुकसान नहीं देता, लेकिन राउंड अप 50 साल उस खेत में पड़ेगा, वो उस सॉइल में इतनी मात्रा में जमा हो जाएगा, उसका असर आपकी जनरेशन पे आएगा। आप क्या क्या चाहते हैं, आपकी जनरेशन अपंग पैदा हो? इस तरह की जमीन चाहते हैं, इस तरह की सॉइल चाहते हैं, इस तरह का पानी चाहते हैं। कंटेमिनेट पानी भी होगा, कंटेमिनेट जमीन भी होगी। तो कोई भी रिसर्च, उसमें सहयोग चाहते हैं हम, उसमें इंडस्ट्री की तरफ देखते हैं हम कि रिसर्च जो है वो इंडियन जो हमारा भारतीय परिवेश है उसको देखते हुए, लैंड साइज को देखते हुए, एक अच्छी सेहत जिस खाद्यान्न से मिले, इस जमीन को इंटैक्ट रखें, इस पानी को बचाएं, इस नेचर को बचाएं, ऐसी खेती का मॉडल खड़ा हो, उसको इंडस्ट्री और किसान मिलके करें। ऐसा वातावरण हम इस देश में चाहते हैं और ऐसी नीति कृषि की चाहते हैं। और मैं आशा करता हूं कि इस बात पे आप गौर करेंगे और भविष्य में इस दिशा में काम होगा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद युद्धवीर जी। आपने कृषि नीति और सरकार की नीयत दोनों को रेखांकित किया। सरकारों की नीयत हमेशा रही है कि खेती को और बेहतर बनाए, सरकारें चाहे कोई भी हो, लेकिन नीतियों में किसानों की सहभागिता नहीं रही। मेजर स्टेक होल्डर जो किसान है वो नीति बनाते समय नदारद था। इसके कारण से बहुत सारे विरोधाभास हुए। धरती की कोख में जो हम जहर भर रहे हैं उसके दूरगामी परिणामों के बारे में भी आपने रेखांकित किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद युद्धवीर सिंह जी। आपने नेचुरल ग्रीन हाउस के मॉडल को जो हमारे बस्तर का है अपने खेतों पे लगाया है। मैं बताऊंगा ये प्रयोगधर्मी किसान भी हैं, बहुत अच्छे खेती करते हैं। ज्यादातर किसान नेताओं में मैं देख रहा हूँ किसान नेता प्रायः खेती से धीरे धीरे कट जाते हैं, लेकिन मेरे दाएं बाएं दोनों बैठे हैं तो मैं कह सकता हूँ ये किसान भी है, किसान नेता भी है। अब मैं अगले हमारे जो साथी हैं श्री कंवल सिंह चौहान जी, आप न केवल प्रगतिशील किसान हैं बल्कि आपके कार्यों को देखते हुए आपको पद्मश्री भी दी गई है। और मेरे खेतों पे भाई कंवल सिंह जी बहुत पहले आए थे। आप मशरूम पे बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं, न केवल खेती बल्कि मार्केटिंग में भी बहुत सफलताएं हासिल की है। आपसे मैं निवेदन करूंगा, चूंकि किसान नेता अगर बोलते हैं तो उनका दर्द बोलता है और टाइम ज्यादा ले ही लेता है, तो मैं पुनः निवेदन करूंगा कि कम से कम 4 से 5 मिनट में भाई कंवल सिंह जी अपनी बात समाप्त करिएगा। बेहद ही विनम्र स्वभाव, बहुत ही प्रगतिशील किसान और हर एक की मदद करने के लिए हमेशा तैयार।
जी सभी को नमस्कार। कृषि किसानों की आमदनी बढ़ाने के लिए इंडस्ट्री का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। बिना इंडस्ट्री के किसानों की आमदनी नहीं बढ़ सकती। इसका से जब तक एग्रो इंडस्ट्रीज ना होगी और फर्टिलाइजर इंडस्ट्री ना होगी। और एक तजर्बा मेरा रहा है कि हमने बेबीकॉर्न की खेती शुरू की, किसान 10,000 किसान जुड़े, उसके बाद उसको प्रोसेस करने की इंडस्ट्री लगाई, एक्सपोर्ट करने की कोशिश की, तो किसानों की आमदनी लगभग 4 गुना हो गई। परंतु भारत में अभी कई दिक्कतें हैं। किसान इंडस्ट्री लगाना बहुत आसान नहीं है। जब एग्रो इंडस्ट्री लगाने जाते हैं तो पहले CLU है, पोल्यूशन के बहुत सारे अभी ऐसे हैं जिसकी जो नीतियां हैं उनको आसान बनाना जरूरी है। अब हमने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी किसानों की आमदनी बढ़ाने के लिए कहा, दुगनी आमदनी करेंगे। क्या इन विषयों पे बहुत से काम भी हुए, पर फिर भी अभी काम कुछ अधूरे हैं, उनको पूरा करने की जरूरत है। तो और नीति आसान नीति बनानी चाहिए ताकि कोई एग्रो इंडस्ट्री लगा तो आसानी से लगा सके। दूसरा बैंकों की भी समस्या आती है। बैंकों में जब लोन के लिए हम जाते हैं तो छोटे जो किसान कोई उद्योग लगाना चाहता है या फार्म प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी लगाना चाहती है, तो वो चाहते हैं, कहते हैं कि वो शहर की प्रॉपर्टी लाओ गिरवी रखने के लिए। उसको भी कुछ 2 लाख 2 करोड़ तक नियम बना दिया है सरकार ने बिना गारंटी के देने का, परंतु फिर भी बैंक नहीं करते, तो उसको आसान बनाना होगा। तीसरा, मेरे साथी अभी पासा पटेल जी ने कहा है, बांस के बारे में बताया। बांस का जो वेस्ट है उसके खाद भी बनाया जा सकता है, कंपोस्ट खाद भी बनाया जा सकता है, जो किसी जमीन को सुधार सकता है। और अभी भाई साहब युद्धवीर जी ने कहा किसान खेती कर रहे हैं। अब हम 50 साल पहले ही खेती देखे और आज ही खेती देखे, उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा है, अच्छी बात है। मेहनत ही, मशीनरी आई, बड़ी बड़ी मशीनरियों का योगदान रहा, रासायनिक खाद का भी योगदान रहा उत्पादन बढ़ाने में। परंतु 50 साल में हमने देखा कि एक दिक्कत आ गई है कि मनुष्य बीमार होता जा रहा है और बहुत सी बीमारियां मनुष्य को घेर रही है, तो स्वास्थ्यवर्धक खेती साबित नहीं हुई है। तो अब हमें स्वास्थ्यवर्धक खेती करनी होगी। इसके लिए सरकार भी बड़ा प्रयास कर रही है, प्राकृतिक खेती, जैविक खेती कहो या स्वास्थ्यवर्धक खेती इसको कहो। तो इसके लिए एक योजना मेरे मन में आई है, वैसे सरकार कुछ कुछ शुरू भी हो गई है। जितनी गौशालाएं हैं उन पे सब में बायो गैस लगे हुए हैं, पर कई सब जगह बंद पड़े हैं। उसका बंद क्यों पड़े, उसके पीछे एक है कि बायोगैस प्लांट लगा दिया और सैलरी के मैनेजमेंट की आगे व्यवस्था नहीं है। उस मैनेजमेंट की व्यवस्था में सरकार किसानों को टैंकर या तो गौशाला को टैंकर उपलब्ध कराए, और टैंकर इस तरह से हो कि खेत के ऊपर सारा खेत के ऊपर सैलरी को फैला दे, जिससे प्राकृतिक खेती हो सकती है। दूसरा, हम टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके मशरूम वेस्ट जो हमारा निकलता है, मशरूम फार्म से जो खाद निकलता है दुनिया में, वो सब एक भूमि को इनरिच करने के लिए, सोइल को इनरिच करने के लिए सबसे बड़ा साधन है। तो उसको टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग करके किसानों तक वो जाना चाहिए। इसी तरह जितने फार्म वेस्ट और गोबर जो हमारा बेकार जाता है, जो 50 साल पहले सब किसान यूज करते थे, उसका प्रयोग बंद हो गया है लगभग, उसको हमें दोबारा से लाना पड़ेगा, उसके साथ टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग करना पड़ेगा, और हमें रासायनिक खाद खेती को कम करके स्वास्थ्यवर्धक प्राकृतिक खेती की तरफ हमें जाना होगा, और उद्योग को इसमें खाद बनाने के लिए आना होगा, और सरकार को नीति बदलनी होगी। सरकार जैसे आयात करने पे यूरिया, डीएपी या रासायनिक खाद पे लाखों करोड़ की अनुदान देती है, ऐसे ही खाद बनाने वाली इंडस्ट्री को सरकार को भी अनुदान देना चाहिए, तभी हम प्राकृतिक खेती में सफल होंगे। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद भाई कंवल सिंह जी। आप बेहद प्रगतिशील किसान रहे हैं। आज से 15-16 साल पहले छत्तीसगढ़ के बस्तर जिले में जहां आप खेती करते थे, जैविक खेती कर रहे थे, वहां ही जैविक खेती देखने समझने पहुंचे थे। और मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, आपने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बिंदुओं पे ध्यान केंद्रित किया है। किसान और इंडस्ट्री, ये दोनों एक गाड़ी के दो पहिए हैं और दोनों बेहद एक दूसरे के लिए जरूरी है। धन्यवाद। अब मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं श्री बी के लाभ, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जैन इरिगेशन सिस्टम। और जैन इरिगेशन भारत में इरिगेशन का अग्रणी है, और आने वाले दिनों में जल संकट जो आएगा वह वास्तव में बहुत विकराल होगा। कहा भी जाता रहा है कि अगला विश्व युद्ध शायद पानी के लिए हो, और एक एक बूंद पानी का कैसे सदुपयोग किया जाता है, इसमें भारत की अग्रणी कंपनी रही है जैन इरिगेशन। आज से करीब तकरीबन 18-20 साल पहले सर्टिफाइड ऑर्गेनिक खेती की जब पहली ट्रेनिंग भारत में आयोजित हुई थी, तो उसमें मेरे साथ ट्रेनिंग के रूप में जैन इरिगेशन के डॉक्टर नाग भी थे। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, और मैं चाहूंगा कि आप किसानों और आपके इरिगेशन और इंडस्ट्री तीनों के बीच कैसा तालमेल हो, और इरिगेशन के जो मीन्स हैं वो इकोनॉमिक वाइबिलिटी कैसे खेतों में आए। एक 4 एकड़ से कम के छोटे किसान कम से कम लागत में उनको आप इरिगेशन और अपना सिस्टम कैसे दे पाएं। मेरा अनुभव है कि दिनों दिन इरिगेशन महंगा होते जा रहा है, लेकिन जरूरी है, क्योंकि 1 किलो धान तैयार करने के लिए 1600 लीटर पानी लगता है, 1 किलो। और 20 रुपए किलो का जो पानी टेबल पे रखा है, उससे अगर गणना करेंगे तो ये लगभग आपको 32,000 रुपया का 1 किलो धान पड़ता है, केवल पानी का खर्चा। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें संतुलन इसके बीच ढूंढना होगा, और जैन इरिगेशन से मैं चाहूंगा इस बिंदु पे केंद्रित रखें। समय अब लगभग 4 मिनट ही बच रहा है, मैं अपना 1 मिनट भी दे रहा हूं आपको। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। मंच पर आसीन सम्माननीय किसान नेता लोग, उपस्थित श्रोता, मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ एग्रीकल्चर टुडे ग्रुप को कि हमें इस विषय पर आमंत्रित किया गया है। मैं ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा, स्ट्रेट टू द सब्जेक्ट आता हूँ। बहुत बोलने की बातें नहीं है, यहाँ प्रबुद्ध लोग हैं। हमारे देश में 4% जल है और 2% मिट्टी है, जमीन है। उससे हमें 18% ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज और लाइव स्टॉक को कवर करना है। ये बहुत बड़ा रिसोर्स माने गैप है, वर्ल्ड लेवल पे देखें तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा गैप है। उसमें बहुत पहले 2006 में हमारी कमांड एरिया डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी में एक मीटिंग हुई थी। उन्होंने कहा कि 60% वाटर वेस्टेज है। तो हम जो काम कर रहे हैं, हमें जो काम करना है वाटर के साथ साथ एनर्जी और फर्टिलाइजर पे करना है। जो माइक्रो इरिगेशन में हम लोग हैं लगभग 88 से 1988 से हैं। तब लोग हंसते थे कि ये नहीं हो सकता है इस देश में, लेकिन आज एक है, फ्लो है, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन फ्लो है। लेकिन 7.5% के करीब हमने सोन एरिया का लगभग एरिया, माइक्रो इरिगेशन का एरिया कवर कर लिया है, विच इज़ नॉट ए वेरी स्मॉल अचीवमेंट। लेकिन अब जो है इसका स्पीड बढ़ा है क्योंकि आदमी में अवेयरनेस आया है। अब मैं आता हूँ एग्रीकल्चर में, जैसे ये हमारी जो पानी है उसको कैसे बचाएं। तो पानी बचाने के लिए अभी आप देखेंगे पानी से जुड़ा हुआ है एनर्जी। जैसे अगर मैं संगरूर की बात करूं, जहां 20 फीट 25 फुट पे पानी हुआ करता था, आज 400 फुट नीचे पानी है। एनर्जी का कंजम्पशन कितना ज्यादा होगा दैट यू कैन नॉट इमेजिन। जो एक फ्री थोड़ा सा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी हुआ है उसका भी दुष्प्रभाव है, लेकिन ये पानी हम लाएंगे कहाँ से? तो इसके लिए जैसा साहब ने बोला कि कॉस्ट कम करने का सर यदि बोला जाए, ये जो हम लोग ड्रिप इरिगेशन या स्प्रिंकलर इरिगेशन सिस्टम देते हैं उसका लाइफ अभी है, महाराष्ट्र में है पटेल साहब, मालूम होगा, जो फार्मर इसे संभाल के रखते हैं 20 साल तक का लाइफ है। अब आप देखिए, एक चीज ऐसा लेते हैं जो प्लास्टिक है, कभी खराब नहीं होता, उसको यदि एक साल में 2 या 3 क्रॉप तक लेते हैं, अब उसका यदि ब्रेक इवन दिखा जाए तो एक साल में या 2 क्रॉप में आ जाता है ब्रेक इवन, और उसके बाद वो फ्री हो जाता है। इसके बाद भी एक लॉजिक है, हम लोगों का R&D लैब है जो हमेशा ये रिसर्च करता है बिकॉज ऑफ ए स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर, कि इसको हम कितना कम कर सकें, इसका कॉस्ट कितना कम कर सकें। एक कश्मीर का एक मैं एग्जांपल देना चाहूँगा, लगभग 2006-7 की बात है, हाई डेंसिटी एप्पल प्लांटेशन जिसने रिवॉल्यूशनाइज कर दिया उस ये सेब की खेती को। जहाँ सेब पहले 6 मीटर बाई 6 मीटर पे लगाया जाता था, वहाँ हाई डेंसिटी एप्पल प्लांटेशन है, रो टू रो डिस्टेंस है 3 मीटर का और प्लांट टू प्लांट डिस्टेंस है 1 मीटर का, और सारे स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर्स, और कोई भी खेती बिना ड्रिप इरिगेशन का नहीं हो रहा, और उससे काफी प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ गई है। बट अगेन पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क जो वहाँ बनाया हुआ है वो एक बहुत अच्छा है। वो हमारे देश में पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क थोड़ा हर स्टेट के हिसाब से, जैसे पहले प्रवक्ता बोल गए हैं कि स्टेट के हिसाब से, रीजन के हिसाब से वो बनना चाहिए। दूसरा है, यदि यहाँ पे अच्छे तरह से ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट हो वाटर का, तो बहुत सारी जगह पे हम ट्रीटेड वाटर से, जैसे एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल है एयरपोर्ट, दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट, पूरा इरिगेशन सिस्टम लगा हुआ है। पूरे एरिया में यदि आप देखेंगे जितनी भी ग्रीनरीज है वो 5 से 6 आदमी कवर कर रहा है विथ ऑटोमेशन। तो ऑटोमेशन के भी कॉस्ट अब बहुत कम हो गए हैं। मैं हरियाणा में, मैं कई फार्मर्स के यहाँ जाता हूँ कि सर मैंने छोटा 5,000 रुपया लगाया है, मैं घर से पंप ऑन और ऑफ सब कुछ कर लेता हूँ। तो हर टेक्नोलॉजी, सर आप लोगों को बताऊं कि हर टेक्नोलॉजी जो है इंडिया में सस्ती टेक्नोलॉजी उपलब्ध है, उसमें हम लोगों को काम करना पड़ेगा। और काफी पटेल साहब को काफी अनुभव होगा, जैसे बनाना एक छोटा सा एरिया है, हम क्यों ना क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन की ओर जाएं। और मैं 1 मिनट लूंगा सर, बनाना और ग्रेप पे ड्रिप इरिगेशन आया था सर, जब शुरू हुआ था तो बनाना ग्रेप्स पे आया, और केला और अंगूर की खेती में एक रिवोल्यूशन करने का कारण एक ड्रिप इरिगेशन भी था, जहां फार्मर बोलते हैं कि ड्रिप इरिगेशन के बगैर केला और अंगूर नहीं हो सकता है। उसी तरह अब मैं, हम लोग जो कर रहे हैं, वाटर से मीथेन का जनरेशन काफी होता है। तो इस स्टैग्नेशन को कम करने के लिए काफी रिसर्च आया है कि डायरेक्ट सीडेड राइस में यदि हम ड्रिप इरिगेशन करें तो काफी फायदा हो सकता है, काफी वाटर सेविंग हो सकता है और प्रोडक्टिविटी भी बढ़ती है। व्हीट पे जैसे मैं लूँ कि व्हीट का जब ये हार्वेस्टिंग पीरियड होता है उस समय काफी गर्मियां रहती है। उस पीरियड में यदि जो किसान भाइयों के पास स्प्रिंकलर सिस्टम ऑलरेडी उनके पास अवेलेबल है, 2 मिनट, यदि उनको थोड़ा देर के लिए भी यूज किया जाए, 10 दिन यूज किया जाए, तो लगभग 5% का यील्ड बढ़ जाता है। तो काफी टेक्नोलॉजी एडवांसमेंट है। मैं हमेशा अवेलेबल हूँ, अगर हमारी कंपनी अवेलेबल है, जो भी इस तरह का कभी भी किसी को जरूरत हो तो हम लोगों से बात कर सकते हैं। और कॉस्ट कम करने की जो साहब ने सलाह दी है उस पर हम लोग हमेशा प्रयासरत हैं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद श्री बी खिलाफ सर। यह सच है कि भारत में केले की खेती को जैन इरिगेशन ने बड़ा सहारा दिया। आपका रिसर्च सेंटर भी है और किसानों के पास पहुंच के काम करते हैं और यह किसी से छिपा नहीं है। धन्यवाद लाभ सर। अब मैं आदरणीय डॉक्टर वाई.एस. शहरावत, जो कि डायरेक्टर हैं IFDC, इंटरनेशनल फर्टिलाइजर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी है, और आप गैर लाभकारी संस्था है और उर्वरकों का किसान कितना उपयोग करे, कैसे करे, इस पे ये किसानों को प्रशिक्षण देती है। समय बड़ा कम है, विषय बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं चाहूंगा कि आप गागर में सागर भरते हुए कम से कम शब्दों में बताएं कि ये संस्था संभवतः अमेरिका बेस्ड है और भारत में जो रासायनिक खेती के बजाय अगर हम सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग की बात करते हैं तो ये उर्वरकों को कितना कटौती की जा सकती है और गुड एग्रीकल्चर प्रैक्टिसेस से आगे अगर हम और ऑर्गेनिक की ओर बढ़ते हैं तो उसमें क्या दिक्कतें आ सकती है। ये 3 बिंदु पे ही स्पष्ट करने का कष्ट करेंगे। और आप से अब तक कितने किसान सीधे जुड़ चुके हैं ये भी बताएंगे तो इस सदन को जानकारी मिलेगी कि आप क्या कर रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद राजा राम जी। और मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा एग्री टुडे ग्रुप को और खान साहब को हमें यहाँ इनवाइट करने के लिए। जैसा कि राजा राम जी ने बताया कि ये संस्था अमेरिका से है और युद्धवीर जी ने कहा जैसे कि फर्स्ट फर्टिलाइजर कैसे बना था, तो फर्स्ट फर्टिलाइजर का जो रिसर्च हुआ था वो IFDC के वहां पर ही हुआ था। वर्ल्ड वार 1 के बाद जो अमोनिया और फॉस्फेट था उनको कैसे आगे यूज कर सकते हैं एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने के लिए, तो उसका रिसर्च जो आज के दिन दुनिया में जो फर्टिलाइजर यूज हो रहे हैं उनमें 70 से 80% जो रिसर्च था वो फर्स्ट टाइम IFDC के US में ही हुआ था। और इस संस्था को 1917 में बनाया गया कि कैसे फर्टिलाइजर रिसर्च को हम डेवलपिंग वर्ल्ड तक ले जाएं ताकि भूखमरी से हम निजात पा सकें। और हमारा हरित क्रांति एक उसका उदाहरण है कि बिकॉज ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर कितना यहाँ पर प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा है। अगर हम पिछले 50 साल के अंदर देखें तो इंडिया के अंदर जो प्रोडक्शन है वो करीब करीब 6 गुना बढ़ा है। लेकिन उसकी कीमत क्या है कि हमारा जो फर्टिलाइजर है करीब करीब 450 गुना वो बढ़ा है। और किसान की प्रॉफिटिलिटी देखें उसमें तो उसकी लागत जो है वो 1000 गुना से 1500 गुना बढ़ी है, जबकि उसका जो आमदनी है वो सिर्फ 300 गुना बढ़ी है। तो जो कीमत है उसकी वो बहुत ज्यादा है। जैसा कि मैं कहा कि संस्कृत में बताएं तो मैं सिर्फ 3 बिंदु को यहाँ पे लेना चाहूंगा। सबसे पहला तो है सोयल हेल्थ कार्ड। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने सोयल हेल्थ कार्ड सभी फार्मर को दे दिए हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद उसका यूज नहीं है क्योंकि फर्टिलाइजर इंडस्ट्री जो है उसके पास रिसर्च नहीं है कि कस्टमाइज फर्टिलाइजर्स कैसे बनाएं। और उस सोयल हेल्थ कार्ड का यूज तभी होगा जब कस्टमाइज फर्टिलाइजर एक पार्टिकुलर रीजन के लिए, पार्टिकुलर क्रॉप के लिए वो इजाद किए जाएंगे। तो सबसे ज्यादा यहाँ पर पॉलिसी चेंज की जरूरत है कि इंसेंटिव बेस्ड की अभी जो सब्सिडी बेस्ड पॉलिसी है फर्टिलाइजर के ऊपर उसको हम इंसेंटिव बेस्ड पॉलिसी कैसे कर सकते हैं कि जो किसान रीजनरेटिव एग्रीकल्चर को या किस खाद की कम करता है उसको कैसे उसको दे सकते हैं ताकि उसको इंसेंटिव मिल सके। सिमिलरली इंडस्ट्री को भी इंसेंटिव चाहिए कि वो रिसर्च क्यों करे इन चीजों के ऊपर। जब तक उसको इंसेंटिव नहीं मिलेगा कि वो कस्टमाइज फर्टिलाइजर बना सकते हैं तो वो किसान के लिए बेनिफिट होगा। दूसरा है कि अगर हम ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन के टाइम से हमारा जो एक्सटेंशन सिस्टम है, विस्तार सिस्टम है, उसको देखें तो उसका मेजर मोटो रहा है कि सिर्फ प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ाओ ताकि हम अपनी पॉपुलेशन को फीड कर सकें। लेकिन अभी जो है कि न्यूट्रिशन रिच एग्रीकल्चर चाहिए और एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड चाहिए। तो मेरा दूसरा सुझाव ये होगा कि जो हमारे कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र हैं, क्या हम उसके दो विंग बना सकते हैं, एक पब्लिक सेक्टर बेस्ड, एक प्राइवेट सेक्टर बेस्ड विंग। और जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर बेस्ड विंग है वो मार्केट ओरिएंटेड और एग्री बिजनेस ओरिएंटेड काम करें, तो इससे इंडस्ट्री और फार्मर के बीच का जो गैप है वो उससे फिल हो पाएगा। दूसरा, जब हम इंडस्ट्री और की उसकी पार्टनरशिप की बात करते हैं तो हम हमेशा पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप की बात करते हैं। हमें उससे आगे आगे जाना पड़ेगा कि हमारे को पब्लिक प्राइवेट प्रोड्यूसर जो किसान है उसको उसको बीच में लेना पड़ेगा। सबसे बड़ा जो रोल प्ले करते हैं वो है पॉलिसी मेकर्स। और जो चौथा है कि आगे आने वाले टाइम में मार्केट ओरिएंटेड अगर रिसर्च पे जाना है तो वहां पर इन्वेस्टर्स की, तो 6P की तरफ हमारे को जाना पड़ेगा ताकि हमारी एग्रीकल्चर मोर प्रॉफिटेबल हो सके। फिर तीसरा पॉइंट जो मैं आपको हाईलाइट करना चाहूंगा कि अगर हम देखें तो हमारे रूरल सेक्टर से हो क्या रहा है कि अर्बन सेक्टर बढ़ रहा है। एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर से हमारे प्लांट न्यूट्रिएंट्स, हमारा वाटर और हमारा यूथ, वो सारा यूथ अभी वो सारा आ रहा है अर्बन सेक्टर की तरफ। सो इंडस्ट्री को नई टेक्नोलॉजी और नई रिसर्च उसके अंदर लानी पड़ेगी। कैसे हम जो वेस्ट है अर्बन सेक्टर का, वेदर इट इज न्यूट्रिएंट्स और वाटर, उसको कैसे हम वापस रूरल सेक्टर के अंदर लेके जा सकें, और कैसे यूथ के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वहां पर हम क्रिएट कर सकें, वेदर इट इज ऑन एजुकेशन और द हेल्थ, की रूरल यूथ वहां पे रह सके। सो इन्हीं पॉइंटों के साथ मैं अपना संबोधन बंद करूँ।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर शहरावत सर। आपने कम शब्दों में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बातें बताई है। वास्तव में हमारे देश में लगभग 20,000 करोड़ का रासायनिक खाद अनावश्यक रूप से डाला जाता है। ये बहुत बड़ी रकम है, और यदि सही तरीके से डाला जाए तो न केवल पैसों की बचत होगी, लागत कम होगी, बल्कि धरती का विनाश भी रुकेगा। धन्यवाद। अब आज के हमारे इस चर्चा के अंतिम विशेषज्ञ हैं डॉक्टर प्रफुल्ल गाडगे, जो चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर हैं बायोम के। जहां तक मैं समझता हूं, बायोम वो संस्था है जो ज्वाइंट वेंचर्स पे काम करती है जी, और आइडियाज को इंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में डेवलपमेंट करने में मदद करती है, और फंड्स रेजिंग से लेके बहुत सारे आयामों पे काम करती है। और ज्यादा तो आप ही बता पाएंगे, और संक्षेप में से मैं चाहूंगा कंक्लूड करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। Dignitaries on dais, stalwarts present here. Audio. और एग्रीकल्चर टुडे ग्रुप, आप सभी को मेरा सादर प्रणाम। जो इंडस्ट्री और फार्मर्स का एसोसिएशन होना चाहिए, एज एन सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर वी आर अ स्टार्टअप फंडेड अंडर राष्ट्रीय कृषि विस्तार योजना, एंड आर इनोवेशन हैज बीन लॉन्च्ड बाय दैट टाइम एग्रीकल्चर यूनियन मिनिस्टर तोमर जी। सो ये एक उदाहरण मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूँ कि क्या हो सकता है, क्या हो रहा है। मतलब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि फार्मर्स की इनकम डबल करनी है, बट विथ आवर रिलेशनशिप्स विद द फार्मर वी हैव नॉट ओनली डबल द फार्मर्स इनकम बट वी हैव मेड फार्मर्स मिलेनियर। तो सर, आप एक फार्मर से मिले थे, अदरक के छोटे से 24 साल वाले बच्चे से। 24 साल का बच्चा है जिसने 3 एकड़ में अदरक की बुवाई की। अच्छे प्रशिक्षण के साथ उसने औसतन 65 लाख का मुनाफा हासिल किया। बीबीसी ने उसकी डॉक्यूमेंट्री भी बनाई है। इसके अलावा पाशा पटेल जी प्याज के ऊपर एक कमेटी में महाराष्ट्र के चेयरमैन है जो रेट फिक्सेशन में काम कर रहे हैं। तो प्याज की रेट्स के ऊपर महाराष्ट्र में बहुत बड़ा बवाल होता है। हमारे जो किसान हैं जिनको हमने ट्रेन किया है, बायोलॉजिकल इनपुट्स दिए हैं, तो ये जो किसान है रेसिड्यू फ्री ओनियन प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं एज पर द यूरोपियन स्टैंडर्ड्स, लैब रिपोर्ट्स और ट्रेसेबिलिटी भी है। तो जिनको मार्केट में अपनी प्याज लेके जाने की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है, तो उनके फार्म से उनका प्याज का प्रोक्योरमेंट होता है, 2 पैसे मार्केट रेट से उनको ज्यादा भी मिलते हैं। सो दिस इज हैपेंड बिकॉज ऑफ अ ट्रेनिंग वी हैव बीन डिलीवरिंग टू द फार्मर्स विद द इनपुट्स एंड विद द अवेयरनेस, जिसमें महाराष्ट्र में मुझसे कहते हैं कि माती जीवंत तर शेती जीवंत, मतलब मिट्टी जिंदा रहेगी तो ही किसान जिंदा रहेगा। तो वी आर आस्किंग हिम, लिसन द साउंड ऑफ द सॉइल, व्हाट योर सॉइल इज सेइंग। आपको अपनी मिट्टी की आवाज सुननी है। तो इससे उनमें अवेयरनेस बढ़ता है, क्योंकि हमने ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन लाई है, उसके बाद में टेक्नोलॉजीज लेके आ रहे हैं, पॉलिसीज लेके आ रहे हैं। but we are not teaching the farmers how to wisely use fertilizers and pesticides. यही सब की अभी जो बात थी कि किसान बहुत ज्यादा इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, तो हम इनको प्रशिक्षण दे रहे हैं कृषि रसायन साक्षरता का और बायोलॉजिकल इनपुट्स दे रहे हैं, जिससे किसान वाइजली एप्लीकेशंस ले रहा है फर्टिलाइजर्स के। ऑल द पेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, पैथोजन मैनेजमेंट पूरा बायोलॉजिकल से हो रहा है, एंड दैट टू द प्रोड्यूस इज कंप्लाइंग फॉर द यूरोपियन स्टैंडर्ड्स फॉर द रेसिड्यू फ्री एक्सपोर्ट्स। तो ये फार्मर और इंडस्ट्री की जो हमारी एसोसिएशनशिप है उससे पॉसिबल हो रहा है। और इस साल महाराष्ट्र में जितने भी किसानों को मिलेनियम फार्मर अवार्ड मिला था, मैक्सिमम फार्मर्स वेयर फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग पार्टिसिपेंट्स, कि जिन्होंने सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग की, सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग से जाना कि हमारी मिट्टी में कितना काम करना जरूरी है, उसके अकॉर्डिंगली सही पैमाने पे इंटीग्रेटेड जैविक रासायनिक खादों का इस्तेमाल किया। जो पेस्ट कंट्रोल था, पैथोजन कंट्रोल था, किसान क्या करता है, कृषि सेवा केंद्र में जाता है, बताता है कि ये बीमारी है, अभी फोटो भेजता है, 4-5 दवाई होती है वो ले लेता है। कृषि सेवा केंद्र का जो चालक होता है उसका एजुकेशन क्या होता है, अभी की रिक्वायरमेंट है बीएससी एग्री, लेकिन पहले के जो है उनमें बीएससी एग्री भी नहीं है, और बीएससी एग्री के स्टूडेंट्स को एग्रोकेमिकल्स का सब्जेक्ट ही नहीं है कि वो उनको सही तरीके से जानकारी दे। तो ये ट्रेनिंग जो हम उनको डिलीवर करते हैं किसानों को, सो दे बिकम सेल्फ अवेयर, वाइजली एप्लीकेशंस लिया जाता है, और उससे जो आउटपुट आ रही है वो दैट इज रेसिड्यू फ्री। And as per the European standards, we have been helping them to get the traceabilities too. तो इससे फार्मर्स इंडस्ट्री के एसोसिएशन से सस्टेनेबल आउटपुट आ सकता है, मिट्टी की सेहत अच्छी रह सकती है, फर्टिलाइजर्स का वाइज सही तरीके से इस्तेमाल हो सकता है, जो भी खाद जो भी उपज आ रही है वो रेसिड्यू फ्री है, तो हेल्दी सॉइल इक्वल्स हेल्दी नेशन, तो इसमें भी वो कंट्रीब्यूट करती है। और अगर ये रेसिड्यू फ्री है, सर्टिफाइड ऑर्गेनिक है, तो किसान को 2 पैसे ज्यादा भी मिलते हैं। तो फिर से एक बात दोहराना चाहूंगा कि जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है कि किसान की उपज को डबल करना है, बढ़ाना है, तो इस तरीके से ये पॉसिबल हो सकता है कि इंडस्ट्री फार्मर्स के साथ में जो काम कर रही है उसमें अवेयरनेस देके, ट्रेनिंग देके सिस्टम्स जो है सस्टेनेबल हो सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
धन्यवाद। मैं कंक्लूड करने की इजाजत चाहूंगा, और मैं भी दरअसल जब तक यहाँ नहीं खड़े होता हूँ तब तो मुझे बोलने टाइप का लगता ही नहीं, फील ही नहीं होता है। तो मैं यहीं कंक्लूड करूंगा। देखिए, आज का सेशन बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण था, और मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा एटीजी ग्रुप को, एग्रीकल्चर टुडे ग्रुप को, और बताना चाहूंगा कि आज से 15 साल पहले पहला एग्रीकल्चर लीडरशिप अवार्ड मुझे इन्होंने दिया था, और पीठ थपथपाई थी, और लगातार एटीडी ग्रुप ये कर रहा है। डॉक्टर एम जे खान और अभी मिस्टर हैरिस लगातार इस पे जुड़े हैं। और जब कुछ किसान अच्छा काम करते हैं, या कोई भी अच्छा काम करता है, कोई नवाचार करता है, तो जब समाज उसकी पीठ थपथपाता है तो उसे और बेहतर करने की प्रेरणा मिलती, जज्बा जुनून में बदल जाता है, और इसलिए ऐसे आयोजन महत्वपूर्ण है। मेरे विशेषज्ञ पैनल ने बहुत सारी महत्वपूर्ण बातें बताई, कई समाधान भी सुझाए, मैं उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा। हकीकत यही कि खेती बहुत कठिन दौर से गुजर रही है। आने वाले 20 साल बाद सुबह का नाश्ता, दोपहर का लंच और रात का डिनर, तीनों टाइम भरपेट हमें मिल पाएगा, ये खेती श्योर करती नहीं दिख रही। कुछ मॉडल्स डेवलप हुए हैं, किसानों ने किए हैं। मैं चाहूंगा आप लोग बस्तर आए, और क्लाइमेट चेंज को हम कैसे चुनौती दे सकते हैं, बिना रासायनिक खाद के कैसे खेती कर सकते हैं, और देश का कम से कम 5 लाख करोड़ रुपया खेती से कैसे बचा सकते हैं, इसके कुछ सॉल्यूशन वहां पे आदिवासियों के बीच किए जा रहे हैं। उन नवाचारों को देखें। अन्य बहुत सारे किसान भी बहुत अच्छा कार्य कर रहे हैं। जरूरत है हमें उन तक पहुंचने की। कृषि की नीतियां अच्छी बन रही हैं, लेकिन नीति निर्माताओं और जिनके लिए नीति बन रही है उनकी बीच गैप है। इथेनॉल की बात हो रही है, बड़ी अच्छी बात है। अभी हाल में ही पॉलिसी, हमारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स ने, योजना आयोग ने एक वर्किंग पेपर्स बनाए थे, जिसमें कहा गया था कि मक्का आयात किया जाएगा इथेनॉल के लिए, सोयाबीन तेल का आयात किया जाएगा। हम लोगों ने उसे प्रैक्टिकल क्या प्रॉब्लम्स आएगी लिखा, खड़े किया, और मुझे अभी पता चला कि नीति आयोग के वेबसाइट से वो हट गया है। तो जरूरत है कि हम आपस में मिलकर भारत की खेती को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, और इसमें इंडस्ट्री की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। कहीं हम इंडस्ट्री और किसान एक दूसरे के विरोध में खड़े दिखते हैं, जबकि एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं। जिस साल फसल अच्छी नहीं होती, उस साल हर कोई कहता है इस साल दिवाली ठीक नहीं बनी, बाजार मंदा है। तो हाथी के पांव में सबका पांव। खेती को बिना, खेती के विकास के बिना कोई विकास का इंजन नहीं बढ़े। विश्व गुरु बनने का रास्ता देश के खेतों से होकर गुजरता है, और कोई रास्ता नहीं। 50 करोड़ लोगों को, युवाओं को रोजगार खेती ही दे पाएगी, और ये तब दे पाएगी जब इसके पीछे बैकबोन के रूप में इंडस्ट्री मजबूती से खड़ी रहेगी। जरूरत है विन विन सिचुएशन की, जो आज नहीं है। पलड़ा किसानों के पक्ष में नहीं, इंडस्ट्री की अपनी अपनी समस्याएं हो सकती हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं किसान और रिक्शे वाले से जिस तरह हम बार्गेन कर सकते हैं, वो आज भी वही स्थिति है। किसान मजबूर है, उसे बाजार नहीं मिलता। इंडस्ट्री अगर सामने आएगी और मिल बैठ के रास्ता निकालेंगे, तो रास्ता जरूर मंजिल तक ले जाएगा। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत। तालियां बहुत ही बेमन से बजी हैं। मत बजाइए ताली, अगर बजाते हैं तो अच्छे से बजाएं। जो भी करें अच्छे से करें।
हार्दिक धन्यवाद सर। और एक बार फिर आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे मंच पर मिस रजनी चोपड़ा जी को, और आपसे निवेदन करेंगे कृपया ऑर्गेनाइजर्स की ओर से एक स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर सभी को सम्मानित करें। हमारे जितने वक्ता हमारे साथ मंच पर हैं इस सत्र में, we present mementos to honor distinguished dignitaries. A moderator of the session, Mr. Rajaram Tripathi ji, convener IFA. हार्दिक धन्यवाद सर। इस सत्र का आपने बहुत बखूबी से संचालन किया। स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करना चाहेंगे श्री पाशा पटेल जी को, चेयरमैन महाराष्ट्र फार्मर्स कमीशन। मिस्टर युद्धवीर सिंह जी को, जनरल सेक्रेटरी भारतीय किसान यूनियन। श्री कंवल सिंह चौहान जी को, फार्मर अवार्डी हैं, पद्मश्री हैं। आप बहुत बहुत आभार आपका कि आज आप हमारे बीच उपस्थित हुए। श्री बी के लाभ जी को, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जैन इरिगेशन सिस्टम्स लिमिटेड। डॉक्टर वाई एस शरावत, डायरेक्टर IFDC। और डॉक्टर प्रफुल्ल गटके जी को, चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर बायोमी। एक बार फिर तहे दिल से सभी वक्ताओं का, सभी माननीय अतिथिगण का हार्दिक धन्यवाद करते हैं। जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इस सत्र के लिए। Ladies and gentlemen, we thank everyone for that wonderful session. Requesting for a group photograph. I would request everyone to kindly remain seated. We will just take a moment to change the top table for the next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome as we move towards session 4 of the 16th Agriculture Leadership Conclave, a session that underscores the vital role of collaboration between industry and academia in building progressive, research-driven and sustainable agriculture ecosystem. As we step into an era of rapid technological transformation, stronger industry-academia linkages are not just valuable, they are essential to translating knowledge into innovation and innovation into impact on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator of this session, Dr. K.C. Ravi, the Chief Sustainability Officer, Syngenta India, is on his way, would be joining us any moment now. Meanwhile, I would like to welcome all our distinguished panelists, each a stalwart in agriculture research, education, and institution leadership. Their work continues to drive innovation, talent, and technology towards building a future-ready agricultural sector. May I invite Dr. Praveen Malik, Chief Executive Officer, Agri-Innovate India, ICAR. Dr. Malik heads Agri-Innovate ICAR's commercial arm, tasked with bridging the gap between public research and private sector deployment. A veterinary scientist and a seasoned administrator, he plays a crucial role in technology transfer and agri-commercialization. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Praveen Malik. We would now like to invite Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research, IIMR. A celebrated millet scientist, Dr. Satyavati has led the millet revolution from lab to plate. Her leadership at IIMR has contributed significantly to India's global leadership in smart foods and climate-resilient crops. A warm welcome to Dr. C. Tara Satyavati on the panel. May I invite Professor S.V.S. Raju, Vice Chancellor, Banda University of Agriculture and Technology. Professor Raju is an academician and administrator par excellence with a focus on strengthening regional agri-education institution and connecting the rural youth with modern agricultural knowledge and entrepreneurship. We welcome you, sir, to kindly join us on the panel. I invite Dr. M.S. Chauhan, Vice Chancellor, G.P. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology. G.P. Pant University is one of India's oldest and most prestigious agri-universities, and under Dr. Chauhan's leadership, it continues to evolve as a hub of interdisciplinary agriculture research and practical learning. We warmly welcome Dr. M.S. Chauhan. We welcome Dr. Ajit Shasne, Director, CSIR, National Botanical Research Institute. Dr. Shasne leads NBRI in its mission to advance plant sciences, genomics, and bioresource management. His work bridges the interface between traditional plant knowledge and modern biotechnology. A warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome Dr. Ajit Singh Yadav, Additional Director General, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, ICAR, a senior figure in agriculture education and capacity building. Dr. Yadav oversees key academic initiatives, curriculum reform, and institutional strengthening efforts across India's vast network of agri-institutions. Yes, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our distinguished moderator for the session, Shri Dr. K.C. Ravi, who is highly respected agri-policy and sustainability expert. Dr. Ravi has played a leading role in promoting agri-innovation, research partnerships, and farmer-centric development through industry engagement. And he's a vocal advocate for responsible, inclusive growth in Indian agriculture. So, Dr. Ravi, I would now like to hand over to you and requesting to close the session latest by 3 o'clock positively, as there's a slight change. Earlier, we were expecting the Honorable Minister at 8:30. Now the Minister is expected at 7 p.m. So while we are also waiting for other speakers in this session, we can start, sir. So they will join. As and when they join, we can invite them.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this interesting and timely panel discussion on industry academia partnership. I heard our Agriculture and Farmer Welfare Minister the other day stressing the importance of lab to land and how research should be in line with or correspond to what the farmers on the field to address the pain points of the farmers. An equally important contributor to address the pain points of farmers is industry. There is an additional adage, you must have all heard, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Now it is Jai Vigyan and Jai Anusandhan. Therefore, in addition to academia and farmers, there needs to be industry partnerships also to make our agriculture and our farmers future ready. There is absolutely no doubt that industry academia partnerships in agriculture are crucial for driving innovation, improving crop yields, and ensuring food security. So if I have to elaborate further, collaboration provides a blend of practical expertise and academic rigor, leading to innovative solutions and better decision making. Secondly, partnerships enable universities to commercialize their research through patents, licensing agreements, and startups generating economic growth. The third, which is also very important, is industry academia collaboration fosters talent development, creating a talent pipeline, and preparing the next generation of professionals for industry challenges. So there have been a lot of government initiatives to promote industry partnership with academia. The Indian government has implemented several initiatives to strengthen industry academia linkages in agriculture, including scheme for promotion of academic and research collaboration, which facilitates joint research projects, faculty exchange programs, and capacity building. There have also been another program called Impacting Research, Innovation, and Technology, funds collaborative research projects addressing societal challenges. Then there has been National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovations. This promotes innovation and entrepreneurship through funding, mentorship, and incubation support. So there are several benefits of industry academia, which we all understand, but I would like to just emphasize on a couple of points. It improves, first of all, crop yields, which is very necessary for any agriculture growth. Collaborative research can lead to the development of high-yielding crop varieties and improved agricultural practices, especially in light of climate change and other challenges that the farmers are facing. It can enhance sustainability. Partnerships can focus on sustainable agriculture practices, reducing environmental impact and promoting eco-friendly farming methods. Thirdly, it also addresses, and most importantly, the societal challenges. The collaborative research can address pressing issues like food security, climate change, and rural development. So with these words, I look forward to, but there are also some challenges and solutions. There may be bureaucratic barriers, streamlining regulatory frameworks, and creating standardized processes for IPR management, especially, which can facilitate partnerships. Mismatched timelines sometimes come in the way as a challenge. Governments can offer tax incentives or innovative grants to encourage long-term investments in academic research. There's also the skill gap. Universities can incorporate industry exposure into their curriculum, provide students with practical skills and industry experiences. So with that, I'll conclude, and I look forward to hearing the panelists and their views. Thank you. So if I can pose the first question. What are the initiatives that you have taken in your respective institutions to promote industry-academia partnerships, and how it has benefited our farmers and Indian agriculture? So maybe you can start with a little bit about your organization, and then probably you, madam, you can take this question.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Tara Satyavati, serving as Director, Indian Institute of Millets Research from ICR. Our institute is located in Hyderabad. With the recent International Year of Millets, a lot of traction has been developed, consumer awareness has been increased, created, and many programs and policies have been in place with respect to millets. With the point of industry-academia interface or interaction, how it is being taken up at our institute, we have a technology business incubator by the name NutriHub, wherein we handhold young entrepreneurs and startups to take up millets as one of their startup thing. We, as a research institute, we are involved in understanding the problems of the farmers, coming up with varieties, technologies, and other things that are useful for increasing the productivity, production of the millets. We work on 9 different kinds of millets. We are also involved in developing hybrids. We are also involved in producing and increasing the seed. And we are also involved in coming up with technologies for higher production and protection. Apart from this, we are involved in value addition, and also we have come up with a number of technologies and innovations that will help the industry or the startups or the entrepreneurs to scale up the technologies we have from millets. We have more than 90 technologies, millet value-added technologies, that have been taken up by a number of industries. We have supported through our NutriHub for more than 487 startups in millet industry. So most of the millet entrepreneurs or those industries who are there now in this country have one or the other connection with our institute. Also, we are involved in scaling up and also coming up with innovations with FMCG industries like Nestle, PepsiCo, Marico, and many others who want to develop their own or create their own innovations with our existing technology. And we are helping them or are also involved in their ongoing innovative research developments. And you can see nowadays in the market, many products are there. Especially you can see the co-branding of Indian Institute of Millet Research, IMR, with Nestle products, and now we are coming up with PepsiCo and Marico also. So there are many things coming up. If you see, there are startups who are there, who are doctors, especially cardiologists like who are working in Apollo hospitals in Hyderabad. They have come up with their own startups, Millet Marvel. You can see those restaurants in many of the airports, and they also have introduced these millet food products in the hospitals for the patients. We have a number of technologies like ready to eat and ready to cook products and many other advanced processing technologies wherein high protein concentrates can also be taken up from millets. So each and every millet is unique in its properties. So we understand all those things, and our scientists are working closely with the industry to come up with the benefit, and also that those technologies are possible for scaling up. On the other hand, when we look into the farmers' requirements, we come up with the varieties and hybrids, which are very, very important. And we also come up with the package of practices. Not only this, I just want to add one more point. We are also supporting farmers producers organizations as we are one of the CBBO. So on one hand, we are coming up with farmers, technologies for farmers. We are also trying to support them through our FPOs. Then we are also trying to support and handhold the startups through various programs, and then also scale up the technologies and innovations with industry. That's what I would like to say as of now.
Thank you, ma'am. And it further elaborates on what I mentioned, that it's not only the farmers and academia, but also the industry. And you have given us great examples. And I'm a great advocate of millets, ma'am. Earlier, it was a misnomer that they are not tasty, but I can vouch for it that the kind of products that are coming out now and the kind of different things that the industry and academy are together trying to bring to the market is remarkable. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, sir.
Can you go there?
Sure, please.
I think that more appropriate. Thank you very much, sir. आप लोगों को सबको नमस्कार. And I'm grateful to Dr. Khan, Senior Khan and Junior Khan to invite me here. I'm from National Botanical Research Institute. We work on botany. Botany also includes crop plant. And what is industry actually? Just one sentence. Industry, if you take the industry to means in agriculture, it may be a industry which is actually purchasing from the farmer and selling it, exporting it, number one. Number two, the inputs, the fertilizers and other biofertilizers or chemical fertilizers, that's also industry. Irrigation, you have seen Jain irrigation. Irrigation is an industry. So all this together, I'm not going to the food plant. I'm going to the secondary plants. And my institutes works on secondary plants. So there are other plants where agriculture can also be done. These are the plants, medicinal aromatic plants, economically important plants. So my institute work on that. Also, we work on crop plants where there is a gap to complement ICAR, not to compete with ICAR. So wherever there is a gap, just like I'll give you one example. And I'm from CSIR, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. So whatever work we do, we keep in mind the industry. So when we work on pink, there is a pink bollworm havoc right now in India. So there is a gap. Some technology has to come. So we have a technology. Now we have given it to Ankur seeds. The seed industry is one of the industry. So we have given this technology. So now maybe 1 year or 2 years, it will come up. So we are losing the export by 20% for cotton because of the pink bollworm. So that is one of the things which example my institute has done. And right now, I have a dream which we do in a secondary agriculture or a subsidiary crop, not the food crop. Food crop, ICR, he is there, he will talk about food crops. The other crops are, I have transferred 14 technology to about me. I was in ICR earlier in the NIPB, National Institute of biotechnology for biotechnology in ICR as a director. Then I migrated to CSIR. So I know ICR and CSIR together. And when you go to the industry, and when we develop some product, how we will develop that product? That should be a participatory industrial appraisal. Being related to the industry in the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. So we do talk to the industry. What is the difficulty? Talk to the farmers. And how, if you go to the farmers and give something, some technology, if it is complicated, farmer will not going to do at all. So it should be a simple technology where farmer expects some profit immediately. So money should come immediately to the pocket. So in NBRA right now, within 2 years, we have transferred 14 technology to different industry. I don't, we actually, in farmers case, in agriculture case, I don't visualize big industry having mass and producing gas, pollutions. Agriculture, I don't expect that. I expect that the farmers individually, if they will be helped through circular economy, then it will be a wonderful thing to happen. So he will gain not only from the grains, not only from the main product, he will gain from the other products. So again another example I will give. We have 6 lakh temple in India. So we require flowers. Wherever flowers are not available, we don't give to the god. And from somebody's backside, we collect some flowers and go to god. If flowers are available, every person can spend 20 rupees. So what I'm a national mission director of floriculture mission. We create clusters, give the planting material, quality planting material free. I was in Netherlands embassy because they are the main supplier of plant floriculture material. So there are 2 types of material. One is for our puja and all these things. Another is cut flower. So cut flower, what you need? The farmer should grow the cut flower. It will stay for a long time. It will have a high base life. So you should have a product. If you spray there, then you can export it. And it will sustain for more time and it will export it. So we have transferred that to industry. I will take the case of lotus. And we have gone for identified a lotus of 108 petals. You might have known that it has been related. This has been given Namo 108. And it came in the Kon Morega Kararpati also. That question came. So that can be utilized 108. We know what is the importance of 108 number. So people will sell it. So I have given to 4 companies. Agriculture means only the farmers. So they can sell these products and they can earn money. Second thing, if you go to the stem of the lotus, then I have jackets. I can prepare jackets. That technology can be given. The tea, this is mood enhancer tea by the petal of lotus. The medicinal property is known. Prepare tea. So that can be industry. In the root, in the rhizome, it has got aphrodisiac property. Ferment it along with honey. In floriculture mission, we give honey boxes. We create honey clusters to the farmer so they can sell honey. So get the honey and prepare that and get a technology give to the industry. Around 8% alcohol. This is our type. So like this, and we visualize, if you create cluster, floriculture cluster in different places, then they can sell flower, they can sell flower, go to the market, go to the temple, 6 tons a day. And from there will be employment again. Some start, then they can sort the flowers. We have the technology. So that
seed production, and farmers were growing, and also a healthy green option for ethanol production that would be less resource intensive on the earth. Number two, I said that we are also hand-holding and supporting farmers producers organizations. So the technology and the varieties which are provided by, produced by Indian Institute of Millet Research are being grown in the farmers field. They're aggregated in the form of FPOs, and then they are connected with the industry who are coming up with the products like ready to cook or ready to eat millet products. So we are also supporting farmers, FPOs, industry, and also the research. We do take up some consultancy projects. These are the 2 points I wanted to add upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all my fellow panelists, participants. First of all, I thank the senior Khansab and junior Khansab for inviting me to speak on this occasion. Let me introduce to a little one. I am Dr. Ajit Singh Yadav, looking after as Assistant Director General, Education, Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Now, today's one of the sessions that has been kept as the industry academia partnership. And because this is relevant in the present context, I will explain because I am associated with the implementation of NEP in agriculture system. Being the member secretary of this committee, now the recommendations have been implemented in the agriculture education system and how industry can fit in that we will talk in a short, what you can say, span of time. Let me start with the aspect that what is needed in the future for our country. As we know that we are passing in a phase where the youth, they are the most important factor in the economy of our country in the future. Now, what is the focus of the agriculture education and how industry can be the important partner in that one? As we know, only around 50% of the manpower is having the graduates, they are having the skills to have the employability. That means we are producing the agriculture graduates which are not equipped with the desired skills. And those type of skills which the industry needs are presently lacking. And there is a huge gap of what is needed by the industry and what is the academia doing in the universities or the colleges. So the course curriculum which the government is also emphasizing that it is not only to complete the course as a degree course or as a PG course or as a PhD course. It is the content, it is the orientation, it is the collaboration, it is the partnership that is much more important. So right now, the UG course of 13 agricultural and allied disciplines have been revised. And the major focus, because it will be a huge aspect that I will narrate in a longer time, but I just showed the things that the emphasis is on the internship. While 1 year after exit, they can go for internship with the industry. After 2 years, the student, they will be given the exposure with the industry, with the exposure of 2.5 months in the summertime. These two changes after 1 year and after 2 years, they will be totally in collaboration with the industry. What is their requirement? How the academic institution, they will have the mechanism of collaboration, their mentorship, and their evaluation system. It is not just going to the industry and they will completing the period. It will be evaluated both by academic as well as the industry partners. That means if the students, they are having such type of exposure with the desired traits of the industry, and after graduating, they will be absorbed in the industry because they have the right type of skill development during the study period. And second aspect, I will just narrate that we have a provision of internship in the 8th semester also. And that can be extended to 6 months, from 3 months to 6 months. And that is also focused to have the better exposure with the industry aspects. It is not with the academia, it is outside the organization that the student, they will be sent for a period of 3 months to 6 months. And that is same condition supply, that they can learn the things in the real working environment and they can get the right type of skills. And also, Government of India has introduced a new scheme, that is the apprenticeship. And that apprenticeship is for the period of 6 months. And in the coming academic sessions, it is going an important segment. So ICR, being education aspect that is being covered by the all the agriculture university, the curriculum, the guidelines, they are being followed. And on that aspect, what we are planning to have the guidelines for internship so that they can undertake with the industry, and those guidelines which are not pertaining to the general university, they will be much more pertaining with the agriculture university system. So we are developing, and in that context, we are also planning to have the guidelines for the apprenticeship so that those guidelines, they can be adopted by the respective agriculture university in a manner so that it is a smooth process, both for the students, industry, as well as the academia. So these are the aspects that I want to share with you, that right now our education system is totally revolving and being shaped as per the requirement of the time, and the students, they will be a ready force to serve the industry well. Another aspect that I will be touching, maybe some time constraint may be there, but I will be touching important segment, that we have also some guidelines are being developed for the industry academia partnership, so that in a time, because public institutions, they are facing some financial aspect, maybe some may be having the good aspect, good status, but most of them, they are having the funds scarcity. So what we are planning, we should have the partnership with the industry, and those aspects in which there is a mutual agreement that suppose industry want to have some students to be sponsored on certain aspect of the research, which they consider that these are very essential. So they can plan, and they can even give the scholarship or the fellowship to the students, or even some financial aspect to the institutions. So right now, those guidelines, they are being finalized, and that will be focused to have a close, what you can say, relationship with the industry. And the main purpose is that because they don't have, the industry don't have the, what you can say, approach to have the R&D activities much more focused. So the R&D activity which are having the, what you can say, the manpower, the facilities with the institutions, that can be utilized, and the industry, they can get the right type of solutions for their problems. Third aspect, apart from this, that the industry, they can have collaboration with the academic institution. Suppose what Dr. Satyavati was telling about the millets. So we have lot many scopes that how these technologies, they can be a, what you can say, source of much more products which are desirable in many sense. What the industry needs, that we need the product of such type, which can be an innovative step, and industry can fund such type of projects. Thirdly, I want to emphasize that suppose in our country we need a tomato crop variety and which is not suitable for what the industry intend to do. So that can be a source of what you can say sponsorship or from the industry point, that innovations can be done in the academics and those type of activity can be taken, so that if they desire that the tomato varieties with much more pulp content can be developed, and those can be a source of what you can say requirement in that. Similarly, if you can have, suppose an industry has developed some research aspect, and that research aspect is a continuous aspect, need to have the support from the academy. Now, that is a incubation type of work need to be carried out with much more collaborative approach, and it is a continuous process. Suppose the industry has a MOU with the what you can say academic institution, and that product has been transferred, but that product need to be upgraded with much more desirable aspect or attributes. So that type of collaboration will need the continuous support of that particular academic institution, so that the problem being faced by the industry, they can be just addressed and also have much more better, what you can say, outlook of that agreement with the industry and the academy. So in a nutshell, the academic environment is changing, the requirements are changing, the horizon of our graduates, and we need that 2047, our graduates, they will play an important role in the economy of our country. How we shape them, how we expose them, how we train them, and what skills we impart them, so that they can be the ready force for the industry, for the country, and even for the entire world. So everything is being looked after, and it is a good forum that the discussions are going on, that how in a longer sense we can have the better collaboration, better interactions, and better result-oriented research, which the industry needs and looks for the academic institution. They can come forward and to go for a longer version of the, what you can say, aspects. So with these words, I can to conclude my just, what you can say, talk to give to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing out a very, very important aspect of skilling. So at Syngenta, we have a program called iRise, which is all about inculcating rural India skill enhancement. And precisely, we thought that the course and curriculum of rural youth who are interested to do either as a better agriculturist or entrepreneur or anything else, the whole course has to be revamped and they have to be upgraded to the skills that are required to face the newer and newer challenges that are coming about. That's a fascinating aspect you have brought out. Thank you very much. So welcome. Over to you, sir.
Sir. Thank you very much and very good afternoon. मेरे यहाँ लेट आने के लिए सबसे पहले तो मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ. I'm so sorry. I got so late and I think people must have thought that session is going to be over very soon and they're going to go to the tea. Last moment में आ गया. So I think we are talking about industry academia interface, right sir? और अभी मैं डॉक्टर अजीत को कुछ सुन रहा था. He has been talking about how these things can happen. Right now, I am the right interface. Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture, Research and Education, on behest of ICAR, that created this particular company called Agri-Innovate India Limited for this kind of interface only. The primary function for this particular organization was mandated. The biggest issue with this mandate of licensing the technologies, which is one of the biggest interface, I feel. Whatever we are generating in terms of intellectuals, in terms of technologies, in terms of science, it is meant to go to the farmers. And the interface for this lab to land transfer has to be essentially the industry. हम मेरे विचार से कितने सालों से सुनते आ रहे हैं कि लैब टू लैंड, मेरा गांव मेरा गौरव, पता नहीं मतलब कितनी स्कीम्स आई और चली गई, केवी बनाए। हम डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन तक तो चले जाते हैं फार्मर तक। We have created something, a good asset of like technologies or science. हम बता देते हैं this is ready and this is very valuable to the farmers. Unfortunately, उसको ट्रांसलेट करके फार्मर तक पहुंचाने के लिए जो रिक्वायरमेंट हमें इंडस्ट्री के सपोर्ट की जरूरत है, वो कहीं लैकिंग है। अब इंडस्ट्री को जब जरूरत होती है तो वो आते हैं, साहब हमें टेक्नोलॉजी दे दीजिए, हम टेक्नोलॉजी भी दे देते हैं। फिर पता चलता है कि क्या ये टेक्नोलॉजी इसी फॉर्मेट में डिप्लॉयबल है। अगेन इंडस्ट्री कम्स बैक कि नहीं सर, वी नीड फर्दर चेंजेस। फर्दर चेंजेस में देयर आर इश्यूज ऑफ आईपीस। वो कहेंगे पेटेंट मेरे नाम है, आपके नाम है, एंड देन द कॉस्ट एंड कॉस्ट टू द फार्मर। आसान चीज क्या है कि जब हम एकेडमिक रिसर्च करते हैं तो वी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम सम आइडिएशन बेस्ड ऑन सम बैकग्राउंड इंफॉर्मेशन, एंड दैट बैकग्राउंड इंफॉर्मेशन बेसिकली drives me to assess my need. So I am assessing my need, not the need of the farmer. Because मेरे लैब में क्या काम चल रहा है, मुझे किस में अच्छे पेपर निकलेंगे, कहाँ से मेरा अच्छा पेटेंट होगा, और उसे फाइनलाइज करके मैं ढूंढता हूं इसमें फार्मर कैसे फिट होगा। मेरा मैकेनिज्म है कि नीड असेसमेंट हम कब करते हैं सर? नीड असेसमेंट करते हैं प्रोजेक्ट से पहले। और करते कैसे हैं? आप लोग ज्यादातर लोग, इवन इंडस्ट्री में बैठे हुए भी लोग बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं जो टेक्निकल हैं, जो पीएचडीज हैं, सब लोगों ने एक ही तरीके से नीड असेसमेंट किया है। वो नीड असेसमेंट है हमारा रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर से। लिटरेचर माने मुझसे पहले जो रिसर्चर ने यही सब सोचा होगा, उसने कुछ पेपर लिखा और उसमें लिखा कि ये गैप है। उसने वो गैप पुराने वाले लिटरेचर से पढ़ा। और इसमें भी एक सबसे बड़ी समस्या ये है कि ये जो गैप हम पढ़ते आ रहे हैं पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी, ये लैब साइड से पढ़ते आ रहे हैं, ये फार्मर साइड से, इंडस्ट्री साइड से कभी नहीं आया। दूसरा इशू, ये जो गैप लिखा है इस पेपर में, अगर मुझे आज प्रोजेक्ट लिखना है तो माय अंडरस्टैंडिंग इज आई विल स्टार्ट रिव्यूइंग माय पेपर्स। 60 to 70% पेपर 7-8 साल पुराने होंगे। 1-2-4 पेपर मेरे रिसेंट होंगे पिछले साल के। पिछले साल के पेपर का मतलब उसने 2 साल पहले काम किया होगा, छपने में करने में टाइम लगा होगा। और उस काम को मैं समझ के 8 से 10 साल पुरानी नीड को समझ के आज काम करूंगा, 3 साल बाद रिजल्ट दूंगा, 5 साल बाद डिप्लॉय होगा, और फिर कहते हैं फार्मर ने इसे एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया क्योंकि मेरी नीड असेसमेंट रियलिस्टिक नहीं आई। लोग कहते हैं सर्वे कर लो, यस दिस इज वन ऑफ द वेज, लेकिन सर्वे में हमारा क्या है, 2 एस्पेक्ट इशू है। क्या मेरा सैंपल साइज और सैंपल का जो सैंपलिंग फ्रेम है, whether they are right, whether they actually depict the complete scenario of the farming community. जनरली जिस इंस्टीट्यूशन से हम बात करते हैं, जिस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूशन से बात करते हैं, वो अपने आसपास के, जहां तक उसकी एक्सटेंशन विंग है, जहां तक केवीके है, और बहुत कुछ किया, तो कुछ जगह पे एक्रिप के सेंटर्स के थ्रू वो लिमिटेड नंबर ऑफ फार्मर्स के साथ बात करके हम आ जाते हैं। मुझे लगता है सबसे बड़ा जो मैकेनिज्म है इस नीड असेसमेंट का, It should have be driven through industry. पता नहीं कितनी इंडस्ट्री एकेडमी में इंटरफेस मैंने देख ली। आप लोग करते हैं तो बात कर लेने देते हैं, पर जब मैं करता हूं तो आपको मैं सिर्फ सामने बिठाता हूं, अपनी सुनाता हूं। पता नहीं कितना मौका मिलता है सर आप लोगों को, और जो मिलता है वो सिर्फ इतना ही होता है कि हाँ हाँ हम इसके ऊपर पहले से 10 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, आपसे ज्यादा हम बहुत अच्छे से समझते हैं, डोंट वरी। ये इंडस्ट्री ऑलरेडी मार्केट में है एंड दे आर ऑलरेडी इनटू सम प्रोडक्ट्स। उन्हें पता है कि फ्यूचर में ये प्रोडक्ट कब फेल होने वाला है और कब नए प्रोडक्ट की रिक्वायरमेंट आएगी और उसमें उन्हें क्या रिक्वायरमेंट आने वाली है। क्या मुझे इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक नीड को राइट इनोवेटर तक पहुंचा के उससे डिमांड नहीं करनी चाहिए कि पेपर आप इसमें रिसर्च करें, और रिसर्च अकेले नहीं, प्रोबेबली दिस रिसर्च हैज टू गो एज अ कोलैबोरेटिव रिसर्च। तो ये पहला इशू आया मेरे साथ इस इंटरफेस में, that we are talking about the need assessment, which is probably somewhere not ideal as on date. We need the support of industry in that. Second thing is, when we go into the ideation, concept building, experimentation, designing, research, we are very good at that. But when it comes to development, in the concept of research and development, our development part is really weak, I tell you, from the academia side. What we need is the ideas, जो आइडियाज आप इंडस्ट्री मुझे दे के किस फॉर्मेट में आपको रिजल्ट चाहिए। आज सुबह मैं एक इंटरफेस पे बात कर रहा था, एक कंपनी हमारे पास कोई गुजरात से आई थी कि हमें सॉइल टेस्टिंग की उन्होंने कोई किट बनाई है, एंड सेंसर बेस्ड काइंड ऑफ 30 सेकेंड्स राइट इन द फील्ड, सॉइल निकालनी नहीं है, वहीं पे डाला उसने सेंसर और उसने रीडिंग बता दी, 30 सेकेंड में आपको प्रिंट आउट आ गया, और अगर आपको चाहिए तो वो आपको वेब बेस्ड एप्लीकेशन में भेज सकता है, जिसके ऊपर आप बड़े आराम से एआई या जेसीबी मेथड से एडवाइजरी जनरेट कर सकते हैं। जब हम उसके बारे में बात कर रहे थे तो जिस मेथड से वो कह रहे हैं कि हमने इसे कंपेयर किया, उसकी हिस्ट्री किसी ने मेरे को बताई कि साहब 15 साल 20 साल काम करने के बाद साइंटिस्ट ने बोला माय थिंग्स आर फुल प्रूफ। और जिस दिन पहले दिन हमने इसे ट्रांसलेट करने के लिए जिस इंडस्ट्री को दिया, ये मेरा नहीं मेरे साइंटिस्ट के कहना है, उस इंडस्ट्री ने 35 क्वेश्चंस की एक लिस्ट दी और साइंटिस्ट ने दोनों बता दिए कि साहब मेरे बस की तो इसका जवाब देना नहीं है। अल्टीमेटली इंडस्ट्री और एकेडमिया के लोग साथ बैठे और वो कहते हैं हमने अगले 4 महीने में वो सब जवाब बना के आपको पकड़ा दिए, थिंग्स आर रेडी एंड नाउ दिस पर्टिकुलर टेक्नोलॉजी इज इन द फील्ड एट सर्टेन स्टेज विद लॉट्स ऑफ इंप्रूवमेंट ऑन दैट। कम से कम 10 कंपनियां लाइसेंस लेके उसके ऊपर काम कर रही हैं। नाउ दिस क्वेश्चन इज, जो हमारी एकेडमिया की जो एकेडमिक रिसर्च है उसे हम कितनी मैच्योरिटी तक लेके जाते हैं। जब हम ये कहना शुरू करते हैं माई टेक्नोलॉजी इज रेडी, हम कहाँ कहना शुरू करते हैं, जब हमारा प्रूफ ऑफ कंसेप्ट आता है एंड वी ट्राई टू लाइसेंस इट टू द कंपनीज विदाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि इस प्रूफ ऑफ कंसेप्ट को अभी बहुत सारे वैलिडेशन के प्रोसेस से गुजरना है, देन इट हैज टू बी एडजस्टेड टू द नीड ऑफ द फार्मर्स, और उस फॉर्मेट में आने के बाद तब ये चीज शायद डिप्लॉयबल होगी। और ये डिप्लॉयबल खाली एक फैक्टर से नहीं होगी कि टेक्नोलॉजी कितना रोबस्ट है, ये इस फैक्टर से भी होगी कि जहां ये डिप्लॉय होगी वहां क्या फैसिलिटीज है, उसका यूजर कौन होगा, उस यूजर को किस तरीके से किस तरीके की चीजें चाहिए। और ये जो डिसीजन मेकिंग, जो ये इनोवेशन के बाद का आइडिया है, ये हमारे पास कम है, ये इंडस्ट्री के पास, आप लोगों के पास बहुत ज्यादा है। उस लेवल पे हमें चाहिए कि आप इंटरेक्शन करें, बात करें और जो सॉल्यूशन निकालें, क्योंकि मैंने वहां TRL 2 या 3 हम बोलते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी रेडीनेस लेवल 2 और 3 4 मैक्सिमम 4 पे हम कह देते हैं थैंक यू वेरी मच वी कैन नॉट गो बियॉन्ड दिस। 4 के ऊपर अगर 7 तक या 6 तक पहुंचाना है, जब इंडस्ट्री के लिए वो यूजफुल होगा, उसके लिए हमें कुछ फंडिंग की भी जरूरत है, कुछ रिसोर्सेज की जरूरत है, कुछ आइडियाज की जरूरत है, कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन की जरूरत है, और ये सारी चीजें उस स्टेज के लिए इंडस्ट्री के पास अवेलेबल हैं। सो मुझे लगता है कि वहां एक दूसरा स्टेज है कि आपको वहां पार्टनरशिप करनी चाहिए। डॉक्टर साहब ने भी पार्टनरशिप की वही बात की। पार्टनरशिप में हम बहुत जल्दी से, मैं एग्रीनोवेट में बैठे करीब 2.5-3 साल हुए हैं और मैंने कम से कम 50 ऐसे एमओयूज देखे हैं जिसमें पार्टनरशिप के एमओयूज थे। अभी भी एक देख के मैं इसीलिए लेट हुआ कि एक इसी तरह के पार्टनरशिप के उस पर कुछ डिस्कशन चल रहा था। एंड आई एम सॉरी टू से ना इंडस्ट्री उस पार्टनरशिप को देखती है कि उसके एमओयू को बनाने में, क्योंकि उनका फोकस होता है खाली मेरा ये काम निकल जाए किसी तरह। लॉन्ग टर्म उसके इम्पैक्ट्स क्या होंगे, किस तरीके से आएगा, हम सिर्फ बात करते हैं कि अचीवमेंट्स होगा तो वो कैसे शेयर करेंगे मैक्सिमम, पैसा कौन देगा, सर ये काम कर दो पैसा मैं दूंगा, हमारा कोलैबोरेटिव रिसर्च हो गया। मुझे लगता है हमें इससे बहुत ज्यादा आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। अगर आप इसे देखना चाहें तो एक इनोवेशन मैनेजमेंट का आईएसओ का स्टैंडर्ड है 56003, उसमें इसके पूरे प्रोसेस को डिस्क्राइब भी किया गया है। इट्स अ गाइडिंग डॉक्यूमेंट ओनली, इट्स नॉट एक्रेडिटेशन और सर्टिफिकेशन डॉक्यूमेंट। उस अगर डॉक्यूमेंट को आप देखें तो आपको पता चलेगा कि ये जो पार्टनरशिप होगी वो तभी पॉसिबल है जब आप ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को शेयर करें, डेफिनेटली आप करते हैं। जब आप रिस्क को शेयर करें वो डेफिनेटली हम नहीं करते हैं, हम उसकी बात भी नहीं करते हैं। रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज हम करते हैं, लेकिन रिवार्ड्स और उसके फेल्योर्स, रिवार्ड्स पे तो हम बात करते हैं बट फेल्योर्स को हम बात नहीं करते हैं, वो भी करने की जरूरत है। और उसके बाद सबसे बड़ा इश्यू क्या है कि जिन रिस्क को हम मैनेज करने की बात करते हैं इन अ पार्टनरशिप मोड, वो रिस्क को हम थोड़ा एनालाइज कर लें। सर मेरे पास कितना टाइम है सर, खत्म हो गया क्या? नहीं बता दीजिए सर, मैं तुरंत छोड़ दूंगा एकदम। रिस्क को एनालाइज करने के लिए हमारे पास दो चीज आते हैं कि ये जो वल्नरेबिलिटीज हैं हमारी कितनी फ्रीक्वेंट हैं, क्या क्या हमने पहले तो आइडेंटिफाई की, हाउ फ्रीक्वेंट आर दे एंड व्हाट इज द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ ईच ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर रिस्क। अगर वो रिस्क का हमारे पास इम्पैक्ट ज्यादा बड़ा है तो वी हैव टू लुक फॉर द मिटिगेशन स्ट्रेटेजीज राइट अवे। जनरली हम इस तरह की चीजें अपने एग्रीमेंट में या अपने कोलैबोरेशन पार्टनरशिप के मैकेनिज्म में लेके नहीं आते हैं। We sitting at Agri-Innovate try to foster this kind of collaboration, and fortunately so far we have initiated this informally, could be successful in generating these kind of partnerships in 3-4 occasions. Now we are trying to start this service as a formal service from Agri-Innovate to generate this kind of partnership events with industry and academia. It's a formal mechanism now. You approach us, we'll find you a good partner within ICR and state universities. And if you can recognize and if you know who is the best partner, please come to us. We'll try to facilitate the partnership process in a more formal and more systematic manner so that there are no issues during or after the event is over. So we are trying into that, and I hope अगर आप लोग सब मिलके काम करेंगे तो युद्धवीर सिंह जी बैठे हुए हमारे बीच में, इनको बड़ा फायदा लगेगा, क्योंकि ऐसे ऐसे भाषण ये बहुत सुनते हैं और देते हैं। अब समस्या ये है कि इनके कितने काम का है ये भाषण, और इसमें से बाहर निकल के जब इस कमरे से बाहर जाएंगे, ये अकेडमिया और ये इंडस्ट्री अलग अलग तो थोड़ा थोड़ा कुछ दे रहे हैं इन्हें, हम दोनों मिलके इनको क्या दे पाएंगे? मुझे लगता है ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। और अगर हम कुछ मीनिंगफुल दे पाए, जरूरत हमारे पास बहुत टाइम भी नहीं है सर, देखिए पैसा तो आप लोग कमा रहे हैं, नो डाउट इन दैट, बट मुझे लगता है कि व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड इज एन अर्जेंट अटेम्प्ट टू गो इनटू दिस काइंड ऑफ डायरेक्शंस। क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, पॉलिटिकल चेंज हो रहा है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव इश्यूज आ रहे हैं, एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स आपके बिजनेस को भी इम्पैक्ट करते हैं, हमारी अकेडमिया को भी इम्पैक्ट करते हैं। कलेक्टिवली if we work together, we should be talking about all those things. और जितना अर्जेंट हमारा आज नेचर है एग्रीकल्चरल रिसर्च का स्पेसिफिकली, एंड दिस अकेडमिया मैकेनिज्म, आपको मैन पावर चाहिए तो भी अकेडमिया से आएगी, हमारी मैन पावर को जॉब चाहिए तो आपकी इंडस्ट्री को चाहिए। डॉक्टर साहब ऑलरेडी उस एक्सचेंज की बात कर चुके हैं, बट व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द यूजेबिलिटी ऑफ योर फाइंडिंग्स और योर टेक्नोलॉजीज इनटू द फील्ड बाय द फार्मर्स, उस केस में हमें लगता है कि मिलजुल के जो आप काम कर सकते हैं, यू कैन मैच्योर योर टेक्नोलॉजीज, यू कैन डिस्क्राइब योर टेक्नोलॉजीज, यू कैन असेस योर नीड्स इफेक्टिवली if you can start talking to the academia, and academia should come openly अभी हमें डरा रखा है एकेडमिया को भी, अगर इंडस्ट्री से अकेले में बात करोगे ना तो विजिलेंस पीछे लग जाएगी। हमारे बहुत अंदर से यहाँ ना सबकॉन्शियस में बैठा हुआ है सर कि एकेडमिया इंडस्ट्री के साथ ओपनली बात ना करे, बट मुझे लगता है अब टाइम आ गया है कि हम दोनों के बीच में जो एक फाइन लाइन थी वो खत्म की जाए और हम सब मिलके इस मुद्दे के ऊपर in generating technologies we should be talking about more openly and we should be coming closer for a overall larger benefit of the farmers. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. And actually, before you came, I was specifically mentioning that lab to land is okay, but industry has to come in and all three has to work to address the pain points. And you also read my mind, I guess. My next question was, trust is very important in any partnership. And you partly touched on it. Probably if you want to elaborate, and the same question to all of you, maybe that's the kind of challenges, understanding industry and understanding academia. From our side, we have to understand academia better. And from your side, you have to have more trust with us. So maybe we'll conclude with that, starting with you, sir.
Thank you, sir. इनफैक्ट मैं जब इस इंटरफेस की या टेक्नोलॉजी मैच्योरेशन के ऊपर जब कोई भी लेक्चर शुरू करता हूं तो उसमें एक स्लाइड मेरी ट्रस्ट की है, वो मैंने जानबूझ के यहाँ छोड़ दी। मैंने कहा आप लोगों ने शायद डिस्कस किया होगा, आई वाज लेट। सर ट्रस्ट एक इतना इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है दो तरीकों से। व्हेन यू स्टार्ट अ डायलॉग बिटवीन द टू इंस्टीट्यूशंस, एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन एंड एन इंडस्ट्री क्लाइंट, जब बैठ के बात करते हैं तो दोनों के दिमाग में अपने अपने मोटिव्स हैं। academia का मोटिव इज माय academic motives which are like my promotions, my career and all those things. इंडस्ट्री के पास मोटिव है प्रॉफिट का। और हमारे दिमाग में जब भी हम बैठ के बात करते हैं तो मैंने देखा कि दोनों के माइंडसेट में सिर्फ एक है कि मैं बेस्ट मोटिव को कैसे अचीव कर लूं। ये प्रॉफिट सारा ले जाएंगे, मुझे क्या फायदा होगा। इवन बिफोर वी स्टार्ट एनी डायलॉग, एनी डिस्कशन, हमारे दिमाग में बड़ा पक्का बैठा हुआ है कि सामने वाला मेरे साथ बदमाशी करने वाला है। ये इतना बड़ा मिसट्रस्ट है, इतना बड़ा गैप है कि, और शायद ये जो मैंने फैसिलिटेशन सर्विस की बात आपको कही है, ये शायद इसीलिए जरूरत है कि हमें इंडस्ट्री को पास बुला के, जब तक हम बैठ के बात नहीं करेंगे ना, हमें दूर से देखेंगे तो मिसट्रस्ट रहेगा ही रहेगा। दूसरा मिसट्रस्ट कैसे है, मैंने आपको टेक्नोलॉजी बना के दे भी दी। अब इस टेक्नोलॉजी को डिप्लॉय करने के लिए हो सकता है आपको कुछ रेगुलेटरी कंप्लायंसेस को फॉलो करना पड़े। डाटा मेरे पास है, कुछ दिया कुछ नहीं दिया। अब वो रेगुलेटरी कंप्लायंस ने सपोज आपको मना कर दिया, टेक्नोलॉजी आप डिप्लॉय नहीं कर पा रहे, टेक्नोलॉजी की रिक्वायरमेंट आपकी कैलकुलेशन में इस फाइनेंशियल ईयर में थी, मैंने 6 महीने आपको डिले कर दिया, पता नहीं जानबूझ के किया कि अनइंटेंशनली हो गया। ये आपके लिए एक ऐसा मिसट्रस्ट क्रिएट करेगा कि इनके पास पता नहीं डाटा कैसा है, और उस मिसट्रस्ट से ये दूसरा इशू। और तीसरा इशू, जब हम पेटेंट लेके चलते हैं, पहला मिसट्रस्ट कहाँ से शुरू होता है, और ये मैंने बहुत इंडस्ट्री से सुना है सर, आईसीआर के पास ना वो स्ट्रांग नहीं है चीजें। हमारी टेक्नोलॉजीज हम जो बनाते हैं वो फील्ड में है, बट इनके पास वो स्ट्रांग नहीं है। वो जो मिसट्रस्ट है, अभी मैं मैडम से आने के बाद एक बात कर रहा था, कुछ आपने देखा होगा तो कुछ मैंने फोन में दिखा भी रहा था। हमारे पास सच में ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं कि आज की डेट में मैं डिप्लॉय करूं तो मार्केट से मैं 2000 करोड़ रुपए पर एनम कमा सकता हूं। अगर मैं सिर्फ अपनी रॉयल्टी की बात करूं, अगर आप ईमानदारी के साथ मेरे साथ बात करें तो आईसीआर को आप 200-300 करोड़ रुपए एक टेक्नोलॉजी से रॉयल्टी दे सकते हैं। ना आप देना चाहते, ना मैं आपको टेक्नोलॉजी पूरी देना चाहता। तो ये जो मिसट्रस्ट है। एंड सेकंड, जब मैं पेटेंट करने चलता हूं, ये सोचता नहीं हूं कि इस पेटेंट का यूज इंडस्ट्री कैसे करेगी। मैं सोचता हूं पेटेंट हो गया तो मेरे बायोडाटा में 2 लिखा जाएगा, वो बायोडाटा मेरे को प्रमोशन दे देगा। होता क्या कि मैं पेटेंट्स बना लिया 40, फील्ड में गया नहीं एक भी। तो आपके सबकॉन्शियस में आता है, जैसे आप उसके बायोडाटा को पढ़ते हो ना वेबसाइट पे बैठ के, 40 पेटेंट, कहते हैं मार्केट में कितने हैं, एक भी नहीं। बोला यार इनकी टेक्नोलॉजी ही बेकार है। मैंने मिसट्रस्ट वहां से भी क्रिएट किया है कि मैं आपको बहुत ज्यादा प्रोटेक्शन में घुसा, लेकिन आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू गेट इनटू द मार्केट। और ये जो मिसट्रस्ट आप लोगों के बीच में आया फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर रीजन, तो तीनों मिसट्रस्ट हैं। पहली, नॉन डायलॉग, अपने अपने साइलोज में हम काम कर रहे हैं, वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग टू ईच अदर, हाउ इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट टू यू, हाउ विल दीज थिंग्स बी बेनिफिशियल टू ईच अदर। सेकेंड, जब हम इन्हें बात भी कर रहे हैं तो टेक्नोलॉजी के टाइम पे हम आपको किस तरीके का सपोर्ट दे पा रहे हैं, हैंड होल्डिंग कैसे कर पा रहे हैं, डिप्लॉय कराने में कैसे हेल्प करा पा रहे हैं। एंड थर्ड, मेरी खुद की बैकग्राउंड जिसे आप अंडरस्टैंडिंग करते हैं वेदर इट इज रियली यूजफुल टू यू। अगर मेरे को आपने पढ़ा 40 पेटेंट है, एक भी मार्केट में नहीं है, आप मेरे विचार से मुझे कह देंगे कि भाई साहब पता नहीं कैसी इनकी टेक्नोलॉजी होगी, मैं लेने नहीं आऊंगा। अगर मेरे पास सिर्फ 3 पेटेंट है, तीनों की तीनों मार्केट में चल रहे हैं, तो लोग आराम से बोलेंगे इनके पास जाओ, ये जो काम करके देंगे वास्तव में बहुत बढ़िया होगा। तो ये जो मैकेनिज्म्स हैं ये मुझे भी करने पड़ेंगे, और मुझे लग रहा है ये दोनों साइड से हमें एक एक कदम बढ़ाना पड़ेगा, तो शायद ये खाई थोड़ी कम होगी सर। थैंक यू।
I definitely agree with what Dr. Malik has said. That's the reason we have to demonstrate the trust building thing between both industry and academia. That way I can say very straightly that we were able to create the trust in the industry and with our institute. That's why we were able to successfully demonstrate the transfer of technologies and scaling up of these innovations and technologies by the industry, indirectly and directly helping the farmers and everyone. So trust building is very, very essential, and we have to all graduate through that. Thank you.
थैंक यू। मैं थोड़ा सा डिफर करूंगा, क्योंकि मैंने इसको इंडस्ट्री को कोई दोष देना नहीं चाहता। इंडस्ट्री वांट्स प्रॉफिट, as simple as that. They will try to दो टाइप का चीज है। एक तो है पहले आप इन्वॉल्व होकर इंडस्ट्री के साथ करते हो काम, और दूसरा है कि नहीं आपका एक टेक्नोलॉजी आप बना दिए और इंडस्ट्री आप चाहते हो कि इंडस्ट्री ले ले। दूसरे चीज में वो ट्रस्ट बोलते हैं, उसी में थोड़ा ये होता है जो क्लास होता है। लेकिन पहले से इफ यू हैव डन ए प्रॉपर इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रियल along with the industry and you are working together, then the trust is much more better. Then the second thing, what you are working in something, you think it is correct, it may not be correct for the farmers, it may not be correct for the industry, but you want to push that technology. So वहाँ trust build up में थोड़ा मेरा का 127 पेटेंट है, उसमें 10 पेटेंट डिप्लॉयड है। You cannot say that all the patents will be deployed. And हम लोग जो करते हैं इंडस्ट्री, मैंने बोला पहले CSIR, काउंसिल ऑफ साइंटिफिक इंडस्ट्रियल रिसर्च, वी वर्क कीपिंग इंडस्ट्री इन द माइंड, हाउ टू बेनिफिट द इंडस्ट्री। मेरे इंडिया का इंडस्ट्री बेनिफिट हो, इवन मुझे कम पैसा में देना पड़े, मैं जितना खर्चा किया हूँ वो टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए, मैं उनको कम पैसा में दूँ तो मैं दे दूंगा। आई विल गिव दैट with, of course, there is a mechanism in CSIR. We decide through all the aspects. I may get more royalty in future. So trust है, ट्रस्ट को हमें बिल्डअप करना पड़ता है पहले से, और ट्रस्ट आता है, ये नहीं कि नहीं आएगा, आएगा। वो सारे हम इंडियन है और इंडियन के बीच ट्रस्ट होना ही है, ये हम समझ के आगे चलते हैं। हाँ, कुछ चीज में कभी कभी होता है, बहुत कम ये में चांस की बात है, कभी कभी इंडस्ट्री डिमांड करता है फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट दे दो, 2 लाख में दे दो, 1 लाख में दे दो, जैसे कुछ हम काम किए ही नहीं है, तब खराब लगता है। हाँ हाँ, वही होता है। तो इंडस्ट्री जैसे सार बताए, इफ वी वर्क टुगेदर नथिंग विल बी कमिंग इन आवर वे, and ultimately the farmers, we think the society and farmers will be benefited. If they are benefited and industry are helping into that niche, then if you give in lower cost, that technology also, that doesn't matter. So that I feel, and we feel like that. Thank you. Namaskar.
My fellow panelists, they were talking much more about the
how the technology and the trust can be the much more important factor. But I will be having some other aspect. The other aspect is that in the time to come, we have to build the partnership with the future generation so that they can start from the scratch and the industry can grow up with the force which we don't right now have the partnership. So there needs to be a, what you can say, breakdown of the barrier between the industry and the academia. And that barriers need to be fostered for a longer benefits, not only for the industry, but for the academic aspect also. So my only submission that in the time to come, our future generation need to be engaged totally in a mixed type of academic environment so that we can build the country in a much more skill-oriented way and to a growth which is desirable in the future to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can go on. Fascinating discussion, great insights. But I guess we can conclude that with transparency, communication, and better understanding of each other, I think this industry academia partnership has a great future. And we all have to work together. So all the panelists also concluded that we all have to work together to make Viksit agriculture in 2047. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you very much indeed. I would now invite Ms. Zaman Almas, Senior Manager, Agriculture Today Group, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos on behalf of the organizers. We present to our distinguished moderator, Dr. K.C. Ravi. He's Chief Sustainability Officer, Syngenta India. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully moderating this session. We present to Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director, ICAR, IIMR. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. To Dr. Praveen Malik, Chief Executive Officer, Agri-Innovate, ICAR. We present to Dr. M.S. Chauhan, Vice Chancellor, G.B. Pant University. He's not here. Is not here. To Dr. Ajit Shasni, Director in NBRI. And Dr. Ajit Singh Yadav, Additional Director General, ICAR. And I would request our dignitaries for a group photograph. Can I request for a group photograph, please? So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for that wonderful session we had. And we are now straight away moving into the next session. I would request everyone to kindly remain seated. Just give us a moment to arrange the top table. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now all set to go ahead with the proceedings of session 5, titled Technologies Redefining Agriculture Future. A deep dive into innovation data and cutting-edge tools are transforming every inch of the farm to fork journey. From AI and automation to smart logistics, precision farming, and agri-biotech, today's session brings together the visionaries who are at the forefront of this tech-driven revolution. And ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled to have with us as the moderator for this session, Mr. Deepak Parekh, founder of HNYB Tech Incubation Private Limited. Let's put our hands together to welcome Sir. Mr. Parikh is well-known agri-tech entrepreneur, thought leader, and has been instrumental in mentoring startups, driving innovation, ecosystems focused on agriculture sustainability and rural technology adoption. We warmly welcome you, sir. And our outstanding panelists are innovators, CEOs, scientists, and change makers, each of whom is pushing boundaries to make agriculture smarter, more inclusive, and future ready. We invite Mr. Udayanand, Chief Executive Officer and Director, Parijat Industries, leading one of India's prominent agrochemical companies. Mr. Anand is at the helm of integrating next-gen crop protection technologies with farmer-centric solutions for productivity and sustainability. We invite Mr. Dushyant Tyagi, Chief Executive Officer, FarmGate. He is revolutionizing agri-trade and market access through digital platform that connect farmers, buyers, and suppliers. His focus is on creating transparent, tech-enabled agri-commerce ecosystems. We invite Mr. Anand Shrikar, Commercial Digital Lead, Crop Science Division, Bayer India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. A leader in digital agriculture, Mr. Shrikar drives data-driven strategies and digital tools that enhance decision-making, yield optimization, and farmer profitability across South Asia. We invite Dr. Pushpendra P. Singh, Dean Research and Development, IIT Ropar, an academic and researcher with a passion for practical innovation. Dr. Singh works at the intersection of engineering and agriculture, bringing advanced R&D into service of rural development and smart farming. We invite Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, Managing Director, Lemken India Agro-Equipment. He's a veteran in agri-mechanization. Mr. Kapoor leads Lemken's India operations with a focus on precision machinery that empowers Indian farmers with European-grade equipment adapted for local needs. And we invite Mr. Gopalakrishna Pennumuchu, CEO and Board Director, Fortis India Private Limited. With deep expertise in plant nutrition and agribusiness, he is leading Fortis' mission to offer innovative, sustainable fertilizer solutions backed by digital soil intelligence and advisory services. And ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Mr. Parikh to kindly lead the session forward. We would request you, sir, to kindly close the proceedings latest by 5:15. Thank you, sir.
That's good.
Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting me to moderate this very important session. And it has come at the best time of the day because we had previous sessions talking about a lot of things which would be directly impacting with what we'll be discussing now. So if some of you would be having mobile phone in your hand, I would like you to just do a small calculation. 9,000 crore divided by 256 lakh crores. What that number would be? It's 0.003%. Now, why that number is important? Because that number tells you the total spending in agriculture research as percentage of the GDP of this country. And you'll be surprised to know that we are in bottom 10% in the world. If we go by the percentage. If we go by the number, 9,900 crore look pretty decent, pretty big number. But when we talk about comparative to the GDP, that shows you actually where our agri research spending is. Now, if I add the government spending plus the private sector spending both, then I reach to a number which is a little bit better, 12,000 crores. That's private plus government spending in agriculture research. Now, other interesting thing is that it is 0.5% of our agriculture GDP. We all get benefit by agriculture GDP because we are in agri-businesses, input side, output side, on farming, and we are having farmer leaders also here. They're very passionate about what they're doing. But that's the state of affair. Let me add one more data point to you. How many of you believe that a good seed is the starting of a good agriculture? Can you raise your hands if you understand agriculture? So nearly everybody believes a good seed, right, is required to have a good agriculture. युद्धवीर जी, आप मुझसे ज्यादा जानते हैं, सीड बिल ही रह गया है 4 रिवीजन के बाद भी, since early 2000 when the effort was initiated to come out with a new seed law, that seed bill has gone sometime rejected in Lok Sabha, sometime okay in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha rejected, then parliamentary committee, this committee, that committee. Sir, we are still having a seed bill, which is 1963 seed law, which was created. We talk about colonial past. So we still have a seed bill actually, which itself is stuck in 1963. Now that shows actually like, how we as a country are caring for our agriculture. But again, we had a lot of discussion about new technologies. We had a discussion about biotech, precision agriculture, smart agriculture. We also sometimes go to the level of questioning that why we should be collaborating with international players, and very rightly so, that why we should be looking at Monsantos or Cargills or Bayers of the world, right, to look at those type of research, or even for the FMC, if I have to touch US also, I don't want to leave them around. Now, the challenge is that actually, like, we have to reach out to them because in-house, we are not doing sufficient research. And if we don't do sufficient research in-house, we'll have to outsource it. And that's what's happening. And that is where actually I would straight away jump into this discussion with Mr. Anand from Bayer. Sir, actually, like, we have been discussing a lot about precision agriculture, right? And now actually somebody sprays whole of farm with drones. Even we call that a precision agriculture, but I think the precision agriculture has to be something which is precise. So it's a new way of spray, like, just doing the spraying, not a precision agriculture. I've seen Bayer has done phenomenal work across the globe, all the way from Southeast Asia to US in precision agriculture. Your views on that, actually, how do you see the precision agriculture ecosystem building up in India, and also some examples of what you have done in other countries?
Sure, thank you. So I'll start with some example of products or services that are there in, say, North and South America in the commercial markets, and then come to examples in India and what we are doing in Asia and then in India. So we have this product called FieldView, which is commercial in North and South America. It is about IoT devices spread across farms, which are thousands of hectares large. And these devices are, of course, connected to smartphones and tablets, but they're also connected to farm equipment like tractors, sprayers, as well as harvesters, etc. So they help monitor in real time what is the kind of stress, biotic or abiotic stress, that the farm is going through, so that the farmers can use technology to decide what and when to spray. And even within the farm, they can take a differential decision. Some part of the farm needs irrigation. Some part, because of the kind of stress, they need larger quantity of spray or lesser number of sprays, and so on and so forth. Now, while this is possible on large commercial farms, a variant of this is something that we've also done in Japan, which is also commercial today, which we call RHDS, which is on rice herbicide spray by drones, where farms are mapped by GPS coordinates. You scan using drones the intensity and type of weed, and accordingly decide the dosage and spray what goes in there. When we come to India, the unit economics of IoT devices is something that is still being worked out for it to be applicable on a very, very large scale. And therefore, here there are additional technologies that are in play. There's remote sensing, where data is getting better by the day, and that is being leveraged along with all AI and predictive analytics data on numerous trial locations that we have access to, and that trial locations that we manage, to make sure that we are able to give information to farmers for their farm, which is accessible and actionable. And with that, we'll be able to probably get into a phase where we are able to pinpoint actions for specific farms for specific times.
Perfect. No, that's very interesting. So, like, I think it's always good to learn from some of the advanced countries. And we always have this thinking, that some of these countries, which are having different agroclimatical zones, as well as different profiling of the farmers, whether it's about acreage or whether type of crop they're growing. But eventually, the building blocks of technologies are very common nowadays, right? We have to find the way to customize it that it suits Indian farmer. And that brings me to Sanjay, right? When we talk about the mechanization part of it. So fondly, India has been known as a graveyard of tractors, right? We are having 11 million of them. So very recently I was in one of the villages in Haryana. So मैं थोड़ा ये हिंदी में बात करता हूँ बिकॉज ये थोड़ा सा हिंदी से ज्यादा कनेक्ट करेगा. तो मैं हरियाणा में बैठ के कुछ प्रोग्रेसिव किसानों के साथ बैठ के बात कर रहा था, उनको समझा रहा था डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी. तो उनमें से एक काफी बुजुर्ग थे जो काफी नाराज थे मुझे से लोगों से. बोले यार तू 1960 से बेवकूफ बना रहा है. मैंने कहा ताऊ मैं तो पैदा ही नहीं हुआ था 1960 के अंदर. बोले तेरे जैसे. मैंने कहा क्यों, क्या हो गया सर? बोले यार ट्रैक्टर भेज गए, 1500 घंटे यूज करता हूँ, काम नहीं, फिर भी घर में पड़ा है. अब तू आके नई टेक्नोलॉजी बेची चला जाए, ड्रोन और ये. तो सर when we talk about as a policy where we are very happy to give credit right for a tractor, लेकिन सर मैं उसके पीछे का रोटोवेटर लेने चला जाता हूँ या दूसरे इंप्लीमेंट लगाने के लिए चला जाता हूँ तो मेरे को क्रेडिट मिलता नहीं है. अब वो ट्रैक्टर उस घोड़े की तरह हो गया जिसके पीछे गाड़ी नहीं है. अब मैं शान से गांव में घूम तो सकता हूँ लेकिन उसका कमर्शियल फायदा ले नहीं सकता हूँ. Your views, you have been in mechanization industry. How do we resolve such challenges where our farmers end up paying for something which he might not be using as extensively, except like, being a status symbol?
Yeah, Deepak, fortunately, unfortunately, it's a bare truth. India is the world's largest tractor industry in terms of volumes only. If you talk about the value or revenue, it is nowhere. We are selling close to about 950,000 units in a year, or maybe slightly little more, or maybe about 1 million plus, including exports. But unfortunately, our average horsepower is hovering around 45 HP to 47 HP only. I can't even say that it's a manufacturer's push that they push to sell more in the market. But if it would have been the situation, our growth could not have been so high in last 5-6 years. So market is absorbing. One point is that in certain states, it becomes a status symbol to have one tractor or maybe two tractors, one smaller tractor for only for the haulage purpose when he takes his produce to the market, and other for the agriculture purposes. Second point into this is that tractor in India is not only used for agricultural purposes. It is used for the commercial purposes also, whether it is dosing, whether it is haulage, whether it is as a loader, whether it is used to on tractor on top combines. So that's a bare fact. In last so many years, mechanization, we are talking about different schemes about mechanization, thrust about the mechanization, government push. But what Deepak has rightly said, we are lesser on a mechanization side, but more on a tractorization side. That tractor is kind of becoming a bank, which is use the words graveyard. The other aspect which Deepak has touched is that a farmer buys a tractor, but he cannot afford the matching implement. The tractor is only a prime mover to plow the land, to prepare the seed bed and other different crop cycle operations. Because he spends 6 lakhs, 7 lakhs, 8 lakhs, 9 lakhs from mechanical to power steering to XYZ. But when the matter comes to take an implement for 100,000 rupees or maybe 200,000 rupees, he doesn't want to spend money on that. And if he doesn't want to spend money on that, he's not able to utilize the tractors. Tractor, yes, he buys it because he gets a easy credit finance because of the government policies that so much of the financing has to be to the rural sector. But as far as the implements are concerned, they are standalone equipment. If that case of a financer goes bad, he will not be able to track that. But whereas the tractor, it's a registered and hypothecated equipment, the banker or the financer, NBFC, they can possess back. So it's still a tyranny. Very less financiers are ready to finance, or what they do is that they couple the finance with the tractor and give a little higher amount. So it's still a chicken, egg and egg story. This is the one of the reason that if we go for, when we talk about, since morning, very learned people have talked about self-sufficiency in the food security and other things. But our productivity is one of the lowest. Because our farm power, because of all these reasons, is not increasing. That still hovers around the same figure. That's from my side.
Perfect. So, Mr. Gopal, I will come next to you. Right, there have been a lot of talk about chemical, biological, microbes, and again touching base with the farmers. I keep on engaging and interacting. And very recently, I was in a small village of Gujarat, and we were talking about, sir, we are using too much of fertilizer, chemical fertilizers, and all that. It is impacting the environment, sustainability. How about the modern way of using microbes, specifically natural farming, right, which has been talked a lot, and zero budget farming. So he told me, you do calculation for natural farming. First thing, 90 kg of besan. बोले सर बजट तो वही बिगड़ गया, जीरो बजट कहां से हुआ? Then not all the farmers, they have गऊ. So you have to buy 80 पैसे में 1 किलो गोबर मिलता है सर, उसका ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होता है. So that zero budget farming ends up being something around nearly 60 to 70% of the chemical fertilizer itself. Now, why I'm talking about is that actually, the farmers, we believe they don't understand things. But a farmer is an agronomist, is a geologist, right? Is a weather scientist. So he's rolled into a lot of things in one, and one of the smartest and most intelligent guy. Unfortunately, the policy and the market are in such a way that it's not helping him. Your views on when we talk about the new molecules or new microbes being talked about, how your company is ensuring that actually they gain the right amount of trust with the farmer so that they are ready to adopt the new technologies or new innovations.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be talking about more of plant nutrition, biostimulants and biologicals. What's happening in the Indian industry, especially in the last, I would say 5 to 10 years. I would say even 5 years, not more than 5 years. There are a lot of changes in the technologies that are happening. And the government is also responding quite a bit. For the first time, we see that India is far ahead of more than 95% of the countries in the world in terms of formulating a policy for biostimulants. Very few countries, handful of countries, which have got a policy for biostimulants. Now we are also actively working with the government of India for formulating policies for biologicals. Okay, so there we are already there, but a lot more to be done. So let me come back to your point that there is a chemical farming which is traditionally coming, which is the fertilizer, pesticides used in chemical form. Now gradually they're moving out of chemical to organic, from organic to natural farming. Okay, so far in these last 2 to 3 decades, pure organic or pure natural never proved to be enough for us to make the enough production what we require for the growing population. Okay, so globally also it is not proven. But certainly organic and natural farming is an integral part of the whole farming activity, so that overall chemical load is reduced. Now let me put the viewpoint in a different angle from the point of technology. See, let us start from the consumer point of view, because we always talk about the farmer increasing the yields, increasing the productivity and so on. Now for a moment, let us come to the other side and see from the consumer point of view, what are the consumer trends today? Now, if you see across the globe, in India also, there is a whole lot of consciousness which has come for the chemical pollution of any sort, for that matter. And also the disease content in the food products. N number of consignments from India to other countries have been rejected because of some sort of pollution or chemical load in the produce that we are sending. Okay, so now farmers are also becoming more and more aware of this and also trying to do something on that. From that point of view, the research that is going on in the industry is in a way, I must say,
is far better than even earlier Vice Chancellor has agreed that the research that is going on in the universities has not come to the industry, not to the farmers, not much, other than seed technology, maybe to some extent. But when we come to nutrition, biostimulants, biologics, hardly anything. I have not heard. But they're doing a lot of research. It's not that they're not doing. They're doing a lot, but it's not percolating down to the farmer level because it is applicability is a part. But in private industry, though small, there is a tremendous innovation that have been done, both multinationals as well as Indian companies. Example I give you, the companies have modified the, see, there are microbes which will help in the uptake as well as utilization of the nutrients. There is one set of microbes in the soil which help the plant to take the nutrients, apply nutrient into the plant. Another set of microbes which are within the plant which will help in utilize the taken nutrients to convert that into the produce. Okay. So there is a lot of research that is being done. They are called endophytes. Either endophytes or soil microbes by private organizations. To the extent they have gone for genetic modification of the microbes and then created the microbes which are more very potent. But unfortunately, the Indian government has not yet made policies for genetic modification of the microbes, though we have been trying for a long time. Once they do that, there is a whole lot of technologies that are come into the picture. The idea here is that the crops that are using nutrients should reduce less of chemicals and more of organic form and give the same level of produce. That is the idea. So that's how it is. Thank you.
No, sir, I totally agree with you. Some of the concern which you have put forward. And but I believe, like, from the consumer side, definitely everybody wants to eat organic food. But then you are having a scenario where actually, like, suddenly when India banned the export of white wheat, allows the export of organic wheat to organic rice to be continued. Suddenly, actually, like, our export increases 4 to 5 times. So, and then actually the DRI gets into it, stops it, and they say that, hey, there is some issue with, like, certification, right? Though it was issued by the government, the assigned agencies itself. So we have seen that, like, when you go outside India, the Indian organic certification is taken with a pinch of salt. Second, I would also like to just add to it that when I want to buy a biofertilizer, right, I get range from 200 rupees a bottle going up to something around 2000 rupees a bottle, right? Exactly same. Everybody's talking about same fruit setting. It helps. It will do this. It will do that, right? But when I go to a fertilizer, at least I know that actually if I'm buying NPK, right, I'm paying X amount of money. And same with the biostimulant, like, a farmer doesn't understand the type of science and research which has gone and whether it is validated or not. And in fact, you'll be surprised. I have seen a bottle of biostimulant which was saying no legal remedies available. If you are buying it, it is on your own. You cannot go to court while you are buying this product. And farmer get it's a mindset that actually, okay, fine, I cannot go against the court if something goes wrong. So I believe, like, a lot of internal, I'll say, assessment by industry also is required, that actually how they can stop these malpractices, which has been pretty common. Now I'll go to you there. Like, you have been profiling farmers to sell input, and you have heard, like, there is always a challenge of selling a chemical product in the market, and more so actually when you have to identify who are the right possible customers. How are you using technology or digital technology for profiling that? What are those farmers who would be aligned to buying your products?
Just before I get to that question, I think there's 2 comments that have been made here which feed very well into how I'd like to respond to what you asked. You see, I think right now a lot of agri-input industries consider digitization as a kind of, extracurricular activity, as like something to write about in investor presentations to show that, we are future-ready companies. And where we are doing it as an industry, I think it tends to be quite limited in terms of, as you were saying, who are the farmers in Andhra Pradesh, in Guntur, who have bought my product in the past, and how can I remarket to them? It's like in a very narrow sense. I think right now where we are in terms of digital technologies, the opportunity is actually much bigger. And that opportunity is that you have the chance to, using various touch points, build a digital phenotype for a farmer, i.e. track the various different kinds of behaviors of farmers, choices of farmers, and through that build a much more nuanced phenotype of farmers, which could help, incidentally, in answer to the question of, why are tractors being, why is credit available for tractors and not others? Correctly said, a tractor is a collateralizable asset. The equipment is not a collateralizable asset. So actually, the credit worthiness of the farmer is not being deeply assessed when giving him a loan for a tractor. Whereas when you're giving him a loan for a 1 lakh equipment, you're going to have to assess his credit worthiness. Farmers who have large amounts of land are able to, raise that credit. Smallholder farmers are not. They have less opportunity to build credit worthiness. This kind of, digital profiling, giving farmers multiple opportunities to showcase an investment-oriented behavior, to showcase an ability to follow right forward-looking agronomic practices, give more data points to fintech agencies, to traditional financial institutions, to actually build a credit profile for farmers using non-traditional means. And I think, therefore, it is important for agri-input firms to really try to look at, instead of saying, who are the chili farmers in Guntur, can I say who are progressive farmers who may be poor farmers, but who are showcasing forward-looking choices in their acceptance of advisory, in their engagement with advisory. So I think that's really the one level further that we have to get to in our thinking of digital profiling. And then this small comment on organic versus natural versus chemical, I think also very topical to the topic of digitization in terms of advisory, right? Today, you have a scenario. I mean, my problem with this debate is that this is a dialogue of the deaf, and it is a complete simplification of the debate on chemical inputs into saying all chemical inputs bad, all organic inputs good. But actually, this is not the reality, right? Within chemical inputs, there are newer generation technologies. There are newer generation formulations. New chemicals have lower toxic loads. You're able to do lower dosages. There's so many different nuances within which chemicals are good and which chemicals are less good, or which chemicals are bad and which are less bad. And we have to do the hard work of, of doing advisory to farmers, to convince them that, look, this product is better than the one you have been using because, it has more acceptable MRL levels on basmati in Europe, for instance, to reduce your rejections. But as private input companies, we are then trying to use digital technologies to achieve this. But the debate at a meta level on this organic versus chemical is really working against us, and only works in favor of those companies who are still happy to sell ancient technology chemical inputs, because the debate is so black and white between chemicals or no chemicals, rather than nuance between which chemicals, when to use them, how much should they be used, which crop should they be used on. So that public discourse around chemicals, if it becomes more nuanced and not so black and white, it actually helps the movement of farmers towards these technologies. And then digital technology can be really leveraged to give the right advice to the farmers at the right time, so that they're using the right chemicals, rather than this yes or no chemicals debate.
Now, see, that has been always a problem with the discussion of any policy related to agriculture in India is concerned. And the previous panel, it was rightly highlighted that where is our India's agriculture policy? Now, when you say chemical, organic, black and white, same is when we talk about our seeds, right? The GMO debate has been going, right, all in the wrong direction, right? Biodiversity, how safe it is for human beings. And some of the world's most advanced countries, right, when we talk about GMO, the new generation GMO, they've been able to consume all it, and I have not seen that actually they're becoming zombies or monsters, right? Now, the $1 million question is that actually, do we keep our farmers, right, at the stage there are? For example, we are having people from soybean industry here. Like, we have never been more than 800 metric kgs per hectare in soybean. And then we ask them to compete when we allow soybean based oil import to in India at hardly any duty. And then actually, like, you want your farmers to compete with someone who is having 4 ton per hectares, converting that into oil, to Indian farmer, which is having 800 kgs per hectare. So again, I believe, like, this whole debate on GMO also been driven in the wrong direction. We should be looking at what if analysis of what capability the technology is going to bring in. Either you don't allow the soya oil at all import to India, because then you are putting your farmers to fight a war when somebody is having AK-47 with a wooden sword. Right. So I believe, like, a lot needs to be thought about when it comes to the policy in India. Coming to you, Dushyantji, and you have been a pioneer in connecting farmers to the market, right? The experience which you had in Inam is phenomenal. And we have seen it is one of the world's largest platform, which is having, providing market access to farmers across, like, nearly every possible large mandi from India. And I would like to understand from you, like, about that whole activity you're learning from that, as well as, like, how the platform economics, though that time the term was not coined, but you have been able to achieve that, sir.
I miss your last.
So now we talk about everybody's saying platform, right? We are building platform and the valuation goes skyrocket, right? So please, all those entrepreneurs, please use platform in your pitch deck and you'll get at least 20% higher valuation. And Dushyantji has done that without even the term being coined long back. Your view, sir.
So, Deepak, I mean, platform thinking is important for integration. So just to, I will recap from your last portion of your question. See, we have to understand, we have a critical problem of ever dividing holdings in our country. And the smallholders are basically contributing to larger extent in agri value chains, wherever you go. So from divide to, we say, integrate, and integrate to, basically we say, come on the same platform. So divide to integrate, we are talking about integrated farming systems. Integrated farming systems have integrated, nutrient management system, integrated product management system, likewise. So I will come back to your first part of your question. So as a company, we at Fertis Group, previously Nagarjuna, way back in 2011-12, when we were basically on expansion, we realized two things. That because we do only agriculture, and we did a strategy rejig, and businesses were not moving as they should have been. The growth compared to other sectors were not that great. So we said, what do we do? Where do we go? We find out two things. One, the future of plant nutrition, where the company was having major revenues coming, will be moving towards from straight to customize. I mean, we were into bulk fertilizers. We could realize it. Being there in this business will not last as long. So customization is important. And how do you customize nutrient? Plant stage is specific, crop is specific, maybe geography is specific. This is how you customize, nutrition. So customization is important to reduce cost, to get better, realization for our customers. And we were the first early company in the country who set up, few bulk fertilizer customization plant. And later on, we decided that it goes to secondary nutrition and maybe biologicals tomorrow. The second critical thing which we realized, whatever you do, when we try to understand this agri value chain, you have first person, what we call cultivation activity or production activity. And then in the middle of the next portion is markets, where all this effort basically converts into the realization of value for the farmers and all other stakeholders. And the third part is consumption or value add. So what we could find, market is a place which is basically dominating the whole value chain. And this is where the major disconnect is happening between producer and consumers. And this is impacting businesses also. Often in India, we basically hear this, in Indian companies are not investing in R&D. Indian companies don't have long-term, business expansion plans. They just live in the moment. But there is a cost attached to it. And businesses at that time were passing through, they were pressed from both customer side, market side, channel side. And India, three critical problems: your holding size, and then multi-layered intermediation, and on the top of it, the major driver credit. So we said, yes, we have to go there in the market and try to set right things. We did India's first mandi digitization in Punjab in 2012 under a World Bank project, where we just tried where we just try to understand what is happening inside a mandi and can we really bring some kind of a transparency in it. At least farmers should know how the lots are being sold. At least farmers should know the price movement inside this market, and we could got a success up to certain extent and a larger extent, and that project was widely recognized. Basis that experience, we thought, one mandi is digitized, you have some transparency, you have some visibility. Why don't we basically integrate, or why don't we basically connect a cluster of mandis, cluster of markets, so that farmers should know, traders should know, all the stakeholders should know what is happening around there, maybe 100, 200, 250 kilometer radius. We did India's first mandi integration in Tamil Nadu in 2012 for 32 markets in Delta. Basis this, all this experience, we got when this current government came, and a lot of activity started around agriculture after a long gap. A complete new strategy document was prepared by doubling the farmer income committee. Then we also make some representation that market is important for everyone. So ENAM, E-National Agriculture Market, one nation, basically was the vision of Honorable Prime Minister. And if a bid was floated, basis of previous experience and closeness to agriculture for last 50 years, we won this bid. We did ENAM 1, we did ENAM 2. Now it's basically nearing end. So talking to you today is, I will talk about the challenges also. When we took this project, everybody was telling us, you are going to commit to suicide. You are going to commit harakiri. Basically, who will allow you to enter into this is strong, dispensation called mandi, how farmers will trade, how they will understand. Even, futures, commodity futures in this country are struggling for last 20 years, but everything is possible in India. When I'm talking to you today, we have integrated 1,522 markets in 23 states, 4 union territories. We have crossed roughly close to $50 billion GTV, $50 billion, I'm repeating it, and more than 115 million metric ton trade for 231 commodities. But this all is not good enough. The job is only 50% done.
Right. So now coming to the last round of the discussion, I start with you only, Dushyantji. So you said it's still half done. How do you see future? We talk about so many of technology because quality assessing is a problem in mandis. We see predicting the prices is a problem, storage and inventory positioning. How do you see the next version of platform? Could be ENAM, could be from private player, could be the next stage of what you have already achieved and build on top of it as a future?
Yeah, Deepak. See, all this effort, massive effort by everyone. See, from our side, government side, stakeholder side, what we could do. See, there is one thing which you really required is called information. And connected, we are living in a connected world. World has become like a global village. But unfortunately, agriculture in India was not that. Purely because agriculture follows the development cycle. It trails behind other sectors. For example, wherever you take infrastructure, telecom, mobility, whatever. So ENAM was the first attempt to create a digital public infrastructure for agriculture, where you, at least for one section of the value chain, you are trying to have a connect across country. And believe me, future is for connected. What we basically visualize today would be the connected agriculture of tomorrow for country and globally. Coming to your question precisely, see, after ENAM, we saw a lot of traction in terms of innovation in agriculture, and close to, you are very well aware, Deepak, close to 1,500, startup came, and cross hybridization of the domains, which is very important for the maturity of any sector, had started happening in agriculture. We saw all these people coming from engineering background try to solve problems which we were perhaps never even thinking of. So that was a great news. In 2020-21, we could basically mobilize around the 3 billion kind of a funding for all these startups. They tried to solve some problems. Many of them might have perished or restructuring themselves, but they are not going to go anywhere. You have asked me a question, to solve all these problems, where one should work. So to me, The critical problem, even today, tomorrow, is agri-finance, fintech solutions or finance. Basically, credit and finance and insurance, they are in the center of all of our challenges. So the people, those who really want to contribute and want to work in the digitization or tech world, their first priority should be agri-fintech. Second, I would say precision advisory platforms. A lot of scope is there to basically give right advisory, collect right data. You know, agri-stack scheme, we are going to have in future, maybe after some struggle, right kind of a data set, and enabling farmers to take right kind of a decision support systems. They are basically going to improve resource efficiencies, cutting cost, and bringing better realization fundamentally. Third thing I would say, farmer-centric data interventions. Fourth, people, those who really want to work on the production side of the value chain. All of us are very well aware, gene editing, speed breeding, they are going to play an important role while dealing with abiotic, biotic stresses or having customized crops. And on the top of it, synthetic biology. We are talking a lot about microbes. And believe me, this is my fundamental belief. Microbes are really going to change, agriculture for forever and future. I'm just finishing it, Deepak. Future will belong to two things: the cross section of biological sciences and engineering, and if I further try to understand it, it is genomics plus algorithms. So these are the areas broadly where one should help us to solve these problems fast.
I totally agree. I also firm believer that genes and algorithms, that's the future of agriculture as well. And you talked about an interesting area, agri-tech. So I was talking to some of the tech players in Bangalore recently, and I was taking their views. How do they see agri-tech? So one of them came with a very interesting anecdote. He said, "वो बीरबल की खिचड़ी है जिसके अंदर बीरबल 4 बार बदल चुका है." So there is a challenge, like, where the agri-tech is, how it is going forward.
This is how, Deepak, see, there is an alternate to this also. So at least this has initiated a thought. You need data, you need hygienic data, you have to capture data without human intervention. So these are the three broad areas. So with consent, you can always gather consent-based data. A lot of information is available in ENAM. A lot of information, every state has collected humongous data. If you go there, they are trying their own. So I see in another 24 months, some way will emerge.
No, I totally agree. Actually, in fact, the initial consultation paper idea, I was actually the founding member of that. So I would love it to go at the right direction, but only
and that's
time will tell.
For all of us to plan better.
Yeah, no, I totally
we have
agree.
To make it a success.
Yes, we have so much of data. Let's use it for insight to help farmers. Now, coming to you there. Now, we talked about data, and this is where also, like, it is very important that actually, like, right sort of credit mechanism for the farmers. And again, digital technologies can give you that level of value addition where you are able to identify whether you can give a farmer credit or not. And we are also seeing challenges that actually we have Kisan credit card, and again, like, we see a lot of challenges around it. If government is ready to pay you, like, without taking too much of data, too much of information, why somebody should be going for any other type of credit? Your views on that, and also the future, how do you see it?
Yeah, look, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, if there are solutions available, Kisan credit card, or I would say even in the space of insurance, while it is critical that we, solve crop insurance for farmers on the margin, I think the real question is how can the government schemes be utilizing data in a much better way? So insurance is a very good example, right? If you look at crop insurance, the number of the claim ratio is so high that there is a huge moral hazard problem in the agri-insurance space. And there is a way to use data, to use digital technologies to solve this problem. There are companies whose algorithms, whose AI-based platforms help to do some kind of forecasting of yields based on decisions, based on early stage of crops, based on that to validate the claims that are coming at later stages. This is the only way. Big data is going to be the only way to make any of these schemes successful. Now, we can have a debate about whether it is, the government's role to provide these financial services or whether the private sector should do it or not. But before we get to that debate, I think that we can start with saying, how can the government use digital technologies better to roll out these services? Because what will happen as a result of it is that the quality of those, the nuance or sophistication of those financial services at the government level will improve, and that will automatically create a space for private players to occupy. And in terms of future, I think, it's nice when a panel comes out with like one common message, and I would echo the message here that I think financial inclusion is the priority, and all stakeholders in this value chain, if they can kind of keep that in top of mind, I think will benefit everyone. Somebody said ki हाथी के पाँव में सबका पाँव है, referring to agriculture and the rest of us. I think financial inclusion is also a हाथी का पाँव, which benefits all people in the value chain.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. Financial inclusion is very important, and as you touch upon insurance, so I think while we say that there is a moral hazard of too many claims coming in, but even like I don't see the current insurance, the government-based insurance, the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, structured to help farmer too much, because in the morning also in the inaugural session, it was talked about like, the taluka based system. And then actually like, actually if a farmer is suffering, but his taluka is not suffering, he's not allowed. I believe like, technology can play a very vital role, and parametric insurance, that is, I believe is the future of converting Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. And luckily, like, I was having a discussion very recently with the agriculture minister, and he echoed that idea. And I think they are doing that changes to ensure that like, every possible farm, irrespective of whether his taluka is failed or not, should be given some risk mitigation tool. So they are working on that. So Anand, I'll come to you. Like, internationally, you have been doing a lot of things now, the FarmRise application, or even like, a lot of farmers and the farmers body, they have seen that actually the counterfeit is a big problem, right? When we are having technology which can provide the traceability, right? What you are doing around it, and in case you are doing something around it. So we would like to understand from you, and then also how do you see the global technologies which you have been working with, how they can be brought to India to make Indian agriculture more vibrant and more efficient?
Sure, thank you. So that's a very, very important point, because counterfeits and lookalikes are a major concern for the farmer, because the farmers end up paying the actual cost price, what the actual brand might be charging for, but what they get is a probably counterfeit, which won't even work, which will not even have the active ingredient that it promises on the label. So what we have done for the farmers is, each of our SKUs across, whether it's a carton level or individual pack, across all the products that we have, is backed by an extensive track and trace system, which has an encrypted QR code on each SKU, which is, so each bottle is mapped to the carton, each carton is mapped to the batch. Any farmer who's on FarmRise app, which is our app for the farmer, can scan a QR code and get to know whether that product is genuine, whether it's manufactured by Bayer Crop Science or not, how to use it, what is the dosage, where, when, and how to use all of that information. Now, while we have that technology, it can also be that a certain retailer might start scanning it multiple times, and farmers, by the time it gets to the farmer, they might not be able to scan it all together. So while I don't want to spill the beans here, but there are good data models available that we run in the back end of the scanning data that we get from FarmRise. And it is, with all big data and the analytics that is possible today, it's possible to flag off also where a retailer might be scanning, where in a particular location, someone is probably scanning a wide range of products which don't even map to a specific crop. So you know that that is a suspicious scan. So all of these tools are also available to flag off suspicious scans, so that we are able to give an experience to the farmers that the farmers want. As a guiding principle, I think, digital is not an option for India. It is critical to actually reach out to the tens of crores of farmers across the country. There's no other way. No company, no agency will have the resources to actually reach out to all of these farmers. And as a guiding principle, what we follow is that we need to solve a problem at the time that the farmer has, at the place that the farmer has, because time is of essence. He might have a half-acre farm, he might have a 10-acre farm, that doesn't matter, that's livelihood. That's not just business, but livelihood for the farmer. The information that we provide has to be simple, easy to understand, and actionable. So on our FarmRise app, we have capabilities to detect diseases and pests and suggest solutions, but it has to be not technical so that any farmer can scan and understand what the problem is and go to the solution. And third, and most important, any solution has to be scalable. We have to keep in mind that tens of crores of farmers and few more tens of crores of people dependent on agriculture in India, 15 major agroclimatic zones across the country, and I'm not even counting the micro agroclimatic zones. So it has to be scalable across all of these people and all of this geography. But the beauty is that whatever we solve for India, we can probably also solve for smallholder farmers across most of Asia and most of Africa. So that's the kind of impact digitization in India can have, and that's what we are working towards.
No, I totally agree. And when it comes to counterfeit, it is not just about the brand reputation and also loss to the farmer because he paid for something. But sometimes it ends up reducing his productivity, killing his crop. And that is the bigger problem because it could be a one life lost just because of a wrong product. And we have seen actually what's happening in some part of India where a crop loss is equivalent to a suicide. So I think it's this issue is far bigger and we are solving it. Congratulations for that. In fact, long back, we had discussion with on the same topic with Mohan Babuji, if he's around. Yeah. So yeah, so we had a good discussion. And in fact, I've been always quoting about the discussion in a lot of forums we engage with for the great work you are doing. Now, again, going to you, Sanjay, right? The last question. Again, what do you see digital impact in mechanization? And also, I would like your indulgence into about this drone being now seen as mechanization, which I'm not a big fan of reading it that way.
My first part of answer of your question is that how we are seeing digital technologies as far as mechanization is concerned. You see now, digital part has become integral with the mechanization. It started from tractors where a GPS kit was only used so that the owner can come to know that where is the driver, how much hours he has run, how much acreage he has covered, how much fuel he has used, water level, temperature, service, and all this. But now we have traveled quite a lot distance. Lot of innovation, lot of new compatibility of certain digital technologies are coming as far as farm equipments are concerned, through IoT, through drones, through remote sensing. But there are certain deterrents into that. It's not like that we will suddenly change the situation in one go. Our farming community is such that 80% of our farmers, their land holding is less than 2 hectares. Our climatic conditions are very, very harsh. If we go for certain sensors, to maintain that, we don't have that kind of a manpower. We don't have that kind of literacy level at the rural downside. So it's a little long story because digital technology in equipment will not only solve the purpose. It's the total ecosystem through DPI, which Mr. Tyagi has also covered. I am very bullish. The way government is, though Deepak is little apocalyptical on that, but the way government is putting thrust on digital agricultural mission, whether it is whether it is the farmer stack, whether a registry, digital ID, scanning of the whole land records, scanning of the whole geotagging of the villages, soil mapping and all, it will definitely help. The way certain of my fellow panelists have talked about fintech, crop insurance, once this data will be available, because the government has pushed 19 states out of that, we have approximately 14.5 crore farming households. Out of that, about 30% are those who doesn't own the land, but they are doing farming. So if we remove that, government's initiative is that in next 2 years, 11 crore farmers will be covered. So most of the land records, other thing will get the issue of crop insurance or any other thing, or like he said about the farmer's credibility. Once all things are there, which kind of a crop he's growing, what is the yield, what are the other things, when all this data is available, farmers by and large will be quite helpful.
Totally agree with you. And now going to Gopalaji, like, we would like to understand, how do you see, because digital is fine now, like, he talked about genetics, we had talked about digital, now about the biologicals, like, that is also one of the area, because we have seen at least one thing, all of here will agree, that the chemical fertilizers and corporate, they're already in a stage where actually the saturation has happened, right? Any further enhancement in productivity efficiency, you need biologicals somewhere. Your views on how do you see the future going forward?
See, as I see, the value creation is more coming. See, traditionally for the last 5 to 6 decades, we have been working on increasing the yields. We keep on talking about the increase in the yields. It may be relevant today for, let us say, pulses and oilseeds for India, but it may not be so much relevant for other grain crops. But today the trend is more on the quality. I mean, you see why we are importing so much of oranges and apples when such a big country and good technologies, wide variation of agroclimatic conditions we can produce as well. But we are not doing so much. Imports are coming because the focus is to be more on the consumer requirements. If you do that consumer requirements, they look for more quality, nutrition rich, less residues, and then more healthy for eating and useful for the environment and so on. This is the criteria for which the research and the agriculture has to be done has undergone a change. Undergoing a change and going to undergo quite a bit of change. So the shift has to take place suddenly. Maybe many parts of India we may not be able to do, but some parts we can do. That's where we need to focus, and we also need cooperation from the government, because whole lot of time is being taken in the government to get the approvals, either to form a new policy or to give approvals for the policies that's already formed, give the approvals for the products. It takes years. Now, of course, it is reduced quite a bit, but still a long way to go. Support from the government is required quite a bit to encourage the private sector in the research and then commercialization of the research.
Perfect. So perfect ending. Like, we all need government support and blessings when it comes to agriculture. But I would like to quote our Prime Minister. So he used to say that asarkari, asarkari. That means if it is a non-government, it is effective. So try to, like, as industry, you should try to do far more than expecting a lot of support from the government. Government is there to support, but that support should not be taken as that actually they need to push us to do right. And with that, I would like to end this beautiful session, and thanks a lot for all my panelists. And tomorrow we would be also launching the Agri-Tech World, which would be happening in Bangalore. And this is where actually, like, the type of discussion we have, right? We would like to take it global, and welcoming you all to city of Bangalore in February for Agri-Tech World. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Let's have a round of applause for all our panelists for that wonderful session that we had. Thank you, Mr. Deepak Parikh, for moderating the discussion so wonderfully. And I would once again invite on stage Ms. Zaman Almas, Senior Manager from Agriculture Today Group, to do the honors of presenting mementos. We present to our moderator, Mr. Deepak Parikh. He's the founder, HNYB Tech Incubations Private Limited. Thank you, sir. To our eminent panelists, Mr. Uday Anand, Chief Executive Officer and Director, Parijat Industries. Mr. Dushyant Tyagi, CEO, Farmgate. Mr. Anand Shrikar, Commercial Digital Lead, Crop Science Division Buyer for India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. To Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, MD, Lemkin India Agro-Equipment, and Mr. Gopala Krishna Penumuttu, CEO and Board Director in Fertis India Private Limited. And may we have a group photograph, please? And ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated. We are straight away moving into one of the most important sessions of this day, that is the special session on CEO's panel on future of agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And we now arrive at one of the most awaited highlights of this conclave, that is the CEO's panel on the future of agriculture. This special session brings together our visionary industry leaders from India and abroad who are not only redefining their respective sectors, but also shaping the direction of agriculture in the fast evolving world. The panel will explore critical questions on sustainability, innovation, global competitiveness, and future proofing of agribusiness. And to steer this high-powered dialogue, we are privileged to have with us Mr. Sanjay Chaudhary, Executive Vice President, Indo-Gulf Crop Science Limited, as our distinguished moderator. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. With decades of experience in agriculture, inputs, and enterprise leadership, Mr. Chaudhary is known for his strategic insights and commitment to aligning agribusiness growth with farmer prosperity and environmental stewarding. And we now invite our esteemed panelists. I invite Dr. Arun Raste, Managing Director, National Commodity and Derivatives Exchange. A respected leader in agri-markets and policy, Dr. Raste is driving transformation in commodity trading, risk management, and value chain transparency for farmers and agri-enterprises alike. Warm welcome, sir. Inviting Ms. Priyanka Malik, Managing Director, Q&Q Research Insights Private Limited. A trailblazer in agri-market research and consumer insights, Ms. Malik brings data-driven clarity to evolving farmer behavior, product innovation, and rural market trends. We invite Ms. Komal Shah, Director, SML, Suminta India Organics. Ms. Shah has been instrumental in scaling organic farming practices while connecting smallholder farmers to premium international markets, all while ensuring traceability and sustainability. We invite Mr. Mohan Babu, Cluster Commercial Lead, Crop Science Division Buyer, India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, who is a strategic leader in agri-innovation and focuses on digital agriculture. I invite Mr. Amit Padjoshi, Chief Executive Officer, Palladium, with vast experience in development economics and policy implementation. He leads high-impact projects that integrate agribusiness, sustainability, and inclusive growth. We invite Dr. R.G. Agarwal, Chairman Emeritus, Dhanuka Agritech Limited, a visionary and a veteran of Indian agriculture. Dr. Agarwal has played a pioneering role in modernizing crop protection in India and advocating for science and farming policies. Ms. Claire Doyle, who's Chief Executive Officer of Dacian Life Sciences USA, will be joining us shortly. I invite Mr. Ankur Agarwal, Managing Director, Crystal Crop Protection Limited. Under his leadership, Crystal Crop has become a leading name in integrated crop solutions, combining R&D manufacturing and strong rural outreach. Joining us online in the session is Mr. Daman Walia, who is President CEO of Arctech Limited. And we would like to invite Ms. Radhika Trekha, CEO iHub Awadh IIT Limited Roper, to kindly join us on the panel, please. With those words of introduction, I hand over to Sir, I would request you to close the session by 6:30 latest.
So we have 1 hour, 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Good evening, one and all. Warm welcome to the panelists. And when you have so many leaders around you, the moderator slightly gets nervous. We have around 60 minutes. So my request to all the leaders is, let's give a brief introduction about themselves, and let's stay very close to the topic. So I would set up the ball rolling. Agriculture happens to be one of the most old profession and a very noble profession as well. Like every profession, there is a brighter side and there is a side which is not so bright. So when it comes to agriculture in the country, we almost have agriculture around the year. You would find cropping seasons all across the geographies. And the reason is the crop diversity. The second important part is when it comes to production, whether it is fruits and vegetables or whether it is the field crops, almost India is placed #1 or #2 in terms of the production, the part 2. And the third important part is 70% of the rural population, what we have in the country, they are directly or indirectly, they are into the agriculture or the allied fields related to agriculture. The list is quite long. Maybe we would listen more from the leaders. But when we come to the not so brighter side, I would say, yes, still the technology transfer, because even in the earlier session, we heard people talking about lab to land project. It's my understanding, still it has to be implemented in its true and complete sense, the part 1. The average land holding, almost 80% plus farmers, they still have a land holding of less than 2 hectares. And in many scenarios, the regulatory framework. So these are a few limitations, I would say, as per my understanding, not taking much time, because I'm quite sure everyone wants to listen what exactly the leaders have in terms of their comments, inputs, the way forward in terms of the session. And the topic of the session is future of and the future in agriculture. So I would first start with Ankurji. Ankurji, as per my understanding, in the last 10 years plus, you have almost touched
all the three important verticals of agriculture, whether it's crop protection, whether it is the plant nutrition and the seed part. So everyone would like to understand from you exactly how do you look into the outlook of agriculture when it comes to the future of agriculture. So over to Ankush.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay, for a very warm introduction to this eminent panel, and congratulations to the Agriculture Today group for being so persistent and doing this year on year. What is overwhelming for us as an industry when a media house like Agriculture Today takes the agriculture, which is such an important subject for the Indian economy, and as what Sanjay was mentioning, that vast portion of our population is directly or indirectly connected with agriculture. We're talking about future of agriculture. We have seen a significant growth in our agriculture in our country. We are now talking and comparing our agriculture productivity with world averages, with some of the leading countries. But still the reality is we are still not number one, despite being one of the largest agrarian economy. There's a long way to go. But the positive and good part is that we are working in that direction. And with our experience coming from the background of crop protection, seeds, plant nutrition, bit of farm mechanization, so I can share some of our case studies and my experience as to what I feel would be critical for next perhaps 10 years or the future of agriculture. One thing is for sure, what took us 40 years will not take another 40 years to reach. So now we have reached to an inflection point where multiplicative effect is possible. So there are technologies which are available in India. There are technologies which are available overseas in research institutes. What is critical is to bring those innovations and technologies. Whether you talk about crop protection, we have always talked about new synthesis routes. We've talked about new compounds. As we progressed, we adopted and understood the market gaps and got into proximity research, which included mixtures, which included solutions, which would potentially solve the farmer problems. So I would say this example I gave for crop protection. Similarly, if you talk about seeds, so there are clear-cut gaps in terms of stress conditions, in terms of diseases. So there are varieties, there are technologies. We understand that there have been a growing concern around approving certain technologies on the seed side, which the industry is very actively propagating. I'm happy to share that at least a technology in terms of gene edits is now something where India have come up with a very strong regulation. So that has shown and giving some very positive results in terms of agriculture productivity, and industry continue to represent in the most scientific manner that why some of the other technologies which have been restricted in India so far will get approval. And we have seen a very proactive role of the government in partnering with the industry. So that's on the seed side. And finally, on the plant nutrition side, I would say that it's a big growing area. So again, it has direct impact on productivity by having products and services which will again impact the usage of various crop protection. And why I'm linking this, you know, it is as basic and as simple as if we are able to make plant healthier and stronger, then it has its own natural cycle where plant can potentially use lesser crop protections. If there is proper nutrient uptake, their ability to fight diseases will go up. So I think, again, the industry is getting matured with the entire thing getting regulated, right kind of products are coming. So what I'm trying to say is that the framework is there, the opportunity is there, and then it boils down to the real implementation. And I think my other colleagues who comes from very eminent organizations and great leadership, they will also talk about that how industry is now adapting these technologies and taking to the Indian farmers. So my take is that we can't be in a better position what we are today in terms of having access to the global technologies and the best brains within our country, and the fire in the industry to take those technologies and implement it on the ground. So my take is that the future of agriculture looks extremely bright. What is required is to perhaps collaborate a bit more. Our voice still needs to be, I would say, strongly advocated in front of certain stakeholders which see our industry with certain apprehensions when it comes to new technology introductions or certain sensitive topics like data protection. I mean, the whole idea is to benefit the consumer. And to benefit the consumer, if we do not have technologies, we will continue to struggle. And I'm sure, and I'm extremely confident, and I would like to share, I represent the company Crystal Crop Protection. We are a fully R&D backed company, of course, within our reach of proximity research. And we realize that these investments will bound to contribute. And I'm also representing and as a chair of CropLife, which represents 70% of the crop protection industry. And I can advocate that each member of CropLife is working day and night to bring those innovations, as well as the members are working hard on the ground to take those technologies on the ground. So that's my take, Sanjay, on how I see only bright spots as we move forward for the Indian agriculture.
Thanks, Ankurji, for a very optimistic view on agriculture, the future of agriculture. Priyanka, over to you now. When we talk of agriculture, still the data is quite fragmented, I would say. If practically we look into the data science part related to the agriculture part, we won't find any information that is very consolidated, which can be further analyzed to have the strategic part. I would like to have your insights on data and its importance and the role in agriculture. Over to you, Priyanka.
Thank you so much, Sanjay, and thank you, Agriculture Today Group, Dr. MJ Khan and Harris for having me here as well. From my perspective, I represent a company. We are a data science company. We work with consumer behavior, which is essentially at the grassroots level with farmers, bringing data, bringing behavior to agri-input companies, seed, nutrition, crop care, machinery. And according to me, the future of agriculture lies in data. I think a lot of people here, esteemed panelists, before this panel have also emphasized on the importance of data, big data, predictive analysis. And that is where the future of agriculture lies. Having said that, I think I will talk from my experience of the last 20 years and how I have seen farmers change, and how just Ankur mentioned about the fact that, what's taken us 40 years will not take us 40 years anymore. We are at that inflection point, which is absolutely correct. Today, when I visit fields, I do see 8 out of 10 farmers having a smartphone in their hands. They are all accessing various forms of digital media. They are on Google, on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube, looking for agriculture data, looking for active ways to engage with companies. In fact, one of our researches showed that on an average, 48 minutes was the time that farmers spent per day to search for agriculture information. After having said all of this, what we still see, however, is the agronomy apps, the specific apps that have been developed for farmers, barring apart weather apps, they do not have that much of a penetration that should have been there. I mean, we're looking at still less than 15% of farmers who are actively looking at agronomy apps for information. They're looking at more general digital media. So that becomes very, very important for input companies to be present there because farmers are actively searching information. The second piece from my side is also that in various studies, we have seen that if I talk about India, and if I just talk about an average of row crops, field crops, horticulture crops together, 15 to 20% of farmers today in India are actually progressive, and we call them wealth maximizers. They are not here to just do sustenance farming. They are actively looking for solutions to better their yield, to better their lifestyle, and they're looking for solutions from companies to make their life better. Having said that, biologicals, good technology, good R&D molecules, farmers are willing to spend. We are looking at probably 10, 15 years back, the average spend on 1 acre, one application of a crop protection product would be probably 200 to 500 rupees at max. Today, farmers are willing to pay 800, 1200, 1500, even 2000 rupees if they're getting what they want. So efficacy, yield, crop outlook, if they're able to get the produce quality better, which fetches a better market rate, they're willing to spend that. The third part that I would also like to specify is sustainability. Farmers are becoming more and more sensitive towards soil, towards environment. They're looking for sustainable solutions. But sustainability comes at the back of the fact that he's still looking for effective solutions, which is going to impact yield. That does not take a back seat. So sustainable solutions, biologicals are picking up. Farmers are looking for trustworthy brands because, of course, the biological sector still is a bit of a gray area in the minds of the farmers. So they're looking for companies to come and actually show efficacy of biologicals. They are very concerned about soil health. From sustainability perspectives, we have recently seen DSR picking up solidly in Punjab, Haryana markets, programs like Savannah Seeds. We've got Buyer Direct Taker, we've got Acre Next, which has been really making strong inroads in Punjab, Haryana, traditionally transplanted markets. And on the fourth side, I would go back to circling, saying, when I say data being really important, we at Q&Q Research Insights, we actively work throughout the season with about 10, 12,000 farmers with whom we are in touch with on a regular basis throughout the season, getting data on everything that they do in the field, right? From sowing to harvesting and predicting and understanding every behavior, every decision-making. Why did he choose a seed? Why did he pick up a particular brand? What was his thought process? What was the incidence level of a particular pest in field? That data we have been collecting for the last 7, 8 years. And what we are looking to do with that in the future is actually put it in large language models so that we're not looking at doing a post-mortem of the season later, but actually going into predictive analysis, actually giving agri-input companies information of what is going to happen in the season. Say if the weather was X and the soil is Y, and we're looking to marry our collected consumer behavior data with commodity prices, with weather, with soil, which helps companies, input companies, to actually cater to farmer needs better. So I think my 2 cents largely is about data being the central source of decision making. Agri-input companies are in a very good place today to use that data, to use consumer behavior and bring better products, bring better technologies and services to farmers.
Thanks, Priya. Priyanka, sorry. Thanks, Priyanka. The deliberation gives an understanding that data would have a very formative role in agriculture.
Absolutely. I believe that.
Thank you so much. Komalji, we have been hearing a lot about green chemistries. Everyone would like to have your insights into it. What exactly are green chemistries and how would they be shaping the future of agriculture?
So thank you again, Sanjay, for the question, and thank you Agriculture Today for organizing this event with a very interesting, group of members on the panel here. I think one of the biggest burgeoning questions is soil health, right? And 40% of the soils in India have already been reported to be degraded. This is one big concern. And the FAO estimates that by 2050, more than 90% of the soil will be degraded. So it's a serious concern. And these are global numbers that we're talking about. So if you look at Europe, for that matter, they've had directives more than almost 15 years ago, where they've asked to reduce fertilizer input. It's actually a mandate. It's not an option anymore. When you look at parts of the US, if you look at California or even actually Florida for that matter, they've actually stopped fertilizer application during the months of June and July, which is a serious directive. It's an action. It's not just an option anymore. So soil health is a fundamental concern for farming globally. When you look at similarly, from an agri-inputs perspective, India is very advanced and a lot of work done in the agri-input space in terms of crop protection. But a lot of, some of the chemistries do leave behind residues and metabolites in the environment, and this also has an impact on the flora, fauna, and the microbiome for that matter, right? I mean, it affects the environment, the soil, the water. If you look at Europe and the way things are going, even for the global multinational players, PFAS has become a concern. Polyfluorinated alkyl substances globally are a concern because they're now being found in water all around, and the same water is basically going in to produce food and grow the crops. So the question of organic farming comes under serious question when you have that sort of, a lot of chemistry floating around in the environment. So the question when it comes to green chemistry, it's really, really critical because what we need to develop is metabolite free, free of synthetic metabolites, free of chemical residues, which will stay and persist in the environment. And that is something we've been actively working on. As SML, we are an agri-inputs company. We've been working in the crop nutrition, crop protection, and biological space as an input provider. Globally, we have more than 550 patents and growing. A lot of the work is done in the green chemistry area, where we are trying to correct the chemical imbalances that are there in the soil, the chemical imbalance in the water, even providing metabolite or residue-free solutions, right? So that's very, very critical for all of us.
For giving insights on green chemistries. Mohanji, we always talk of redefining agriculture, and the understanding is if the agriculture is being redefined, then the ecosystem around agriculture is also being revisited. You have an experience of working across geographies, Asia Pacific. So we would like to have your thoughts on what exactly we should do in India, which practically we are missing or we are not at the same level when it comes to the ecosystem around agriculture.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. And first of all, I want to thank Agriculture Today, Harris and Mr. Khan for having us here. I must say that we are not missing anything, but we need to amplify what we are doing at this point of time. Why I say this is across the globe, when we look at it, as Ankur rightly said, we are in top 5 or top 6 countries, which are where the productivity is good, but we are not yet number 1 in some of the row crops and horticulture also. So if you take that way, look at some of the countries which came behind us have amplified through open mind and with open arms, adopting the technology and also the science. Now, I come back to the country, India, as our farmer is an entrepreneur. He was and he is. Now we are slowly seeing that farmer is moving from normal farming, that means because there is no other option, so I'm going for farming, to as a farm as industry. I mean, educated colleagues also going in, and a lot of developments are happening. And there are a lot of questions, like what Komal said. 48 minutes of a day is spent on surfing for the data, right? So that shows the curiosity, and that shows that they want to break the ceiling, what it is today. I said one thing, that we are there, but we have to amplify. We are not missing. What I mean by that, you look at, we had two revolutions in agriculture. One is green revolution. The second one is white revolution. But now I believe that whatever MS Swaminathan said and today's government is doing, the yellow revolution is coming up, which is corn revolution. Now, if I take this example of how our farmers and the input industry is working together to bring out the new ecosystem, along with the logistics, along with our data science and all the stuff together, including the digital stuff. 10 years back, if I look at Philippines, when I went there, it was corn productivity used to be 1 to 1.5 tons per hectare. And they start, I mean, conditions, weather conditions, and the, I must say, smallholders are similar to us, or rather much bad or worst in Philippines, because typhoons are quite often. And we were at 3 metric tons at that point of time also. In these 10 years, we moved to 3.5, which is a good average if you look at it. Annual, I'm talking. Whereas Philippines has moved from 1.2, 1.5 to 3.5 already in 10 years. Are they much hardworking or innovative than us? No. The adoption of the technology. They have the new hybrids. They have the, what you call, the stacked gene editing, all this stuff they are adopting. And the new inputs also they are taking, which is in my belief, they are doing a much better job than us. Here, if you look at spring corn, they are producing almost 5 to 10 metric tons per hectare. That means technology is helping our farmers to showcase their innovativeness. So we have in ourselves to produce more and to bring more revenue out of the same acre and from the input what they are using. And as I believe that today, if we provide the better ecosystem, like what we are already doing, the government is changing the laws. Already they are giving us chances to bring in better technology. And I'm sure that if we open up ourselves with a broader mind and go beyond the self-centered thought process, we have the market, internal market. We don't need to look outside at this point of time. And again, I give an example of the corn itself. We were net exporter until last year. Now we have become net importer. We need more. If I look from today to 5 years down the line, what government is saying is we need around 40 million more metric tons of grain for the consumption in the country. So we need to produce more, not gaining more acres, but producing more corn from the same acre. So for that, you need to adopt more technology and believe in the science, which is brought in by the private and as well as public forums. And if we are not going that way, our farmer demand will not keep us silent, because once they're looking at more revenue to be generated and they're looking at better life from their side, they will be asking us questions on the technology, on the market access. Also, they will be questioning us on how the productivity should be created more out of their farms. So all this is helping us to guide ourselves or put ourselves in a pressure situation to produce or do more research and deliver more to the farmers. And when you compare it with West, even today, I see that Western market is blessed because of the research and adoption of the technology. Now here, thanks to the small, what I must say, the startups which are happening, these are also helping us to create new innovative ways to produce better things in very, very short period. So in the past, we need to take 10 to 12 years to produce a new hybrid. Today, it is not required. We need only 4 years or 5 years. Same way, the proximity innovations, what Ankur has spoken. These are these are the creativity that we can adopt and amplify and put it back to the customer to help him to fight out the climate change, to fight out the pest and disease which is coming up, or the soil problems that we are having today. So combining all this, only two, in summary, only 2 points which I want to bring in. One, the government as well as industry should be with open mind to adopt the new technology and bring it fast to the consumer. That's very important. The second piece is how we help in logistics or the market access to the consumer, from the farm to consumer, direct access, like what our current transfer of funds are happening from subsidies directly to the farmer or directly to the beneficiary. We should see that this kind of adoption is happening. Then I think the farm future will be much, much better than what we are imagining today, not even seeing, right? And we can be much better than these countries surrounding us in most of the aspects. Yeah. Thank you for asking.
Thank you for your insights. Arunji, farming is a profession where the farmer takes risk from the day one. And all the discussions normally happen on production, productivity, the nutritive value of the food. But finally, the concern is the access to the market space and what exactly is the farmer's income. So over to you now on these 2 points.
So I'll start on a positive note. When you're talking about farming, there are a lot of issues which everybody talks about, right? So one of the things is wastage. And I just read just about a couple of days ago, a young girl called Kalyani Shinde. She's an engineer. And she has seen her father losing almost 30 to 40% of his crops over the period of time. And she got a 3 lakh rupee grant. She comes from a place, and she went to a place called Lasalgaon in Maharashtra, which is the biggest onion producing area in the country. And she invented one IoT-based machine. And the machine does only one thing. It looks at the temperature variation, moisture variation, and second, whether any gases are being emitted. And with these two, it gives signals if onions are rotting. Even if it is at 1%, it gives a signal. With that, about 20 to 30% of your onions could be saved by the farmers. So that much wastage, which possibly a farmer would have suffered and lost his income, is saved. Because of a young kid who is just an engineer, just about 25-year-old. So there is a lot of hope in this country with people like that. The second issue is there is an elephant in the room called tenant farming. Tenant pharmacy is something which is in 2018-19, about 18% of the people were tenant farmers. And that number has gone up only, it has not come down. Now, these tenant farmers, they don't have any rights in terms of getting into financial system, formal financial system. So they don't get all the incentivization which a farmer can get in terms of bank loans or any of those. So for him, cost of production is high. Unless we recognize that 20% of the people need to get probably incentives and his cost of production needs to come down, it's a risk. Now you come to a risk related to markets. Now there are 2 risks which a farmer faces. One is if the crop totally fails. For that, there is a agriculture insurance, though not very effective, but we have a system of agriculture insurance, right? But the second is because of price volatility, the price is going up or down. And normally what happens is a farmer like you and me, I don't know about you, but at least like me, I get a regular income. I get my salary every month. Farmer doesn't get it. The farmer gets his money only when there is a harvest, right? For 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, he or she is waiting for the harvest. And the moment the crop is harvested, they're in a hurry to go to the marketplace and sell it. Now, what happens is if everybody in that region, they harvest at the same time and they go to the marketplace and want to sell, it then becomes a buyer's market, right? The prices crash. And whatever he has done in terms of his calculation, that becomes a risky bet for him. He has to do a distress sale. Now, the mechanism for that is how do you hedge prices? And there comes an entity like ours, where you can hedge your prices. So at the time of sowing itself, you know 4 months down the line, when you are harvesting, what will be the price of a particular commodity? And you hedge it on the exchange mechanism. So you lock a price. If today, suppose this is a time for sowing soybean, right? If you sow soybean today, and if soybean contracts are available, future contracts are available, and they say October X will be price, you have locked that price. If it goes below X, still in the exchange mechanism, you are getting that price that is guaranteed for you. So that is a risk hedge which you are doing. So there are two risks, and both can be covered. The third is the climatic conditions, the weather, right? And there are two kinds of risk in weather. One is temperature, and second is rainfall, because we are still monsoon dependent, right? Irrigation facilities are not still very advanced. How do you take care of these two? Now, temperature variation, I'll just give you one example. About 3 years ago, I was sitting with the then Agriculture Secretary, me and Chairman NABARD. Both were sitting with the then Agriculture Secretary on the same day, same evening rather. And we both told him that whatever feed production you have set, probably it will be 10% less than this. And this we are talking about in month of March. And I said, how come? So I got the data from the mandis, and the Chairman NABARD, because every district they have their officers, he got the data from there. What had happened was the previous week, there was a heat spurt. And just before harvesting, if there is a heat spurt, the size of feed, moisture goes, and the weight comes down. Automatically, your total production comes down. That had happened. So there's temperature. And rainfall, everybody knows. If you don't have enough rainfall, you have problems. What we as exchange are doing outside of US, nobody has thought about future derivatives on weather. So we'll be launching weather derivatives in this country. We have tied up with the Indian Meteorological Department, and we are tying up with IIT Bombay. We'll develop the product. Next year onwards, we'll have the weather futures in this country. That will hedge the, at least the weather-related risk for the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your detailed explanation. Amitji, whenever we talk of the land holding in India, normally we say that around 80% of the farmers, they have a land holding less than 2 hectares of land. So we have small farmers or mid farmers. And my understanding is you closely work with farmers and help them to build up their capacity and various designs. So we would all like to hear from you how they would be playing an important role in the future of agriculture, because their percentage is the largest.
Thank you very much, Sanjay, and thank you, Agriculture Today, and for giving this opportunity. At Palladium, we are a global impact firm working as an advisor to the government, to the farmers, and to the private sector, and with a clear motive of driving or delivering impact at scale. There are two approaches which we follow and has been successful with our learnings and experience across the world is market system development approach and ecosystem approach. And I would share some of the examples which reflects that approach in the way we are helping the farmers, or probably enabling the farmers rather than learning from them and enabling them. In last, I think 6 months or so, we have demonstrated in Government of Orissa by farmers exporting directly roughly around 100 metric tons of horticulture products to around 7 to 8 countries of the world without any help of any middleman. So the objective was to set a ecosystem so that making the farmer market ready. As one of my panelists said that more and more farming is more of an entrepreneurial venture right now. But yes, 80% of farmers are smallholding farmers. They also need to have that enterprise attitude with which government, private sector, and enablers like us need to ensure that they are market ready. Second, we talk about climate resilience, and there's a lot of activities around climate resilience is there, but not at the cost of the farmers. We need to ensure that, and of course, not at the cost of any subsidies around it. That can be enabled at a starting point, but how we make that transition from a normal cropping process to a climate resilience process more sustainable. There are many examples wherein, let's say, cultivating bamboo creates a resilience ecosystem, and also adding more value chain products to it, bring more additional value for money for the farmers. So we ensure that if there are some new technology adoption is there, some policy adoption is there, how it is more sustainable from a farming standpoint for the farmer standpoint. That is the second aspect which we follow, and there are various examples to demonstrate on that. As in, you would imagine a tribal woman APO group in Orissa, right? One of the tribal innermost district in Orissa, exporting lemongrass to UK and France, doing a turnover of 1 crore last year and aiming to do 5 crore on their own. That speaks volume about the attitude, would say that enterprise attitude of the farmers. So, and it comes with that they also have to respond to the market. They can't always be on a subsidy pipeline. They have to respond to the what exactly the market needs. So that's the second way which we do. And the third way, which I said, ecosystem approach, while we do that, it's necessary that everybody should have the skin in the game. It is for the government to enable policy, but for all the ecosystem players to see that the policies are actualized on the ground. Whether it is adoption of certain technology, there are fantastic solutions of weather forecasting and various other AI tools are there, but can the farmer actually use it on ground to its benefit? In one of the panelists in the previous said that their applications are very user-friendly and so on. So the farmers need to learn. While Priyanka highlighted, they're using 48 minutes of their time. So let's see how that 48 minutes can be more productive for them. So whether it is policy, whether it is technology, how exactly is adaptable on the ground in a very smoother manner. And for that, our overall ecosystem approach is there, wherein a government might enable a policy, but somebody has to actualize it on ground. While building that ecosystem, private sector also plays a major role. And I think previous panelist was highlighting that for a private sector is business. True, it's business. It's not free money. However, while they have a skin in the game, they also see that how they maximize that benefit, in turn benefiting the overall ecosystem. And I must say I'm sure in India there are various examples. I come across one of the best example which we have done globally, wherein we were given a chance that to transform Peru's agri-ecosystem, agri-forestry ecosystem with the focus was please increase afforestation and so on and so forth. Then we realized that it was not a problem of afforestation. It was problem of illicit cocaine farming, which is creating deforestation. And we cannot move the farmer from a cocaine to some other product unless they see a value in it. The market sees a value in it. So we moved them to cocoa and then realized the cocoa which they're farming is 20th variety in the world. It's not going to fetch the market price which they normally get from cocaine. No matter what technology we bring in, it is not going to solve. So we have to do a market system development approach with proper quality framework so that the cocoa variety was the #1 variety in the world. Automatically it fetches the price. Automatically farmers shift their farming from cocaine, and in turn it helps afforestation. So they all are interlinked. And the beauty part of it here is that the private sector invested in the infrastructure to ensure that, because they are seeing a demand in a quality cocoa and so on. So aren't there examples in India? There are so many examples in India. So market system approach, ecosystem approach, and last but not the least, which I truly believe, irrespective of this agriculture sector or any other sector, from India as a geography, the kind of rich culture and diversity and the legacy we have in any sector, it is important while we embrace innovation, while we embrace technology, there is a need and a must need to embrace our traditional methods, traditional processes, because that brings the legacy of information which we have ingrained in our whole system, whether it is an agri system or any other system, and then embed with innovation in the culture. Today you see millet mission, jackfruit mission, all the superfoods of the world, who are normal foods in our backyard, now has become a superfood in a supermarket. So and of course that there is debate that why exactly is being a superfood and why there is no or there is not enough of consumerism for that superfood. That awareness has to be built in so that the farmer also stick to that. So embracing our traditional approach to ensure that they embrace innovations, they are made aware about it, would bring all the systemic change. So while we work from an advisory front, the focus here is that how we empower our farmers, how we create awareness among the three stakeholders and make the three stakeholders, whether it is private, whether it is public, whether it is the farmer community, or for that matter, community as such, ready to respond into the market in a sustainable way, so that it runs in a sustainable way rather than without any external interference. That is, thank you.
Thanks, Amitji. Thanks. Dr. Trikha, you closely work on different aspects related to agriculture. So over to you now for your insights, your views and comments.
Thank you, Sanjay ji, for fantastically moderating the panel, and thank you to Agriculture Today group to giving us an opportunity to deliberate on. So I'm coming from the opposite side. You all are from the industry stalwarts here. I'm representing an academic institute. In academic institute, the scenario is changing now. I come from IIT Ropar. That's an engineering institute in Punjab. Ropar is a small city in Punjab. So there we have a Section 8 company running specifically for agriculture. The name of a company is AWAR, that stands for Agriculture and Water Technology Development Hub. This is a part of a greater mission that is being run by Ministry of Science and Technology under the framework of National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System. When I'm saying cyber physical system, that means we are talking about technology. So how technological interventions have to be brought for agriculture and water being totally interlinked. So that's what we are doing at IIT Ropar. Being a CEO of this company, we are supporting technologies not only in-house in IIT, but also across the country in various academic institutes. More than that, we have been supporting startup ecosystem, working on core agriculture problems with the agri-tech interventions, be it in artificial intelligence, be it in cyber physical system, Internet of Technologies. So we have nearly around 16 crore of investments made in startup who are being associated with us, mentored by the IIT Ropar faculty, not only at IIT Ropar, but across the network that we have built up. Then the third part that we are talking about, the human resource. The third part that we are catering is to skilling them in these emerging technologies. Our farmers, are they well aware what artificial intelligence is all about? We talked about data sciences. We talked about various technological interventions. So how our youth is going to adapt to these technologies? Are we ready to make our youth work in AI, work in cyber physical system, or in sensor technology or geospatial technologies, what we are talking since morning? So are they ready to modulate these technologies for our farmers, for our agriculture and water community? So that's what at IIT Ropar we are doing. We want to join hands with the private sector to know more about it. The recent initiative by Ministry of Education, IIT Ropar is again being awarded by one of the only artificial intelligence center of excellence in IITs, and that is specifically for agriculture. We have named it as Annam AI. So An being our food, being dedicated to food. We talked about the shortage of the food. That is the main focus area, how we are going to battle these technologies. Few decades back, it was the green revolution time when Swaminathan ji sowed that seed. But now I think so it's the evergreen revolution, and these technologies like artificial intelligence, like these technologies, IoT, they are going to play a very, very important role. And in that, the silo approach in which our community works, like we have to make hands with industry and academia coming together, and startups are going to play a very important role in that. So bringing all the stakeholders together and building an ecosystem, that's what a government is pushing for academic institutes to do. We are acting as a bridge between private sector and the academic fraternity, the research fraternity. We are building the skill force for industry where they can directly hire those students who are working in AI in agriculture. We have dedicated courses on digital agriculture. We're empowering them with number of data sets where they can apply their brains, they can bring out with new solutions for the challenges that are existing. So I think so with this wonderful note that all of us has shared. So I think so it's in silos approach has to go, and getting academia, research institutes, startups, private sector, and our farmer producer organization and the representative from farming community working together, so that actually you started with the note how to take lab to the ground. So for that, everyone has to stitch the piece together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing technology closer to the agriculture. We have an online panelist. Sir, over to you for your views on future of agriculture and future in agriculture.
Good evening. This is Damon Walia. Can you hear me?
Sir, we can't hear you.
I will need the IT people to help to.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Now it's audible, sir. Please.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good evening, and I appreciate opportunity to join in this distinguished panels of CEO, and I'm hearing all the wonderful things going in India. I'm a native of India, going from Chandigarh, going back almost now here in about 60 years or so. I became involved with I'm a CEO of a company called Arctech Inc., which is based near Washington, D.C. And I became involved with agriculture. I don't have background in agriculture, but I became involved as I was looking at not only the needs here in the USA, but as well as all over the world. And so as many of you talked about the soil health and a number of these issues. So my guidance really came, I'm a scientist by education, so I kind of look for wherever I can gain some knowledge. So my guidance came from Ayurveda. In Shlok number 30, it says, the basis of growing the food, the plants to nourish ourselves as well as protect our health, is basis is soil, and it has a soul or a juice. That's how the English translation is in that Ayurveda. So that kind of led me to start understanding about the soil. And so what I'm going to share with you a approach which we've been now promoting even in India for the last 8 years or so, with academics to KVKs and now with the 10,000 plus farmers. I'm going to share with you a path for what I call Agri-4, which is a carbon farming. And carbon farming is a approach which we can help our farmers to not only address many of the issues you just talked about, but help us to deal with the climate issue, take the carbon out of the air and store it in the soil. And this, our nature has been doing it, through a photosynthesis. But we have kind of overwhelmed the nature. We are emitting more carbon than we have this systems to capture those. So that's where one of our challenge, and our agriculture also is being adversely impacted with this thing. So what we have done is that this product we make, organic humic matter, when it's applied on the farmlands, it helps to increase the root mass by 2 to 4 times. At the same time, increase the growth of the plant, increase the crop yield by minimum 20% to maybe as high as 50%. And it increases the organic matter in the soil. And in fact, today, Agri Today is releasing their magazine. I believe I have not seen it, but I've seen the reprint of that particular article, which the editors have featured about this carbon farming, which gives a lot of results about this, not only from USA, but also a lot of results are from India, and in dealing with so this approach, what I believe as I was sitting here and thinking, that in any need, we need to fire all the cylinders. We cannot say, okay, this is the only one. We need to really continue to use the fertilizers, agrochemicals, and all these other innovations which we are coming up with. And we need to do it in a way so that the farmer benefits. And of course, the community benefits overall from the increased supply of the food, the cheaper food, better nutrition, and less impacts on the environment, and as we also solving a problem going forward. So this is what all carbon farming does, gives us a way to do that. And so we have, from the results from India, we are showing that there's about 6 to 7 times economic gain for the farmer just from a crop yield increase. But what we have also put forward, a business case by which the emitters make money, the ones who are emitting carbon dioxide, so that they're helping the farmers to increase the carbon capture from the air, store it in their soil. The farmers make money, and the government makes money. And so this approach, if is implemented broadly in India, will give a way to bring about what I call Agri-4, based on a soil-centric agri-revolution, which many are saying that's what we need. Improve the soil health. I don't need to tell you, I think it's already one of the panelists made a case that 40%, or some are saying 60% of these soil is depleted in India. It's not only in India, but it's all over the world. This is a huge challenge we have. So what we have done is we are creating a way to rebalance these two large storehouses of our carbon, taking it out from the air and taking it into the soil. So that's what we're doing, and we're helping in many other countries in Africa and many other places. Now in India, this approach of using organic humic matter has been approved under the biostimulant law. We had a G1, G2, G3, and recently we're happy to see that Ministry of Agriculture has accepted this as a part of the FCO. Also, we have approval for its use for combining with the, some of you talked about the agrochemicals issues, the residue issues. So we have a approval from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency under FIFRA to combine with agrochemicals to make them as an adjuvant, UV protectant, or improve their efficiency and decrease their usage requirements. Also, we have approval for its coating with the granular fertilizer, as well as it's being used for coating seeds. So a number of these things have been already done. We just now need to take this into a broader scale. And also, I'd like to share with you, I was in India just 3-4 weeks ago, and I had a chance to go visit with in Maharashtra with KVK Baramati. They have done a lot of work with us on this one, and they shared with me that currently they are working on using a satellite way to monitor the soil and with the improvements our product does, and then allow a way so that farmers can get a very quick guidance to be able to then adopt this as an approach to see what they're doing. So the soils will continue to be our most important source of food production. In fact, worldwide, about 95% of the soil is produced, in the soils. We are today can produce food in the air, aeroponics. We can also grow in water, hydroponics, but those are more costly approaches. So the soil is where our answer is, soil is where our need is. And I hope that many of you will take opportunity to look up in this particular magazine with more details. And there's my contact information. I'll be happy to provide any additional information. There's a lot of science behind it, and it's something which I think makes a lot of sense, which will add a whole new dimension to the agriculture, and farmers will immensely benefit by increasing their income, which is one of the big challenges farmers continue to face in India, not only in India, but even here. So I appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective, share what we are doing. And I'm really happy to be able to join with you all. Thank you very much.
And joining us online. Thank you so much, sir. So the leaders on the dais have covered all the aspects related to agriculture, the farming community. But my understanding is we are still on time. We have time. The most disciplined session, I would say. So if there are any questions from the audience, we are most welcome to have those questions. We would love to have those questions. So maybe can we have the mic for the...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Luis, for this wonderful gathering of pieces together. What I personally, okay, let me introduce. I'm Dr. Ajay. I'm representing International Rice Research Institute, and now we are working at Varanasi. So I think what I as an individual identify like carbon farming or other entrepreneurships network or things, there is still a gap, what we call the trust among the producers and the trust among the private players that are working in the ground. So how to divide those gaps, trust, and then making them responsible for whatever agro-advisor is in terms of digital solutions or in terms of what's, I can say, the technology driven, that whether they can be like what happened once they lost happens to a farmer community, can we have a mechanism called, like, for example, in environment, we say polluters pay. So can we have a mechanism called, if something went wrong into the field while doing the agro-advisory or doing the so-called mechanization approach, and that loss can be compensated with that kind of approach. If someone has any thought on trust building or even on the agro-advisory, responsible agro-advisory, please, a light will be much appreciated. Yeah.
So, of course, there are various contractual instruments to take care of the first loss guarantee and various other things. But I would touch upon with example and trust building. While we are working with this 600 odd APOs in Orissa, around 15 odd APOs in Northeast and now in Maharashtra, one thing we have realized that while we are connecting these smallholding farmers to the market, they are not ready because of the process of grading, sorting. They're still learning the tricks of the trade. What we made an approach that bring the as in market to them, to train them before the sowing, before the harvesting, to set the expectations right with the farmers, directly with the the exporters, so that there is a trust between the exporter and the farmer directly, saying that, okay, this is what I have made them learn. And of course, as enabler, we ensure that the translations is proper, so that the farmer is also responsive, because as we are echoing, farmers are being more responsive to other businesses, looking farming as a business. They're responsible to what quality inputs are being given. And of course, there are various other mechanisms how we monitor that they are being properly being trained, so that those qualities. So that in fact has helped in bridging that trust gap, both from both sides. It's not just that there is a trust deficit issue on farmers from the industry, or for farmers from the industry. It's both the side. There is that deficit has definitely reduced directly with smallholding farmers. And if you talk about large farmers like the Sayadris and of the world, obviously they have various other mechanisms. But that is my experience from 2 or 3 projects which we have done in India and globally.
Yeah, just to amplify on what Amit said, it cannot be done only through digital or only through off-taker. We need to build an ecosystem out there, and which Bayer is doing for almost a decade now, which we call it as food value chain. We connect with the smallholders and we'll convert them from niche crops in that locality to the crops like chili, hot pepper, or even grapes. The grape growers, we have a methodology called Bay Gap. We use a kind of a passport, what kind of products they are using, and we connect them with the exporter or the importer in Europe. So we have our auditing system. We show it to the importer in the Europe or in other parts of the world. These grapes are safe as per the standards of what they want. And the second example I can give you in the hot pepper, we brought ITC as an off-taker. We being input organization, Bayer works with the trusted farmers. And this 40,000 to 50,000 farmers will be producing the hot pepper as per the norms of ITC, what they want. And accordingly, we give advice to them through our digital platforms called the Farm Rise. And they'll be taking it. And there are personal people individually going face to face to talk to the farmers and helping them. So these systems are helping to increase the productivity, improve the return on investment, and also the losses of the farmer during the transportation will be taken care by the off-taker. Not everything, but almost most of it. Yeah, it's a journey, I must say. It will take some time, but the initiation is on. And as I go back to the Ankur's comment, it will not take 40 years. Definitely, it may be 4 or 5 years.
Thank you so much. We are almost done. And the leaders on the dais, give an understanding that the future of agriculture is bright. And I remember a small slogan from the college days. Desh ka culture, agriculture. So thank you very much. Thanks one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a round of applause. And I would invite Ms. Rajni Shaleen Chopra to kindly come up on the stage and do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude, a small memento to all our eminent panelists. We begin with honoring our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Chaudhary, Executive Vice President, Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences Limited. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully moderating this session. We present to Dr. Arun Raste, Managing Director, NC DEX. To Ms. Komal Shah, Director, SML. To Ms. Priyanka Malik, Managing Director, Q&Q Research Insights Private Limited. To Ms. Radhika Trekha, CEO, I Have Awadh, IIT Ropar. To Mr. Mohan Babu, Cluster Commercial Lead Crop Science Division Buyer in India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. To Mr. Amit Pajoshi, Chief Executive Officer, Palladium. And to Mr. Ankur Agarwal, Managing Director, Crystal Crop Protection Limited. And we would like to thank Mr. Daman Balia for joining us online. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And I would request our dignitaries to kindly come together for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite everyone to join us for a cup of tea so that please carry your belongings with you while you move out for tea, as we will be rearranging the hall for the award presentation ceremony. And the Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, along with other Honorable Ministers, will be joining us in about 15 minutes from now. We would request everybody to kindly be back and seated in next 15 minutes. So once again, please carry your belongings while you leave the hall, as we will be rearranging the seating arrangement for the award presentation ceremony. Thank you.
Curtis India is driving sustainable farming with advanced plant science technologies. Our flagship products, Domelin, AgroShield, Zitol, and Traxure, and other powerful nutrition and defense solutions enhance nutrient efficiency, plant resilience, and overall crop health. By 25 years of R&D and patented innovations, we deliver eco-friendly, high-yield solutions that support profitable farming and safe, nutritious food for consumers.
वेलकम यू ऑल स्वागत है आपका स्काईफ्लाइट
सर मैंने बिजनेस क्लास के लिए
भूख लगी हो ये सब Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Get me one red sandwich, orange juice, and some cashews.
Sorry, sir. आज फ्लाइट पे खाना नहीं है, सर.
आशा करते हैं आपकी उड़ान सुखद हो.
किसान छुट्टी पे है, सर.
ऐसा हो सकता है नहीं दादा हम किसान जानते हैं सब हमारे भरोसे तो हमारा भरोसा ग्रो मोर
जिनके भरोसे दुनिया उनका भरोसा ग्रो मोर.
In the heart of India, where fertile fields stretch wide, where the farmers nurture their crops with unyielding pride, amidst the lush green crops that sway and dance, stands a company that helps enhance the yield and quality of food produced on our land. Introducing Dhanuka Agritech Limited, established in
Fertis India is driving sustainable farming with advanced plant science technologies. Our flagship products, Domelin, AcroShield, Zitol, and Traxure, and other powerful nutrition and defense solutions enhance nutrient efficiency, plant resilience, and overall crop health. By 25 years of R&D and patented innovations, we deliver
ये तो तूने 1 2 3 को लगा दी ना, वो आगे लग गया, वहां तक जाएगा टेंशन। एक मिनट को सबसे लास्ट में उड़ीसा वाली वेबसाइट लगा के रख।
Mohan Charan Maji, Odisha has achieved remarkable progress in agriculture during 2024-25. Samriddha Krishak Yojana ensures our farmers receive minimum support price MSP of rupees 3,100 per quintal when combined with additional input assistance. CM Kisan enables financial assistance to our farmers in 2 phases to support agricultural activities. Odisha has introduced Krishi Vidyanidhi Yojana to realize the aspirations of meritorious students of CM Kisan beneficiaries. Odisha government's strong commitment reflects in the steady growth of agricultural production. We plan to establish at least 1 cold storage facility in every subdivision of the state to preserve agri-produce. Aim to augment the agri and allied sector in the state, Mukhyamantri Krishi Udyog Yojana fosters a new generation of agri-entrepreneurs. To ensure sustainable livelihoods, the Odisha government plans to expand coffee cultivation. Odisha is rapidly becoming an agri-export powerhouse. A proud achievement for its farmers is exporting over 200 quintals of fruits and vegetables, a milestone enabled by strong government support. Comprehensive rice fallow management transforms 4.5 lakh hectares, where residual moisture nurtures pulses and oil seeds. A science-led push, restoring soil health and elevating farmer incomes across the state's silent fields. A new era of agricultural progress in Odisha is ushered by our government's commitment and robust initiatives. Our farmers now reign with joy and confidence, paving the way for a prosperous and self-reliant future. In the heart of India, where fertile fields stretch wide, where the farmers nurture their crops with unyielding pride, amidst the lush green crops that sway and dance, stands a company that helps enhance the yield and quality of food produced on our land. Introducing Dhanuka Agritech Limited, established in the year 1980. Dhanuka Agritech Limited is part of the 56-year-old Dhanuka Group and is one of the fastest growing agrochemical companies in India. With our 3 fully equipped agrochemical formulation facilities, a new specialty chemicals plant, a state-of-the-art research center, 90+ products, 30 plus warehouses, and a pan-India distribution network of 6,500 plus primary and 80,000 plus secondary distribution channels. Dhanuka has been a leader in the growth of the Indian agrochemical market, touching the lives of more than 10 million farmers. The agriculture industry in India has emerged as a ray of hope, showing remarkable growth and resilience. It has also opened up new avenues for India as a global manufacturing hub. Our strong connection with the farmer is at the heart of everything we do. Building on this thought, we recently introduced the India Ka Pranam Har Kisan Ke Naam campaign, which pays tribute to farmers and acknowledges their invaluable contributions to our society. We embark on the synthesis journey with our pharmaceutical division, which was established in the year 1997 for the manufacturing of cephalosporin antibiotics to manufacture advanced pharmaceutical intermediates. Our acquisition of Orchid Pharmaceuticals in 2020 has propelled our pharmaceutical business to more than double and now stands at more than $130 million. Now, Orchid is setting up a 7 ACA manufacturing facility, which would make Orchid the only company in the world to be fully backward integrated and will allow the world to have a new source of antibiotics to cater for the global market need. We have recently commenced a state-of-the-art chemical synthesis plant in Dahej, Gujarat, where intermediates, and agrochemical technicals. Dhanuka team possesses the necessary expertise to carry out a multitude of more complex reactions, such as halogenation, hydrogenation, ammonolysis, sterification, nitration, and many more. With a rich legacy of long-term partnerships, we want to create new collaborations and drive innovation and work towards a brighter tomorrow. We are transforming India through agriculture. We are Dhanuka.
Since 1993, Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences Limited has been a beacon of innovation and quality in agriculture and public health.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request everyone to kindly be seated. The honorable ministers are arriving very shortly. We would like to inform the first two rows are for the wardies. The first two rows of tables is only for the wardies. Ladies and gentlemen, the first two rows of tables are only for the wardies. Everybody else is requested to kindly be seated from the third row onwards. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to be seated. The first two rows are reserved for the wardies. We would request only the wardies to be seated in the first two rows. All other dignitaries, our guests, may kindly occupy the seats from third row onwards. Thank you. We have two rows of tables. The first two rows are for the wardies. All other dignitaries, guests may kindly occupy the seats from the third row onwards. I have a small announcement for all our distinguished awardees. As soon as your name is announced, we request you to kindly come up on the stage to receive the award. And after receiving the award, you may go back and your citation will be running simultaneously So please do not wait for the citation to complete, because the Honorable Minister will have to keep standing and waiting for you to come up for the award. As soon as the name is announced, we request you to come up and receive the award. Your citation will be running simultaneously. Thank you.
सर आ गया मैं आ गया आप बस मुझे 2 मिनट दो सर डन डन डन सुन बोल फटाफट बोल यार
Yeah.
फिसल गई दोनों में, ममता पिघल गई दोनों में। जिन दो आंखों ने रोका है, लाड भरा एक झोंका है, मासा कोई पास रहता है, ममता का एहसास रहता है। माँ की गोदी है, सुन लो की आवाज है, सुन लो।
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. A very warm welcome to Agriculture Leadership Awards 2025. Almost all our dignitaries are here with us. Shri Piyush Golji would be joining any moment now. We request everyone to be seated, all mobile phones kept on to silent mode from now onwards, please. Once again, we request all our distinguished awardees to be seated according to the seating arrangement in the first 2 rows of tables. Other distinguished dignitaries, guests, to kindly occupy seats from the 3rd row onwards. We will be inviting the honorable ministers onto the stage now, requesting everyone to be seated, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now will be Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana, Shri Naib Singh Saini ji. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana, Shri Naib Singh Saini ji. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे हरियाणा के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री नायब सिंह सैनी जी का. We also welcome on stage Shri Kanak Vardhan Singh Deo, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Dharampal Singh, Honorable Minister of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Uttar Pradesh, Honorable Justice P. Satasivam, former Chief Justice of India and Jury Chair, and Dr. M.J. Khan, Chairman, Agriculture Today Group. We request everyone to kindly be seated, please. Thank you. Except for the media and the security personnel, everybody else is requested to be seated. Thank you. Namaskar and good morning. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, our special invitees, distinguished awardees, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the ceremony of the Agriculture Leadership Awards 2025. Agriculture in India has come a long way since the days of the Green Revolution. आप सभी का हम स्वागत करते हैं आज एग्रीकल्चर लीडरशिप अवार्ड्स की प्रस्तुतिकरण समारोह में. हमारे साथ उपस्थित हैं मंच पर श्री नायब सिंह सैनी जी, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हरियाणा से, श्री कनक वर्धन सिंह देव जी, माननीय डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर उड़ीसा से, और श्री धर्मपाल सिंह जी, माननीय मंत्री एनिमल हस्बेंड्री एंड डेयरिंग, उत्तर प्रदेश से. माननीय मंत्रीगण के स्वागत के लिए मंच पर निवेदन करते हैं मिस्टर हैरिस खान, सीईओ एग्रीकल्चर टुडे ग्रुप से. सभी मीडिया वालों से निवेदन है, कृपया आप रास्ता खाली छोड़ दें. माननीय श्री पीयूष गोयल जी कुछ ही देर में हमारे बीच उपस्थित होंगे. और निवेदन है मिस्टर हैरिस खान से, सीईओ एग्रीकल्चर टुडे ग्रुप, कि आप एक पौधा और स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर स्वागत और सम्मान करें. डॉक्टर एमजे खान से निवेदन है, आप स्वागत और सम्मान करें माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हरियाणा श्री नायब सिंह सैनी जी का. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत और सम्मान करेंगे श्री कनक वर्धन सिंह देव जी का, माननीय डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर उड़ीसा से. पौधा और स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर स्वागत और सम्मान करते हैं श्री कनक वर्धन सिंह देव जी का, माननीय डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर उड़ीसा से। स्वागत और सम्मान करना चाहेंगे श्री धर्मपाल सिंह जी का, माननीय मंत्री एनिमल हस्बेंड्री एंड डेयरिंग, उत्तर प्रदेश। हार्दिक धन्यवाद सर। सभी माननीय मंत्रीगण का तहे दिल से हार्दिक स्वागत है। और आज के इस कार्यक्रम की औपचारिक शुरुआत और स्वागत भाषण के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं मंच पर मिस्टर हैरिस खान को, चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर एग्रीकल्चर टुडे ग्रुप के।
Honorable Chief Minister, Haryana, Shri Nayab Saini ji. Welcome, sir. Thank you for showing that agriculture can thrive even amidst rapid industrialization. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Kanakvardhan Singh Dev ji. A state that's turning into a shining example of agri-leadership and innovation. Shri Dharampal Singh ji, Minister of Animal Husbandry and Dairying with Government of Uttar Pradesh. Sir, your department ensures that not only our fields, but even our cows and buffaloes feel like VIPs. And of course, Honorable Justice P. Satasivam, the conscience of the ceremony, the jury chair, and someone whose presence lends grace and depth to everything we do. And of course, the visionary Dr. M.J. Khan, my father. Before I start my speech, I should inform everyone here that my speech in the morning was a complete disaster. So wishing all of you all the best. This year's theme is Redefining Agriculture, a phrase that sounds like a TED talk, but is actually a wake-up call. Because agriculture today is not just about sowing and reaping, it's about climate resilience, tech-enabled farming, global trade, and rural prosperity. If I may add, it's also about storytelling. We at Agriculture Today have made it our mission to give agriculture the platform it deserves, not just in magazines and awards, but through conversations. I would like to welcome the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Piyush Goyal.
जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत। तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं श्री पीयूष गोयल जी का और निवेदन करेंगे मिस्टर हैरिस खान, सीईओ एग्रीकल्चर टुडे ग्रुप से कि आप कृपया एक पौधा और स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर स्वागत और सम्मान करें माननीय मंत्री महोदय श्री पीयूष गोयल जी का। Ladies and gentlemen, we are now honored to present the Agriculture Leadership Awards for the year 2025. These awards are presented annually to individuals and organizations who have demonstrated excellence and leadership in agriculture, agribusiness, rural development, and allied sectors. And the selection process is rigorous and impartial, guided by the National Awards Committee, chaired by the Honorable Mr. Justice P. Satasivam, former Chief Justice of India, and experts. And I would now request Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji to kindly do the honors along with Shri Naib Singh Saini ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana, to confer the awards on our deserving awardees. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first category of the 16th Agriculture Leadership Awards of the Young Scientist, the award is presented to Shri Ajay Kumar Mishra.
Today presents the award for Young Scientist Award to Dr. Ajay Kumar Mishra. Dr. Ajay Kumar Mishra, Senior Associate Scientist at the International Rice Research Institute, IRI, is honored with the Young Scientist Award for his outstanding contributions to climate-smart agriculture, soil health, and sustainable rice-based farming systems, with a robust academic foundation. Holding an MSc in Environmental Science and Technology from Dhaka University and advanced research experience at Kyoto University, Dr. Mishra has become a leader in integrating scientific innovation with practical solutions for Indian agriculture. His research has advanced the understanding of nutrient management, carbon sequestration, and site-specific interventions to reduce green agriculture. Today presents the award for farming leadership to Mills. Nida Kanani. Mills. Nida Kanani, founder and Director of Sajeevan Life Private, Ltd., is honored with the Farming Leadership Award for her outstanding contributions to sustainable and regenerative agriculture in India. With over 25 years of experience, MS Kanani has been a driving force in mainstreaming organic and climate-smart farming practices, notably transforming Gujarat's Dang district into India's first officially notified organic district and securing NPOP certification for thousands of farmers. Producer organizations, she has empowered over 100,000 smallholder farmers to adopt
The next
profitable,
award
resilient
is Development Leadership Award, which is presented to NCDEX.
presents the award for development leadership to National Commodity
The Development Leadership Award is presented to NCDEX. And the Corporate Leadership Award goes to Bayer Crop Science Limited.
Agriculture Today presents the
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause going. तालियां बजती रहें सभी हमारे awardees के लिए. And the Industry Leadership Award is presented next to Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences. Industry Leadership Award for Indo-Gulf Crop Sciences. Let's put our hands together for them. And the Business Leadership Award goes to SML Limited. Let's put our hands together for SML Limited for winning the Business Leadership Award. And the next award is for Innovation Leadership. And the award goes to ATGC Biotech Private Limited. Let's put our hands together for ATGC Biotech Private Limited for Innovation Leadership Award. The next award is for Leadership in Plant Nutrition, which goes to Fortis India Private Limited. A round of applause for Fortis India Private Limited for the leadership in plant nutrition. The next category is CSR Leadership Award, which is presented to Dhanuka Agri-Tech Limited. Let's put our hands together for Dhanuka Agri-Tech Limited for CSR Leadership Award. The next category is the Women in Agriculture Award, and the award is presented to Q&Q Research Insights Private Limited. Let's put our hands together for Q&Q Research Insights Private Limited for the Women in Agriculture Award. The next award is for research leadership, and the award is presented to CSIR National Botanical Research Institute. Let's put our hands together for CSIR National Botanical Research Institute for the Research Leadership Award. The next award is for program leadership, and the award goes to Indian Institute of Technology, Ropar. Let's have a round of applause for Indian Institute of Technology, Ropar for the Program Leadership Award. IIT Ropar to kindly come up on the stage as soon as possible. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for the CEO of the Year, and the award goes to Shri Atul Chaturvedi. जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं श्री अतुल चतुर्वेदी जी के लिए CEO of the Year Award. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break of a minute here as Shri Piyush Goyal ji is joining us back. He had to attend to an important phone call. He's back with us in a minute and we will continue. Meanwhile, let's present before you the film of Agriculture Leadership Awards over the years. Can we play the
Agriculture is indisputably recognized as the backbone of the country for its contribution to GDP, exports, food security, and employment generation. However, the efforts of millions of farmers, as well as thousands of scientists, policymakers, industries, extension agencies, development institutions, and individuals often remain unacknowledged at the national level. The Agriculture Today Group realized the need to recognize the efforts of these millions of stakeholders, from scientists to farmers, startups to entrepreneurs and industries to institutions who have made the nation food secure and proud. Agriculture Leadership Awards by the Agriculture Today Group in 2008 was a small but significant step in this direction. The awards put on record the efforts of individuals and organizations and inspire and encourage people to continue giving their best. In the inaugural year of 2008, the awards were presented by the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Shri Somnath Chatterjee, to a distinguished group of recipients. These included pioneers such as Professor M.S. Swaminathan, the architect of India's Green Revolution, Dr. Varghese Kurian, the father of India's White Revolution, Dr. K.L. Chadda, pioneer of India's Golden Revolution, Dr. E.A. Siddique, the breeder of Basmati rice, and Professor V.L. Chopra. Other notable honorees included Dr. A.P. Joshi, former Director General of ICAR, Farmers Leader Sharad Joshi, institutions like NABARD, and the best performing state in 2008, Andhra Pradesh. In 2009, the Leadership Awards were presented to another distinguished set of achievers. Dr. Balram Jakhar was recognized for policy leadership, Dr. E.R. Kidwai for lifetime achievements, and Dr. R.B. Singh, Dr. H.S. Gupta, and Dr. Punjab Singh for research achievements. States such as Sikkim for horticulture and Maharashtra for agriculture, as well as industry leaders like Dabur and Mahindra Tractors were honored. Practicing farmer Mr. Sofan Kanchan and Shri Y.C. Nanda, former chairman of NABARD, were also recognized for their contributions to development. Thereafter, the journey of excellence continued. In 2011, Dr. Rita Sharma, Member Secretary of the National Advisory Council, was honored for policy leadership. The state of Jammu and Kashmir received recognition for horticulture, while Karnataka was acknowledged for achievements in agriculture. Agriculture today has continued to recognize the efforts of individuals and institutions across the sector, from policy makers and farmers to researchers, extension workers, business organizations, and state governments. These awards serve to encourage all stakeholders to go the extra mile in serving the nation's last citizen. In 2017, the awards were presented by the Honorable Governor of Haryana, His Excellency Professor Kaptan Singh Solanki, to dignitaries such as Ambassador Kenneth Quinn, President of the World Food Prize Foundation for International Leadership, Dr. R.B. Singh, Chancellor of Central Agriculture University for Lifetime Achievements, Shri K. Chandrasekhara Rao, Chief Minister of Telangana for Policy Leadership, Dr. Kadambot Siddiqui, Director of Western Australia University for Research, DR. Manjeet Misra, Director of Iowa State University, USA, for Academic Leadership, and Dr. Ibrahim Maiki, former Prime Minister of Niger, for Africa Leadership. The state governments of Haryana, Andhra Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh were also awarded for their performances in horticulture, animal husbandry, and the agriculture sector, respectively. Awards were also presented to corporates such as Mahindra, IB Group, and Bijo Sheetal for industry leadership, and DCM Group for CSR leadership. The journey of organizing the Agriculture Summit and the Leadership Awards continued successfully. In 2018, the awards were presented by the Honorable Home Minister of India, Shri Rajnath Singh, jointly with the Honorable Governor of Odisha, Professor Ganeshi Lal, to eminent personalities, industries, and institutions. Awardees included the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Chandrababu Naidu, for policy leadership, Padma Shri Dr. K.H. Gharda for lifetime achievements, Sonalika Tractors for industry leadership, PepsiCo for sustainability, IBM for technology leadership, Indian Institute of Management Ahmedabad for academic leadership, and the state government of Nagaland for horticulture, Bihar for animal husbandry, and Gujarat for leadership in agriculture policies and programs. The year 2019 once again witnessed a gathering of stalwarts in the field of agriculture. Innovators and leaders were honored at the awards ceremony in the presence of H.E. Justice P. Sathasivam, Honorable Governor of Kerala, and Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Farmers' Welfare, and Rural Development. Awardees included Shri Om Prakash Dhankar, Cabinet Minister of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare, Development and Panchayats, Mines and Geology, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, and Fisheries in Haryana, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, CEO of the National Rainfed Area Authority, Shri Suresh Prabhu, former Union Commerce Minister, and Dr. Punjab Singh, President of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Awards were also presented to Amity University for Academic Leadership, NASCOM for Development Leadership, Eid Pari for Industry Leadership, and Sonalika ITL for Innovation Leadership. Bihar was adjudged as the best agriculture state, Gujarat as the best animal husbandry state, Mizoram as the best horticulture state, and Odisha as the best fisheries state for their stellar performances in their respective sectors. In subsequent years, the awards continued to be presented to equally deserving individuals and institutions whose performances have left an undeniable mark on the agricultural landscape of the country. The awards in 2021 and 2022 were presented by the Union Agriculture Minister, Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, Agriculture and Tribal Welfare, Shri Arjun Munda. In 2024, the awards were jointly presented by the Union Minister of Agriculture, Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and the Union Cabinet Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari. Among other prominent awardees, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Shinde, received the award on behalf of Maharashtra as the best agriculture state. Agriculture today will continue to recognize and inspire individuals, industries, and institutions, playing seminal roles in empowering farms and farmers. The group plans to continue providing platforms for informed discussions on policy and trade issues and to mobilize efforts that can bring about transformational changes in the farm sector, propelling growth in agriculture, both nationally and globally.
And let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for that beautiful journey over the last 15 years. This is the 16th year when the awards have been instituted. And we once again welcome Shri Piyush Goyalji on the stage. And the next award presented is for the visionary leadership. And the award goes to Dr. Minesh Shah. A round of applause for Dr. Minesh Shah for Visionary Leadership Award. The next award is International Leadership, and which goes to Dr. Ashok Chauhan. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Minesh Shah for the Visionary Leadership Award. And now, round of applause for Dr. Ashok Chauhan for International Leadership Award. The next award is for the Lifetime Achievement. And the award goes to Dr. Ghanshyam Khandelwal. Let's put our hands together for the Lifetime Achievement Award to Dr. Ghanshyam Khandelwal. जोरदार तालियां बजाइए प्लीज डॉक्टर घनश्याम खंडेलवाल जी के लिए लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्डी. The next award is for the best state for fisheries, and the award goes to the state of Bihar. And receiving the award is the Additional Chief Secretary from Bihar. The next award is for the best state for horticulture, and the award goes to the state of Goa.
They got all these ministers and
We can't hear you.
no, I'm no longer.
The next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for the best state for animal husbandry. And the winner for this award is the state of Uttar Pradesh. And we have the Honorable Minister, sir, on the stage himself. And the next award is for the best state for agriculture. And the award goes to the state of Odisha. And ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, the next award is for the best state in policy development. And the award goes to the state of Haryana. And we have the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, receiving the award from Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are honored to have Shri Piyush Goyal ji, the Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, as our Honorable Chief Guest. He is a leader with a transformative vision. Shri Goyal ji has consistently championed farmer-centric trade, agri-export reforms, and economic empowerment for India's rural communities. And let's put our hands together to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, for the special address.
Thank you, madam. My brother and the Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana, who has just been awarded for the wonderful policies, agricultural policies that the state has implemented, Shri Naib Singh Saini Sahab, Shri Kanakvardhan Singh Deo, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Dharampal Singh Ji, Minister of Animal Husbandry and Dairying from Uttar Pradesh, our farmer who has, after being the Chief Justice of India, chosen not to continue to practice law, but actually go back to Mother Earth, the soil, to become a Krishi farmer himself. The jury chair, Honorable Justice P. Sata Sivamji, truly proud of you. I was really very happy. Thank you very much. And of course, the architect of today's Agricultural Leadership Award program, Shri M.J. Khan Saab. Thank you very much, Dr. Khan, for your leadership to this 16th Agriculture Leadership Award, which I'm given to understand was started under the guidance and leadership of Dr. M.S. Swaminathan in the year 2008. So we are really carrying forward an excellent legacy, and I'm sure this effort to continue to recognize the human service, the outstanding achievements of our farmers, our scientists, our policymakers, our business leaders, governments, private sector, startups, young entrepreneurs, social change agents will truly support the agriculture family. ये कृषि परिवार के लिए एक बहुत उत्साह देने वाला कार्यक्रम है। कृषि क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए सभी आज के अवार्ड विनर्स को मेरे दिल की गहराइयों से बहुत बहुत बधाई। सैनी साहब को पॉलिसी डेवलपमेंट के लिए विशेष जो अवार्ड दिया गया है, मैं समझता हूँ हरियाणा एक ऐसा स्टेट है जो कृषि का क्षेत्र हो, उद्योग का क्षेत्र हो, टाउनशिप डेवलपमेंट हो, अर्बनाइजेशन हो, ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर्स और आईटी इंडस्ट्री को अट्रैक्ट करना हो, स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम को प्रोत्साहन देना हो, हर क्षेत्र में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है और आमदनियां लोगों की बढ़ रही है। हमारे वहां के किसान भी समृद्ध बढ़ते जा रही है, उनकी समृद्धि। मैं समझता हूँ एक होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट का मॉडल जो आपके नेतृत्व में हरियाणा ने देश को और दुनिया को पेश किया है, उसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई और आगे के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। वास्तव में वो स्वयं भी एक किसान है और इनका परिवार सर्विसेज में भी रहे, एक सोल्जर का परिवार है और किसान का परिवार। तो जो जय किसान जय जवान का नारा माननीय पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने दिया था, वो आपके परिवार के लिए तो 100% लागू होता। मित्रों, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कृषि क्षेत्र को प्राथमिकता इस सरकार ने लगातार 11 वर्षों तक दी है। आज अगर देखें तो लगभग 4 लाख करोड़ रुपए प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि के तहत देश के करोड़ों किसान परिवारों को 2018 दिसंबर से हर वर्ष मिली है। इसी प्रकार से हमारे फर्टिलाइजर में लाखों करोड़ की सब्सिडी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने केंद्र सरकार से दी, जिससे हमारे मेहनती किसानों को कोई बोझ ना पड़े और उनको फर्टिलाइजर पहले की तरह ही कम कीमतों में लगातार उपलब्ध रही है। और मैं ये भी बताना चाहूंगा कि पहले की तरह अब किसानों को हाईवे ब्लॉक करना या चक्का जाम करना या आंदोलन नहीं करना पड़ता है। समय पर पर्याप्त फर्टिलाइजर और पूरे 11 साल कोविड की बड़ी समस्याजनक स्थिति में भी, कई बार अंतरराष्ट्रीय शॉर्टेज की स्थिति में भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सुनिश्चित किया कि किसानों को समय पर सस्ती कीमतों पर खाद्य मिलता रहे। और मैं समझता हूं उनके नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से, चाहे वो 25 करोड़ हमारे किसानों को सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड पहुंचाने की बात हो, चाहे वो केसीसी के माध्यम से, किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के माध्यम से बड़े पैमाने पे क्रॉप लोन हर एक किसान को उपलब्ध कराया जाने का काम हो, चाहे ई नैम से लगभग 1400 के करीब मंडियों को जोड़कर देश भर में लोगों को अवगत कराना, किसानों को जानकारियां पहुंचाना कि क्या दाम अलग अलग क्षेत्र में चल रहा है, चाहे वो एग्रीकल्चर निर्यात को, कृषि निर्यात को 2 गुना करना। और जबकि अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्थितियां ऐसी रही है कि अंतरराष्ट्रीय बाजार बड़े नरम रहा है, एक्सपोर्ट्स ग्लोबल ट्रेड की सॉफ्टनिंग देखने को मिलती, लेकिन आप सबकी मेहनत, हमारे कर्मठ किसानों के जो परिश्रम है, उसके कारण आज देश 4 लाख करोड़ रुपए का निर्यात एग्रीकल्चर, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री और फिशरीज का 4 लाख करोड़ से ये छोटी उपलब्धि नहीं है। और ये दर्शाती है कि हमारे किसानों की क्या क्षमता है, हमारे किसान किस प्रकार से देश को आत्मनिर्भर भी बना रहे हैं और साथ ही साथ लोकल गोज ग्लोबल के प्रधानमंत्री जी के नारे को सफल भी बना रहे। मित्रों, चाहे वो बासमती चावल हो, अन्य चावल की वैरायटीज हो, हमारे स्पाइसेस हो, हमारे फ्रेश प्रोड्यूस हो, फ्रूट्स, वेजिटेबल्स, हॉर्टिकल्चर, फ्लोरिकल्चर, चाहे वो फिशरीज का क्षेत्र हो, पोल्ट्री का क्षेत्र हो, लगभग हर एक क्षेत्र में अमूल चूल परिवर्तन करने का काम पॉलिसी के तहत इन सभी क्षेत्रों में अलग अलग प्रकार से सपोर्ट देने का काम फिस्कल मेजर्स के माध्यम से या ग्लोबल मार्केट्स खोलने का काम, नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर्स कम करना, फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स जो अभी विकसित देशों के साथ किए जा रहे हैं, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, यूनाइटेड अरब एमिरेट्स, एफ्टा की 4 कंट्री, स्विट्जरलैंड, नॉर्वे, लिechtenstein और आइसलैंड, यूके के साथ, अब हम भारत विकसित देशों के साथ, जहां हमारी स्पर्धा नहीं है, जहां हम एक दूसरे को एक प्रकार से कॉम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं, साझेदार बनते हैं, ऐसे देशों के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट करके हमने नए मार्केट्स हमारे किसानी क्षेत्र के लिए खोलने का सफलतापूर्वक काम किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आगे आने वाले दिनों में और उन्नति होगी और उत्पादन बढ़ेगा, बीज का उत्पादन हो, बीज की क्वालिटी हो, नेचुरल फार्मिंग और ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग को सपोर्ट करना हो, सिंचाई का क्षेत्र हो या ड्रिप इरिगेशन का क्षेत्र हो, कैसे हम डिजिटल एग्रीकल्चर को और प्रोत्साहन दें और एग्रीकल्चर इकोसिस्टम को आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का माध्यम हो, जियो स्पेशल टेक्नोलॉजीज हो, प्रिडिक्टेबिलिटी बढ़ाने की बात हो, वेदर प्रिडिक्शंस को सुधारने की बात हो, वर्टिकल को प्रोत्साहन देना, एआई एनेबल्ड टूल्स से हमारे किसानी क्षेत्र और आगे जा सके, हमारी ड्रोन दीदी जिसके तहत आज 15,000 बहनें ड्रोन के माध्यम पेस्टिसाइड का स्प्रे अच्छी तरीके से हो, कोऑपरेटिव बढ़ावा देके पर्याप्त मात्रा में एग्रीकल्चरल इंप्लीमेंट्स, ट्रैक्टर्स, मैकेनाइजेशन के टूल्स उपलब्ध कराना हो, आगे चल के डिजाइनिंग, ब्रांडिंग, पैकेजिंग, फूड प्रोसेसिंग से वैल्यू एडिशन करना, ढेर सारी योजनाएं, 1 लाख करोड़ का एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड, 20,000 करोड़ का मरीन फिशरीज के लिए फंड, वेयर हाउसिंग और कोल्ड स्टोरेजेस को प्रोत्साहन देना, अन्य अन्य माध्यम से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमने किसानी क्षेत्र को प्राथमिकता दी है और विकसित भारत का जो अमृत काल का हमारा सफर है, देश को एक विकसित, एक समृद्ध देश बनाने का, उसमें हमारा किसानी क्षेत्र प्रथम सबसे आगे रहे, इस विश्वास के साथ और आप सबकी सहभागिता किसानी क्षेत्र को आगे बढ़ाने में लगातार रहेगी। हम सबके सामूहिक प्रयास को सफल बनाने के लिए सरकार पूरी तरीके से प्रतिबद्ध है, संकल्पित है। ये विश्वास देके मैं अपनी बात को विराम देता हूं। आज के सभी अवार्ड विनर्स को पुनः एक बार बहुत बहुत बधाई। सैनी साहब, धर्मपाल जी और कनक सिंह जी से, डॉक्टर खान और सथा शिवम जी से माफी चाहता हूं कि मुझे एक और अन्य जरूरी काम के लिए निकलना पड़ेगा। सबसे विदा लेता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
1 मिनट आपका स्वागत करेंगे, सरकार को आपका स्वागत करेंगे।
सभी अवॉर्डीज को आमंत्रित करते हैं ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी के साथ। कृपया आप सभी सामने लाइन अप कर लें। सभी अवॉर्डीज शीघ्र मंच के पास आ जाएं। कैरी योर ट्रॉफीज प्लीज। वी रिक्वेस्ट यू टू कैरी योर ट्रॉफीज। ऑल द अवॉर्डीज टू कैरी योर ट्रॉफीज। Shri Piyush Goyal ji, sir, has given us 1 minute for this group photograph. I request everybody to kindly line up as soon as possible. Everybody else to kindly remain seated. Only the awardees, only one person per award. We request only one person per award to come up on the stage. Only one person per award, please. Only one person from the organization to come up. और इसी के साथ हम हार्दिक धन्यवाद करते हैं श्री पीयूष गोयल जी का। आपने अपना कीमती समय हमें दिया। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी के लिए। और आप सभी से निवेदन है, कृपया अपने स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated as soon as possible. We request everyone to kindly be seated, please. कृपया शांति से अपने स्थान ग्रहण करें। पीएम और अब हम आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री धर्मपाल सिंह जी को, माननीय मंत्री एनिमल हस्बेंड्री एंड डेयरिंग के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश से। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं श्री धर्मपाल सिंह जी का और आपसे निवेदन करते हैं सभा को संबोधित करते हुए कुछ शब्द कहें। एक बार तालियां हो जाएं श्री धर्मपाल सिंह जी के लिए।
धन्यवाद। इस एग्रीकल्चर लीडरशिप अवार्ड्स में मंच पर श्री नायब सिंह सैनी, सम्मानित माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हरियाणा श्री कनक वर्धन सिंह, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर उड़ीसा ऑनरेबल जस्टिस पी सत्यविसान, फार्मर चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया जूरी चेयर, और इस कार्यक्रम के संयोजक, सामने बैठे सभागार में सभी सम्मानित उद्यमी, पत्रकार मित्रों, अधिकारी वर्ग, अभी माननीय पीयूष गोयल जी ने कम समय में बहुत अच्छी विस्तार से बात बताने का काम किया। कृषि हमारे देश की अर्थव्यवस्था है। कृषि प्रभावित होती है तो अर्थव्यवस्था प्रभावित होती है, और जीडीपी नापने का पैमाना खेती ही है। आज इस कॉन्क्लेव में प्रमुख व्यवसायी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। मैं बताना चाहूंगा, उत्तर प्रदेश एक बड़ा प्रदेश है। इसमें खेती और पशु एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं। खेती है तो पशु है, और पशु है तो खेती है। तो इस नाते से पशुपालन का बहुत ही उपयोग है। बिना इसके काम चलता नहीं। मित्रों, प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा किसानों की आय दोगुनी हो। किसानों की दोगुनी आय मात्र खेती से नहीं होगी, किसानों की दोगुनी आय पशुपालन से भी होगी। उत्तर प्रदेश में देश का सर्वाधिक पशुधन 16% है। इसमें गाय, भैंस, भेड़, बकरी, सुअर 6,91,98,000 हैं। दुग्ध उत्पादन में भी प्रदेश देश में प्रथम स्थान पर है। वर्ष 2023-24 में 3,87,80,000 मीट्रिक टन दूध का उत्पादन हुआ। अंडा उत्पादन में भी 589.48 करोड़ वृद्धि हुई। इस तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश 29.98% है। अंडा उत्पादन में भी हम निरंतर वृद्धि कर रहा है। निश्चित रूप से उत्तर प्रदेश में छुट्टा पशु योगी सरकार की प्राथमिकता है, जिसे निराश्रित गौवंश कहते हैं। हम सरकार की प्राथमिकता है छुट्टा पशु किसानों के खेतों में, सड़कों पर, गलियों में दिखाई ना दे। इसके लिए हम रेडियम बेल्ट डालकर रात के अंधेरे में गायों का एक्सीडेंट ना हो, दुर्घटना से बचे, आदमी भी बचे। तो इस तरीके से अस्थायी गौआश्रय स्थल में ने पहुंचाकर उत्तर प्रदेश में 6,770 अस्थायी गौआश्रय स्थल, वृद्ध गौ संरक्षण केंद्र 387, काजी हाउस 305, काना गौशाला 297, अर्थात कुल 7,706 गौ आश्रय स्थल हैं, जिसमें ये निराश्रित गौवंश हमने संरक्षित किया है 12,36,914। माननीय इसके लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री सहभागिता योजना में भी हमने 1,74,880 गौवंश पालने के लिए सुपुर्द किए। इस तरीके से जो 30 रुपया हम प्रति गौवंश को पहले दिया जाता था सरकार में, अब योगी सरकार ने इसे बढ़ाकर 50 रुपया कर दिया है। इस तरीके से प्रतिदिन योगी सरकार 7 करोड़ रुपया गायों के संरक्षण पर खर्च करने का काम करती है। देसी गाय लुप्त ना हो जाए, क्योंकि देसी गाय का दूध अमृत है। ये देसी गाय का दूध 1 लीटर ही किसी परिवार को मिल जाए तो मानो उसको अमृत मिल गया। इसलिए हम उत्तर प्रदेश में देसी गाय के नस्ल सुधार का भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। साहिवाल गाय, गिरी गाय, हरियाणवी, गंगा तीरी, इन गायों का भी सीमन हम फ्री देने का काम कर रहे हैं। और कृषक को नंदिनी कृषक समृद्धि योजना में 2 गाय पालने पर बाहर से यदि लाएगा तो 1 गाय पर 40,000 रुपए का अनुदान, 2 गायों पर 80,000 रुपए का अनुदान देने का काम कर रहे हैं। मित्रों, ये सब उत्तर प्रदेश में इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि देसी गाय संरक्षित हो। देसी गाय किसान इसलिए छोड़ देता है कि वो 1 या 2 लीटर दूध देती है, लेकिन हम जब नस्ल सुधार करेंगे तो वही गाय जो सीमन देंगे तो 10 लीटर और 12 लीटर दूध देती है। सेक्स सीमन के द्वारा भी जो बछिया ही पैदा हो, ये 300 रुपए का था, इसे हमने 100 रुपए का कर दिया है। और इसे अब और भी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी उससे और भी कम करने जा रहे हैं। इस तरीके से निशुल्क ये सीमन हम निशुल्क भी दे रहे हैं। नस्ल सुधार का दुग्ध में निरंतर वृद्धि करते हुए 10 गायों तक का हम ये नंदिनी कृषक समृद्धि योजना में 50 गायों 50% का अनुदान दे रहे हैं। 32 लाख रुपए में ही लगेगी। इस योजना को हम 75 जुलाई ले जाने का काम कर रहे हैं। इस तरीके से गायों का स्वास्थ्य ठीक हो, इसके लिए समय समय पर संचारी रोगों का नियंत्रण करने के लिए भी काम किया है। और गला घोंटू, खुरपका, मुंह पका, इनका भी हम टीकाकरण अभियान चलाकर करते हैं। साथ ही लंपी स्किन डिजीज जब पूरे देश में फैला था तो हमने बेल्ट के माध्यम से उत्तर प्रदेश में सर्वाधिक मौतें गायों की कम हुई। हमको भारत सरकार की ओर से पुरस्कार भी मिला, जिसको रिंग बेल्ट के माध्यम से हमने किया था। इस तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश पशुधन में आगे बढ़ने का काम निरंतर कर रहा है। पशुधन हम अन्य महत्वपूर्ण योजनाओं का भी संचालन कर रहे हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत की परिकल्पना को साकार करने के लिए प्रदेश में निवेश की संभावनाएं बढ़ाने के साथ साथ रोजगार सृजन की भी संभावनाएं है। उत्तर प्रदेश में निरंतर उद्यमी पूंजी निवेश करने का अवसर है कि 3 बातें बहुत उत्तर प्रदेश में आवश्यक है और वो हम देने का योगी सरकार काम कर रही है। नंबर 1 सेफ्टी, नंबर 2 कनेक्टिविटी और नंबर 3 इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। उत्तर प्रदेश में एक तरीके से सुविधाएं हैं। मैं आपको सबको आमंत्रित करता हूं कि डेयरी इंडस्ट्री के अपार संभावनाएं उत्तर प्रदेश में है। आइए आप उत्तर प्रदेश में, हम इन्हीं सुविधाओं के साथ आपको सारा सम्मान देकर उद्यम लगाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करते हैं और आपका स्वागत करते हुए आप सभी को धन्यवाद देकर अपनी बात समाप्त करते हैं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत बधाई।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी का हार्दिक धन्यवाद करते हैं और आज ये विशिष्ट पुरस्कार जीतने पर एक बार फिर हार्दिक बधाई। और अब आमंत्रित करते हैं उड़ीसा के माननीय डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर श्री कनक वर्धन सिंह देव जी को, और निवेदन करते हैं आप कृपया सभा को संबोधित करते हुए 2 शब्द कहें।
मंच पे विराजमान हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री श्री नायब सिंह सैनी जी, मंच पे उपस्थित उत्तर प्रदेश के पशुपालन एवं दुग्ध उत्पादन मंत्री श्री धर्मपाल सिंह महोदय, मंच पे उपस्थित जस्टिस पी सतशिवम, मंच पे उपस्थित डॉक्टर एमजे खान, मंच के सामने उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगण, धर्मपाल जी के कहने के बाद और पीयूष गोयल जी के कहने के बाद मेरे लिए कुछ रह नहीं गया कहने को, बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं। जिसका हम सभी को आमंत्रित किया है डॉक्टर खान ने और पुरस्कारित किया के लिए मैं डॉक्टर खान का आभार प्रकट करता हूं। आप जो राज्यों और सभी लीडर्स जो लोग श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सपने को आगे ले जाने का काम कर रहे हैं, बनाने का काम कर रहे हैं, कृषि क्षेत्र में आप आत्मनिर्भर भारत का काम कर रहे हैं, उनको जो आप यहाँ ये मंच दे के वहां उनको पुरस्कारित कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए आपको आभार प्रकट करता हूं। मैं खाली 2 चीजें कह के अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। एक कि उड़ीसा में 1 साल पहले जब हमारी सरकार आई तो हमारे लिए एक मुख्य मुद्दा था, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना था कि कैसे किसानों का आय को हम दुगना करेंगे। उसके लिए हमने निर्वाचन से पहले कुछ विषय अपने निर्वाचन इस्ताहार में रखा था कि हम किसान से उसके धान का उत्पादन 3100 रुपया क्विंटल खरीदेंगे, और एमएसपी जब 2300 रुपया था, उस पे इनपुट असिस्टेंस 800 रुपए का देके हमने उनसे प्रोक्योरमेंट किया। खाली रबी खरीफ में नहीं किया, रबी में भी हमने 3100 रुपया क्विंटल उनसे प्रोक्योरमेंट किया। उसके द्वारा एक समस्या हमने फेस की, क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ में भी 3100 में वो लोग, छत्तीसगढ़ की सरकार खरीद रही थी, पर खाली खरीफ का खरीद रही थी। रबी का सारा धान छत्तीसगढ़ का उड़ीसा चलाया। पर जो हमारी कमिटमेंट थी, हमने वो कमिटमेंट रखी है और हमने उठाई है। अब अपनी गलतियों से सीखेंगे आगे आने वाले दिनों में, और इसको और विस्तार से हम किस तरह कर सकते हैं। इसके अलावा हमने एक और चीज किया कि पिछले साल जून के महीने से हमने डायरेक्ट एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ फ्रूट्स, हॉर्टिकल्चरल प्रोडक्ट्स और वेजिटेबल्स को हमने विदेश को एक्सपोर्ट करना चालू कर दिया। पहले जो समस्या हमारी थी कि वो सब सड़कों में फेंक दी जाती थी, क्योंकि मार्केट नहीं पहुंच पाता था। अब हमने उसको एक्सपोर्ट करना चालू किया है, और उसके द्वारा किसानों को 3 गुना दाम उनका एक्सपोर्ट के माध्यम से मिलता है। वो एक संस्था यहाँ पे उपस्थित है, पैलेडियम करके, जो हमारे सरकार का सहयोग कर रही है। वो लोग वो जो भी फ्रूट्स एंड वेजिटेबल्स है, उनको जो डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट्स है हमारी, दुबई, अबू धाबी, लंदन, पेरिस, हर जगह उसको भेजने का काम कर रहे हैं। बेली कार्गो में हम भेज रहे हैं। केंद्र सरकार के साथ में हमारी वी आर इन कांस्टेंट टच विद द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, जहां पे हम शिवराज जी से हमने डिमांड किया है कि एक कार्गो एयरक्राफ्ट हर स्टेट को दिया जाए, जिसके माध्यम से हम किसानों की उत्पादन को विदेश को भी भेज सकें, जो ऑर्गेनिक होगा, क्योंकि उसकी चाहिदा विदेश में ज्यादा है। उसके अलावा हमने किसानों को जो हैंड होल्ड करके कोल्ड स्टोर का चेन हमारे यहाँ पे नहीं था, उसको हमने लगाने का व्यवस्था किया है, जिसमें हमारे जो राज्य के 58 सब डिविजन हैं, हर सब डिविजन में हम कोल्ड स्टोर चेन सेटअप करने की व्यवस्था, हमने पॉलिसी निकाल दी है, लोगों का इंटरेस्ट दिखाना चालू किया है। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि कृषि क्षेत्र को हम आगे आने वाले दिनों में और आगे ले जा पाएंगे। और आज जो आपने सम्मान हमको डॉक्टर साहब, डॉक्टर खान ने उड़ीसा को कृषि क्षेत्र का जो अवार्ड दिया है, उसके लिए उड़ीसा के किसानों की तरफ से, मैं अपने राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से आपको आभार प्रकट करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी का तहे दिल से हार्दिक धन्यवाद, और एक बार फिर पुरस्कार जीतने पर हार्दिक बधाई। और अब हम हमारे उन सभी स्पॉन्सर्स को सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे, जिनके सहयोग से हम आज का ये आयोजन सफलतापूर्वक आयोजित कर पाए। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय जी से निवेदन है कि आप कृपया अपने शुभ हस्तों से हमारे सभी स्पॉन्सर्स को एक ट्रॉफी प्रदान कर, एक साइटेशन प्रदान कर सम्मानित करें। आमंत्रित करते हैं एसएमएल ग्रुप के प्रतिनिधि जी को मंच पर। एसबीआई के प्रतिनिधि आप यहाँ पर उपस्थित हो तो कृपया मंच पर आ जाएं। एसएमएल, एसबीआई, एलगे एनर्जी, एलगे एनर्जी के प्रतिनिधि, जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं हमारे सभी स्पॉन्सर्स के लिए। शक्तिमान शक्तिमान ग्रुप के प्रतिनिधि अगर आप हमारे बीच हैं तो कृपया मंच पर आ जाएं। इंडो गल्फ, एसबीआई के प्रतिनिधि कृपया मंच पर आ जाएं। एसबीआई, इंडो गल्फ, शक्तिमान, शक्तिमान के प्रतिनिधि कृपया आप मंच पर आ जाएं। शक्तिमान ग्रुप, आमंत्रित करते हैं मंच पर शक्तिमान ग्रुप के प्रतिनिधि को। Representatives of Shaktiman Group, if you are present here, kindly come up on the stage to receive the trophy. Representatives of Indo Gulf to kindly come up on the stage, please. Jain Irrigation, जैन इरिगेशन और हमारे सभी स्पॉन्सर्स के लिए जोरदार तालियां बजती रहें। कोरोमंडल, कोरोमंडल ग्रुप के प्रतिनिधि कृपया आप मंच पर आ जाएं और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय से सम्मान ग्रहण करें। कोरोमंडल नॉट हियर। पैलेडियम ग्रुप के प्रतिनिधि को आमंत्रित करते हैं मंच पर आने के लिए और सम्मान ग्रहण करें माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय से। बायर, representatives of Bayer, representatives of Dhanuka, धनुका के प्रतिनिधि जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं श्री आरजी अग्रवाल जी के लिए। धनुका के प्रतिनिधि मंच पर सम्मान ग्रहण करने के लिए आ रहे हैं। मदर डेयरी, मदर डेयरी, representatives of Mother Dairy, Mother Dairy, Fortis, आप प्लीज आ जाइए। Fortis ग्रुप के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव। बायर, बायर के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव अब हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं। एक बार पुनः उन्हें मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं बायर ग्रुप के प्रतिनिधि को। जम्मू एंड कश्मीर बैंक, फोर्टिस, कृषि रसायन, कृषि रसायन के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स यहाँ पर हैं तो कृपया आप मंच पर आ जाएं। जम्मू एंड कश्मीर बैंक, टाफे, टाफे के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, एटीजीसी एटीजीसी के प्रतिनिधि क्रिस्टल ग्रुप के प्रतिनिधि को आमंत्रित करते हैं। क्रिस्टल ग्रुप परिजात ग्रीन स्टार एनसीडेक्स हाई फार्म इफको एनआईसी हाई फार्म इफको एमसी इफको एमसी के प्रतिनिधि H plus solutions H plus solutions can Harvest plus solutions Harvest plus के बाद can biosis Biome और IACG बायोमी और IACG के प्रतिनिधि को आमंत्रित करते हैं मंच पर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय जी से सम्मान ग्रहण करने के लिए। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सभी हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स के लिए जिन्होंने अपना दिल खोल के हमें सहयोग दिया आज के इस आयोजन को सफलतापूर्वक आयोजित करने के लिए। और अब निवेदन करना चाहेंगे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय हरियाणा से श्री नायब सिंह सैनी जी से कि आप कृपया सभा को संबोधित करते हुए कुछ शब्द कहें। सभी को प्रोत्साहित करें। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय।
सभी को राम राम। अभी हमारे बीच में हम सबको यहाँ पर आशीर्वाद करके गए हैं हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री पीयूष गोयल जी। और आज के इस कॉन्क्लेव में हमारा जो एग्री लीडरशिप अवार्ड 2025 आज इसमें उड़ीसा के हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री कनकवर्धन सिंह देव जी और हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश के पशुपालन मंत्री धर्मपाल सिंह जी और हमारे जस्टिस श्री पी स्थाशिवम जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय सचिव भारतीय जनता पार्टी ओम प्रकाश धनखड़ जी, हमारे प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष मोहनलाल कौशिक जी और आज के इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजक हमारे एमजे खान साहब, इनके लिए जोरदार ताड़ियां बजा करके इनका स्वागत करिए। इन्होंने जो एग्री लीडरशिप अवार्ड और कॉन्क्लेव ये आयोजन किया है, क्योंकि ये कार्यक्रम का आयोजन हर वर्ष करते रहते हैं। ये 16 एग्रीकल्चर लीडरशिप अवार्ड का अभी आयोजन हुआ है। मैं इसके लिए अपनी तरफ से भी एमजे खान को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, इनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और मुझे खुशी भी है कि ऐसे लोगों को चिन्हित करना और चिन्हित करके उनको सम्मानित करना, ये एक बड़ा जो इनकी सोच है, जो इनकी थ्योरी है, उसके ऊपर किसान को एक मजबूती मिलती है। अपने अपने क्षेत्र के अंदर जब हम काम करते हैं, हम काम करते करते उसका लाभ समाज को मिलता है, एक वर्ग को मिलता है, उससे प्रेरणा भी मिलती है। तो मैं आप सब ऐसे एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट लीडरशिप जो आज आप लोग यहाँ इस कार्यक्रम में सम्मानित हुए हैं, मैं आप सबको भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। मुझे खुशी है कि भारत ये कृषि प्रधान देश बोलते हैं कि भारत कृषि प्रधान देश है। ये भारत कृषि प्रधान, ये खेती केवल व्यवसाय ही नहीं है, यह हमारी संस्कृति है, इस भारत की आत्मा है। मुझे खुशी है इस बात की कि आप लोग इस कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के उस विकसित भारत को जो उन्होंने संकल्प लिया है, उस विकसित भारत को और प्रगाढ़ मजबूत करने का काम आप कर रहे हैं। मैं इसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं। मुझे बताते हुए, क्योंकि अभी पीयूष गोयल जी बोल रहे थे, मैं भी एक किसान परिवार से आता हूं और मुझे मालूम है कि किसान को क्या क्या कठिनाइयां अपने कार्य को करते हुए होती हैं। भयानक गर्मी हो, आज का मौसम कितना भयानक गर्म है, गर्म के साथ साथ चिपचिपा मौसम भी है, परंतु किसान अपने खेत के अंदर खड़ा हुआ मिलता है, ये गर्मी नहीं देखता, भयानक सर्दी नहीं देखता, और वो भयानक गर्मी में अपना पसीना बहाता है, और जब भयानक सर्दी होती है तो उसकी भी परवाह किए बिना रात के 3 बजे अपने खेत के अंदर खड़ा होकर के इस देश के खाद्यान्न को, अन्न भंडारण को भरने का काम अगर कोई करता है तो ये भारत का ही किसान है। और मुझे खुशी है बताते हुए कि पिछले 11 वर्षों में जो किसान के हित में एक मिशन मोड के अंदर आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक योजनाबद्ध तरीके से काम किया है। अगर हम देखते हैं, देखिए, क्योंकि एक ऐसा मंच है, परंतु ये जब मंच के ऊपर आया, क्योंकि किसानों का एक फेवरेट विषय इसके ऊपर चल रहा है और हम सब ने इसके विषय को लेकर के काम भी अच्छे किए हैं, आज सम्मानित भी हुए हैं। जब हम देखते हैं 2014 से पहले हमारे देश में कुछ ऐसे बुद्धिजीवी लोग भी हैं जो इस प्रकार की चर्चा और डिबेट के अंदर हिस्सा लेते रहते हैं, आज भी बोलते रहते हैं कि किसान की स्थिति खराब है। देश की आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे किए हैं और 75 वर्षों में हम 76 वर्षों में पूरे किए हैं। अगर आजादी के बाद जो पॉलिसी मैटर्स हैं, या एक जब हम किसान को एक भारत की आत्मा मानते हैं, और हम ये भी मानते थे जब देश आजाद हुआ कि भारत की इकोनॉमी में बढ़ाने के लिए कृषि का एक महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है, और उसी को लेकर के रचना योजना बनती थी। परंतु आज उस बात को लेकर के ये चर्चा करना कि किसान की स्थिति खराब है, परंतु मुझे इस बात का बड़ा गर्व भी है, मुझे इस बात की खुशी भी है कि पिछले 11 वर्षों के अंदर जब देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधान सेवक के रूप में बने तो उन्होंने सबसे ज्यादा अगर किसी के वर्ग के लिए काम किया है तो किसान वर्ग के लिए काम किया है, उनके लिए नीतियां योजनाएं बनी हैं। चाहे उसकी बजट की बात हो, जब पैसा उसका बजट का प्रावधान होगा तो नई नई इनोवेशंस भी आएंगे, नए नवाचार भी आएंगे और नई नीति भी बनेगी, नई योजना भी बनेगी और नए नए लाभ भी लोगों तक पहुंचेंगे। नए तरीके से लोग उसमें खेती के अंदर आएंगे। और मुझे खुशी है कि पिछले 11 वर्षों में चाहे किसान को, अगर हम देखते हैं 2014 के बाद हमारी कृषि की उत्पादन क्षमता है, वो उत्पादन क्षमता जो 2014 में थी, अगर आज हम 2025 में देखें तो उसमें एक जमीन आसमान का अंतर नजर आएगा, बड़ा अंतर नजर आता है। और मुझे खुशी है कि हम हरियाणा के अंदर किसान का, क्योंकि हमारा जो हरियाणा प्रदेश है कृषि प्रधान प्रदेश है, कृषि के ऊपर आधारित प्रदेश है। किसान को सशक्त और मजबूत करना लगातार हमारी सरकार का पिछले 11 वर्षों में निरंतर हम उसके ऊपर काम करते रहे हैं। किसान लाभकारी मूल्य उसको मिले, उसको लेकर के हम लगातार हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है। चाहे ई मंडी के साथ किसान को जोड़ने की बात है, चाहे किसान को अगर प्राकृतिक आपदा से उसको नुकसान होता है तो उसकी भरपाई की बात है, और चाहे किसान की, मुझे तो खुशी इस बात की भी है कि एक योजनाबद्ध तरीके से हमने हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर, मुझे ये कहते हुए कि हमारा हरियाणा प्रदेश ये पहला ऐसा प्रदेश है जिसने अपने किसान की 100% फसल कोई भी उगाता है उसको एमएसपी पर खरीदने का काम हम करते हैं, ताकि किसान को किसी प्रकार का भी जोखिम ना हो, घाटा ना हो, उसको लाभकारी मूल्य मिले। हम ये काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा सब्जी का भी किसान है हरियाणा के अंदर, उसको भी भावांतर भरपाई देने का काम हमारी सरकार कर रही है। हॉर्टिकल्चर का किसान, हमने अभी ये निर्णय किया अपने बजट के अंदर, पिछले दिनों लगातार हम हॉर्टिकल्चर के किसान को भी बढ़ावा देने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हमने एक्सीलेंसी सेंटर्स हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर, हमने अलग अलग एरियाज के अंदर वो बनाने का निर्णय लिया है। हॉर्टिकल्चर के अंदर चाहे किन्नू का हमारा एक क्षेत्र है, उस किन्नू के क्षेत्र के अंदर कि उसका एक्सपोर्ट हो बाहर, एक एक्सीलेंस सेंटर्स उत्कृष्टता के अंदर हमने बनाने का निर्णय किया है। एक स्ट्रॉबेरी का हमने किया है, एक लीची का हमने किया है, ताकि किसान हॉर्टिकल्चर की तरफ भी जाए। चाहे हमने पानी को लेकर के कम पानी लगे, हम सबको मालूम भी है कि हमारे वैज्ञानिक हैं, हमारे वैज्ञानिक भी यहाँ पर बैठे हैं जो एक बात बोलते हैं कि 1 किलो चावल उत्पादन करने में कम से कम 2500 से 3000 लीटर पानी लगता है। कितने पानी की कंजप्शन होती है। और हमने निर्णय किया कि किसान को हम डाइवर्गेशन की तरफ लेकर के जाएं, वो अपनी फसल को दूसरी तरफ मक्का बोए, बाजरा बोए, उसके लिए हम उसको प्रोत्साहन करने का काम करते हैं। और हमारा किसान, जब हमने उससे अपील किया तो लाखों एकड़ भूमि हमारी उससे अलग गए हैं, धान की फसल से अलग उन्होंने बोने का काम किया है। और हम अपने किसान को, हमने ये निर्णय किया कि हमने 7000 रुपये प्रति एकड़ अगर वो धान की फसल छोड़ करके दूसरी फसल बोएगा तो उसको हम इंसेंटिव के तौर पर, प्रोत्साहन के तौर के ऊपर हम उसको 7000 रुपये देते थे, और हमने अब की बार ये निर्णय किया कि उसको हम 8000 रुपये प्रति एकड़ देने का काम हम करेंगे। और उससे हमारा किसान बदल रहा है, किसान को लाभ हो रहा है। हमारा चाहे बाजरे का किसान है, चाहे हमारा सूरजमुखी का किसान है, हम उसको भावांतर भरपाई दे करके उसको मार्केट जो उसका एमएसपी है उस एमएसपी का देने का काम हमारी सरकार कर रही है। चाहे हमने सिस्टम के लिए हरियाणा के अंदर, क्योंकि पिछले दिनों ये बहुत ज़्यादा एक आवाज़ भी उठती थी, क्योंकि हमारा हरियाणा दिल्ली के एकदम सटा हुआ है, 3 तरफ से हरियाणा सटा हुआ है। और दिल्ली की सरकार कई बार ये बात बोलती थी कि भाई पंजाब का किसान और हरियाणा का किसान अपनी पराली को जलाता है और उसके कारण से पोल्यूशन यहाँ हो जाता है। इस प्रकार की स्टेटमेंटें आती थी, परंतु हमने अपने किसान के लिए एक मिशन मोड के अंदर काम किया। हमने हमारा किसान कोई पराली न जलाए, उसके लिए हमने उनको इंस्ट्रूमेंट, जो कृषि आधारित संयंत्र थे, उन संयंत्रों को सब्सिडी पर देने का काम, उसकी सब्सिडी भी तय की, हमने किसान तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और किसान से हमने ये आग्रह भी किया कि आप अपने खेत की पराली या गन्ने की पाती या गेहूं के जो फन्ने हैं, आप उसको नहीं जलाएंगे। अगर आप उसको नहीं जलाएंगे, उसको सब्सिडी के लिए हमने इंस्ट्रूमेंट भी दिया और प्रति एकड़ हमने 1,000 रुपया उनको देने का निर्णय किया कि अगर वो नहीं जलाएंगे तो हम उसको 1,000 रुपये प्रति एकड़ देंगे। और अभी हमने उसको बढ़ा करके 1,500 रुपये किया कि हम 1,500 रुपये देंगे। और उसका निर्णय ये निकला कि हमने जब ये किसानों को 1,000 रुपये या 1,500 रुपये देने की अभी बात कही है, जब हम उनको तक ये पैसा पहुंचा रहे हैं और पैसा उनको मिल रहा है, क्योंकि हमने हरियाणा के अंदर बिजली जो इस के ऊपर बिजली संयंत्र भी हमने लगवाए हैं कि वो इस पराली को उनसे, जो चाहे बेलर है चाहे रीपर है, उससे गांठ बना करके वो बेचने का भी काम वहां पर कर सकते हैं अपना बिजली संयंत्र के अंदर, वो भी लगवाने का हमने काम किया है। और आज मुझे खुशी है कि माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पिछले दिनों एक टिप्पणी दी। उन्होंने एक टिप्पणी ये दी कि हरियाणा पराली प्रबंधन के अंदर अच्छा काम कर रहा है। पड़ोस की जो सरकार है पंजाब की भी, उसको उससे सीख लेनी चाहिए। ये माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट की टिप्पणी है, अच्छा काम किया है इसके अंदर। हमारा किसान ने उसके अंदर हमारा सहयोग किया है। जब हम उसके अंदर खड़े हुए हैं तो उन्होंने सहयोग किया है, उन्होंने पराली नहीं जलाई। और पराली नहीं जलाई तो उसका परिणाम ये निकला कि हमने उस सुविधा को ठीक किया है। चाहे हमने आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा जो प्रधानमंत्री कृषि सिंचाई योजना है, 85% हम किसान को उसके ऊपर सब्सिडी दे रहे हैं। और सब्सिडी दे करके किसान को मैंने कहा है कि ज्यादा क्षेत्रफल के अंदर अब वो अपनी पैदावार कर रहा है। उसका परिणाम ये है कि हम स्प्रिंकल इरिगेशन और ड्रिप इरिगेशन के माध्यम से किसान की पैदावार बढ़ रही है, उसका पानी भी कम लगता है, और पानी कम लगता है तो उसकी पैदावार भी बढ़ती है। हमने उसके अंदर भी काम किया, उसका लाभ मेरे किसानों को मिला है। हमने सोलर पंप्स किसानों को दिए। हमने पिछले दिनों जब हम काम कर रहे थे, माननीय पीयूष गोयल जी के पास ये विभाग था, क्योंकि मैं भी जब हरियाणा के अंदर मंत्री था, हमारे धनखड़ जी बैठे हैं, धनखड़ जी कृषि मंत्री थे हरियाणा के अंदर, तो हमने एक योजना बनाई। हमने योजना बनाई कि हमारे हरियाणा के अंदर जितने पंप 5 HP की मोटर के चल रहे हैं उन सबको सोलर से करेंगे। हमने उसकी काउंटिंग की तो हम माननीय पीयूष गोयल जी के पास हम आए। हमने कहा कि हम किसानों के को सोलर पंप देना चाहते हैं और आप हमारा सहयोग करिए। तो इन्होंने कहा कि हम आपका सहयोग करेंगे, आप करिए आप इस काम को। और पीयूष गोयल जी ने, आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जब हमने इसको आगे बढ़ाया तो 45% की सब्सिडी इन्होंने दी और 45% की सब्सिडी हरियाणा सरकार ने दी। 10% मात्र किसान का खर्च होता था और उसके जितने हमारे 5 HP की हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर मोटरें थी, देखते देखते वो सभी सोलर से हमने उसको कर दिया है। उसका एक बड़ा लाभ मेरे किसानों को मिला। उसका बिजली का जो बिल आता था वो भी 0 हो गया है। हमने ये उसके अंदर काम किया और उसके बाद हमने इसको आगे बढ़ाया। आज हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर जितनी 10 HP की मोटरें हैं वो सभी की सभी सोलर से अटैच हैं। एक भी ऐसी नहीं है कि जो सोलर से नहीं है, सब जुड़ी हुई है। और उसका किसानों को बड़ा लाभ मिला है और हम उसको आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं ताकि एक ग्रीन एनर्जी भी मिले और किसानों को उसका लाभ भी मिले। लगातार हर क्षेत्र के अंदर किसान की तस्वीर को बदलने का काम हमारी सरकार कर रही है। और मुझे खुशी है कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जब उस के अंदर लगे हुए हैं, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि है, मेरे हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर 20 लाख किसान हैं जो इसका लाभ ले रहे हैं। और 20 लाख किसान जो प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि उनके पास जा रही है, हर 4 महीने के बाद उनके खाते के अंदर 2000 रुपये पहुंचाने का काम करते हैं। तो उससे वो अपना दवाई हो और चाहे कोई बीज उसने खरीदना है तो वो खरीद सकता है। उसकी तस्वीर बदलने का काम ये सरकार कर रही है। आज उसका लाभ किसान उठा रहे हैं। जो हमारा किसान छोटा है उसको किसी के ऊपर निर्भर रहने की जरूरत नहीं है। वो 4 महीने के बाद जब पैसा आता है तो उस पैसे से अपना बीज भी ले लेता है और दवाई भी ले लेता है, खाद भी ले लेता है। उसका लाभ उसको मिल रहा है। मैं क्योंकि हमने लगातार इस कृषि क्षेत्र के अंदर हर मोड़ के ऊपर बड़ा काम किया है। हमारा जो किसान है, हमने हरियाणा के अंदर अपने किसान का जो फसली ऋण लेता है, हमारा फसली ऋण जो किसान लेता है वो फसली ऋण भी उसको 6 महीने के बाद जितना लेगा उतना ही वापस करेगा। उसका सारा का सारा ब्याज जो 6 महीने का होता है वो हरियाणा सरकार देती है। उसके ऊपर कोई 5 पैसे का दबाव नहीं पड़ता ताकि किसान मजबूत और सशक्त हो। और उसका परिणाम है, उसका परिणाम भी है कि आज हरियाणा के अंदर पूरा का पूरा जब एग्री बेस्ड पूरा स्टेट है और एग्री बेस्ड स्टेट आज सरकार की जो नीतियां हैं उन नीतियों को और मजबूत सशक्त करने के लिए उसका समर्थन कर रहा है। मैं आज MG खान को मैं बहुत बधाई भी देना चाहूंगा और सब जो हमारे एग्रीकल्चर अवार्डेड हैं जिनको आज सम्मान मिला है, मैं आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई भी देना चाहूंगा, शुभकामनाएं भी देना चाहूंगा। इससे और किसानों को भी वो प्रेरणा मिलेगी। मुझे ऐसा विश्वास है आप और किसान के हित में अच्छा काम करेंगे जिससे कि हमारे किसानों को अच्छा लाभ मिलेगा। हमारे धर्मपाल जी जो बात कर रहे थे कि हम डेयरीज के अंदर काम कर रहे हैं, हमने हरियाणा के अंदर अभी ये निर्णय लिया है। हरियाणा में हमने निर्णय लिया है कि जो किसान प्राकृतिक खेती करेगा, अगर 1 एकड़ में वो प्राकृतिक खेती करता है तो हम उसको 30,000 रुपया देसी गाय के लिए देंगे। और हम दे रहे हैं, सब्सिडी के ऊपर दे रहे हैं कि प्राकृतिक खेती 1 एकड़ भी करेगा तो 1 एकड़ की एवज में वो देसी गाय खरीदेगा तो सरकार 30,000 रुपये उसको देगी ताकि किसान को सशक्त और मजबूत किया जाए। हम हर क्षेत्र के अंदर किसान को मजबूत करने के लिए हर नीति योजना पॉलिसीज उसके ऊपर हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है और उसका लाभ भी हमारे प्रदेश के किसानों को मिल रहा है। मैं बधाई देना चाहूंगा MJ खान और उनकी पूरी को कि आपने आज एक ऐसे कार्यक्रम का जो आप हर वर्ष करते हैं, इसके लिए आप बधाई के पात्र हैं। मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं दे रहा हूँ और सभी अवार्डेड को और जो जिन्होंने इसका समर्थन किया मैं उनको भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय भारत माँ।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय जी का तहे दिल से हार्दिक धन्यवाद करते हैं और मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे हमारे परिजात स्पॉन्सर्स के प्रतिनिधि को। आप कृपया माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय जी के शुभ हस्तों से सम्मान ग्रहण करें। परिजात हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स हैं आज के आयोजन के। और मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं एग्रीकल्चर टुडे ग्रुप की पूरी टीम को। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय एवं माननीय मंत्रीगण के साथ ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए एग्रीकल्चर टुडे ग्रुप की टीम को मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं। We invite the whole team of Agriculture Today group. Kindly come up soon, Ankit. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this dynamic team of Agriculture Today group who have been working tirelessly for months to make this day possible, to make this day successful. A round of applause for the Agriculture Today group team. Thank you. और अब धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए आमंत्रित करते हूँ डॉक्टर एमजे खान को।
बस 2 मिनट लूंगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया एंड बहुत बहुत बधाई जिन लोगों को अवार्ड मिला है। हरियाणा के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री सैनी साहब, हरियाणा से ओम प्रकाश धनखड़ साहब, मोहन लाल जी, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी पंकज अग्रवाल साहब, उड़ीसा से कनकवर्धन सिंह साहब, मिसेस कनकवर्धन सिंह, मैं समझता हूँ शायद आपके डॉटर हैं सनीला भी हैं। आप तीनों लोगों का बहुत स्वागत है। उत्तर प्रदेश से मेरा संबंध है, लखीमपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हमारे प्रदेश के मंत्री हैं, इसलिए हमें खास का लगाव है आपसे। आप और अमित घोष साहब, एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी जस्टिस सदाशिवम, जिन लोगों को अवार्ड मिला है, आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई है। और इस अवार्ड देने की सफर की शुरुआत एक सफर के दौरान ही हुई। हम लुधियाना से प्रोफेसर स्वामीनाथन के साथ एक कॉन्फ्रेंस करके दिल्ली आ रहे थे। 4 घंटे का टाइम था, शताब्दी में 2007 की बात है। वहीं चर्चा हुई इसकी। 2008 में इसका फैसला हुआ, 8 में करना है। और पहले अवार्ड जूरी चेयर जो थे हरियाणा के गवर्नर किदवई साहब ही थे। हरियाणा में जितना इनोवेशन हुआ है, और महाराष्ट्र से पासा पटेल साहब है, पासा साहब खड़े हो जाइए। बैम्बू मैन आप पूरे वर्ल्ड के जाने जाते हैं। महाराष्ट्र किसान आयोग के अध्यक्ष हैं आप, महाराष्ट्र फार्मर्स कमीशन के चेयरमैन हैं। तो जितना हरियाणा में इनोवेशन हुआ है, नहीं तो हम हरियाणा को समझते थे कि वो धान और गेहूं वाला मामला प्रदेश का है। तो जितना इनोवेशन हुआ है आज हॉर्टिकल्चर में, फूड प्रोसेसिंग में, डेयरी में, फिशरीज में, ये बहुत ही बधाई की बात है। कितनी प्रोग्रेसिव पॉलिसीज आई हैं। धनखड़ साहब के 5 साल कृषि मंत्री थे, मुझे याद है कि कितना पेस ऑफ एक्टिविटीज था, हैपनिंग था, और वो दिन पर दिन बढ़ रहा है। बहुत बहुत बधाई। उड़ीसा नामली दिल्ली में बहुत कम चर्चा में आता है, और उड़ीसा को अवार्ड मिल रहा हो तो बहुत बहुत बधाई उप मुख्यमंत्री जी आपके नेतृत्व में और मुख्यमंत्री जी के। उत्तर प्रदेश डेयरी में कम जाना जाता था, हालांकि सबसे बड़ा डेयरी का उत्पादक है। और जो डेयरी वेंचर्स नए नए आए निकल के, वो बहुत ही प्रॉमिसिंग है। जो पेस ऑफ है पोल्ट्री में और डेयरी में जो आपने अचीव किया है, बहुत ही बधाई। बिहार की अतिरिक्त प्रमुख चीफ सेक्रेटरी, एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी शायद मैडम चली गई हैं, बट फिशरीज में क्वांटम जंप हुआ है। इंस्टीट्यूशंस में एनडीडीबी को आज अवार्ड मिला है। इंस्टीट्यूशन में एनबीआरआई ने इतने नए नए सॉल्यूशंस दिया है मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स में एंड बॉटेनिकल रिसर्च में, जो एक वर्ल्ड वाइड रिकॉर्ड जैसा बना रहे हैं पिछले 3 सालों का, जो उनके अचीवमेंट्स हैं। कारपोरेट्स का बड़ा रोल है सर। किसान एक प्रमुख ऑपरेटर है, मतलब मेन तो खेती किसान ही करता, लेकिन किसान कामयाब हो उसमें बड़ा रोल इंडस्ट्रीज का है, बड़ा रोल पॉलिसीज की का है, बड़ा रोल एक्सटेंशन का है। मशीनरी नहीं होगी, फर्टिलाइजर नहीं होंगे, सीड नहीं होंगे तो काम नहीं चलेगा। एंड इंस्टीट्यूशंस अगर रिसर्च नहीं करेंगे तो काम नहीं चलेगा। तो ये पूरा जो इकोसिस्टम मिलकर खेती को, किसान को कामयाब करता है। पॉलिसीज सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है, इसलिए स्टेट्स रिकॉग्नाइज्ड हैं। इंडस्ट्रीज इनपुट्स प्रोवाइड करती हैं, मशीनरी देती हैं, डिलीवरी सिस्टम है, एक्सटेंशन कर रही हैं, इसलिए इंडस्ट्रीज का बड़ा रोल है। इंडिविजुअल्स जो रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, इनोवेशन कर रहे हैं, उनका रोल है। तो पूरा सर इकोसिस्टम किसान के अराउंड बनता है। एंड इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ फूड एंड एग्रीकल्चर का, जिसका मैं 8 साल चेयरमैन था, अभी नए चेयरमैन हमारी जगह माननीय सुरेश प्रभु जी हैं, जो केंद्रीय मंत्री 12 मिनिस्ट्रीज के मिनिस्टर रहे हैं, वो हैं। तो पूरी दुनिया में जो आईसीएफए का वो है, तो स्टेट्स के साथ मेरा ऐसा ख्वाहिश है कि अभी भले मैं उसमें नहीं हूँ, लेकिन इंगेज करके एक्सपोर्ट निर्यात बढ़ाने में कृषि का, क्यों निर्यात बढ़ेगा सब चीज ठीक होगी। इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ाने का दुनिया के, और पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म्स का जो एजेंडा है चलाने का, उसको। कृषि में चैलेंजेस बहुत हैं, लेकिन सॉल्यूशंस बहुत निकल के आ रहे हैं। और जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं उनका बड़ा योगदान होता जा रहा है, जो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी ने इन सबका। तो आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई। आज पूरे दिन बहुत ही बढ़िया चर्चा हो। जो स्पीकर्स थे इतने पूरे देश के, मतलब प्रतिष्ठित लोगों में जो सबसे अच्छे नाम हो सकते हैं, वो सुबह से और कल भी 4 बजे तक रहेगा इसमें। कल प्रोफेशनल्स को हम लोग रिकॉग्नाइज कर रहे हैं जो सीनियर पोजीशंस में रोल प्ले कर रहे हैं उन सबको। तो आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई। थैंक यू मुख्यमंत्री जी, थैंक यू मुख्यमंत्री जी। जस्टिस सदाशिवम साहब 2019 से आप जुड़े हैं, व्हेन यू आर द गवर्नर ऑफ केरला। As Governor Kerala, you accepted to be the jury chair. Thank you very much for the continuation of that, that guidance and your spirit of support and cooperation to us. And Saini साहब, आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई। डिनर के लिए लेट हुए हैं, इसलिए माफी। डिनर अभी लगा हुआ है, आप सब डिनर करके जाएंगे। मुख्यमंत्री जी आपसे भी गुजारिश है आप सभी से कि साथ में डिनर करें, फिर आप लोग सब जाएं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
हार्दिक धन्यवाद। और इसी के साथ हम आज के पुरस्कार वितरण समारोह का समापन करते हैं। आप सभी को आमंत्रित करते हैं, कृपया हमारे साथ रात्रि भोज लेकर ही आप सब यहाँ से जाएं। Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for dinner served outside. And a kind attention to all our awardees. Please collect your citations from the registration counter outside. All the awardees to kindly collect your citations from the registration counter outside. Thank you.